Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
On the way, the new party visited the crash site, or what remained from it. Roland was hoping that they might find some provisions. To his dismay, the only thing he found there was scrap metal and wood, along with more goblins that they luckily cleared out without that much of a problem. While here, Roland looked up to the mountain above them. He could not see the path from which they fell down. There was also a thick fog right in the middle of the mountain range that limited his vision. His new party members explained that they were the only survivors that remained. They had buried some of the other slaves that didn't survive the fall along with some dead guards. Roland could still see some blood and gory bits scattered around. Most of it was gone, probably down in the goblin bellies. There was nothing else to do here, so they continued on their merry way. The place where they were in was deep down inside a gorge. The rocky walls were quite smooth and would be hard to climb. The further up you went, the more you had to contend with that blasted fog. Going up was out of the question. Luckily, there was a path next to a river down here that they could follow. The biggest downside of this path was that there were a lot of monsters living here. It was also a path that stretched around the mountain and would take them a lot more time to cross. This was also the reason why the caravan owners decided on going over the mountain, as it cut the travel time down by a couple of days. The scenery down here was composed mostly of trees and bushes. It was over 1 kilometer in width, and the river in the middle was the cause of many monsters living here. Just like any other animals, monsters flocked to areas with a water source. The humanoid mountain goat-like monsters were just one of the many types that roamed this landscape. The hastily put-together quartet of people had now traversed a couple of kilometers through this monster-filled land. Roland was now looking at one of his wands that had run out of charges after a couple of encounters. He looked at the male moon elf swordsman examining the lady elf. The man was like a nanny that somehow wasn't able to take more than one step away from her. He was like a tick that wouldn't go away. The other major fighting force that was the half-orc always ran into battle with a smile on his face. He constantly broke formation and caused Roland to overuse his spells. He was running on a limited budget of charges and was afraid that he would run out of juice soon. He didn't say anything at first, thinking that they would get a grip on the situation. Instead, they just continued with this strategy. Maybe they thought that he would pick up the slack with his spell slinging. They might have not realized that his mana pool and gear usage were limited. Hey, are you being serious now? Roland's face twitched as he looked at Logon examining Aratel for the 100th time. Golgrim was right next to them, getting healed by the acolyte. He had even more bite and claw marks on his body than usual. What do you mean? Logon replied while Aratel scooted to the side. The woman looked a bit fed up with how he was treating her as well. Do you two want to get us all killed or something? Roland crossed his arms over one another while glaring at the moon elf and green skin. Will she go up in flames if you leave her alone for a second? Logon turned around to face Roland. The youth was squinting his eyes in his direction and certainly looked annoyed. With all due respect, Mr. Carmine. I am thankful for your help, but I cannot abandon Lady Aratel. What if some creature sneaks up on the defenseless lady? I could not live with myself if anything happened to her. I promised to protect her with my life. I need to return her safely to her family. Roland flinched slightly as the man started unloading a monologue towards him. His eyes were bloodshot and it looked like he was close to blowing a fuse. Maybe the shock of not being able to protect this elven lady had been too much for this guy. It looked like he was getting paranoid. Oh, will you be quiet? Before Roland could think about a good retort to stop this babbling idiot of a swordsman. Aratel moved in from behind and gave Logon an open hand smack to the back of the head. Lady?" The man was stunned while also stopping with his rambling shouts. He slowly turned around to see Aratel with both her hands on her hips. She had her face slightly raised and her eyebrows were furrowed. "Stop causing trouble for Mr. Carmine. He was caring enough to rid us of those slave collars and even saved us twice." Roland just took a step back while the silver-haired elven woman was now the one shouting. She started reprimanding her bodyguard while mostly bringing up Roland's previous deeds. Mostly implying that the three of them would be already dead if he didn't intervene. The first time being where he threw mana shields out when he was falling. The other one when he took care of the hobgoblin when Logon got wounded. I'm sorry. This was a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. Please accept my sincere apology, Mr. Carmine. The man did a quick 180 and started to apologize. He took his lady's words to heart almost instantly. Roland realized that it would probably be better to just talk to Aratel instead if he wanted to get things done. The woman apparently had this man wrapped around her finger. She was even the one that could control that half-orc. Roland wasn't sure, but he had an idea why this was the case. When he was removing the slave collar, he did analyze Aratel's stats. She had a high charisma stat above 20 points. Charisma was counted differently than other stats. It didn't reach that high of a number compared to it. 10 to 14 was the average number a person's charisma would reach. Anything above that indicated someone with some type of charm. This woman's charisma rating was 24 and even he noticed its effects. It might have been some kind of trait, but he found the elven lady quite bewitching. Luckily Roland had a high willpower stat to counteract this. He had read up that a person with really high charisma could affect people in strange ways. It was as if they were casting a mind control spell. If the person was susceptible to it, they would perform tasks that they wouldn't normally do. There were also some classes that used this to their advantage. Bards were one type of class that relied on it. Some could even enchant people with their voices. There were also monsters like an incubus or a succubus that led adventurers astray. Someone with a high enough charm could topple kingdoms and empires. They could affect people in power to the point of mad devotion. The girl here wasn't quite at that level though. At most she could slightly affect these two. It's fine if you understand, but I'll need you to take a more active part in the coming fights. You don't need to stick to your friends so closely. I'll protect her if something happens, that's why I'm back here. Roland was mostly ticked off by Logon letting too many monsters into the party formation. Aratel could easily back away on her own while he contended with the monsters in battle. He would then support him from the back with some magical attacks. He was a person with a lot of firepower, but his fighting style was limited to his magical items. Without them, he would be weaker than a regular mage or a regular warrior. The only thing above those was his high mana pool. He also suffered from a limited array of spells. The regular mana versions of spells showed a decline against Tier 2 monsters. They also traveled at a slower speed than the more advanced spells and were easier to dodge by enemies with high agility. But how can I truce? Before Logon could pose that question, he received another smack to the back of his head. While Roland looked at this comedic routine, Golgrim was to the side just sniggering. The half-orc apparently thought that it was funny to see a grown man be abused by a smaller woman. Little Logon did bad, not like Golgrim. Roland eyed the smirking green skin. He just wanted to go over there and give the big idiot a smack of his own. Golgrim, you're not doing any better than him. How about you stop running after every monster you see? He proclaimed while looking at the half-orc sternly. He felt like he was a teacher in kindergarten and Aratel was his assistant. The moment he reprimanded the half-orc, he began to sulk. He sat down on the ground and started poking one of the dead monster bodies with a stick. "See, could you?" Roland turned to the elven woman, who in turn walked over to the large male. "It's okay, Golgrim. Mr. Carmine didn't mean it. He just needs you to listen to him from now on. Aratel tried to calm the large beast of a half-orc down. Even though physically he outranked everyone here, his mind was of a child's. Luckily the female moon elf was good at talking to kids, so she somehow managed to get him to cooperate. Maybe from now on, they could move along more proficiently. Okay, let's try this again. Golgrim and Logon, you two stay side by side and try not to break formation from now on. Me and Aratel will stay in the back and support you with spells. The two knuckleheads nodded at the plan of action, but if they would follow the instructions remained to be seen. For now, the party removed the mana stones from the monster corpses and treaded forward. They needed to find shelter in the next couple of hours before nightfall. The moment of truth came quite fast, as after an hour of walking they met another type of monster. It was only two this time around, and they looked like a giant praying mantis. Greater Mantidae, L57. Roland's identification skill was finally at a level that he could use it for fights. These monsters were of the Tier 2 variety. They were above human-sized and quite long. Their raptorial forelegs were their calling card, the razor-sharp blades those had could even cut through metal. Luckily insectoid monsters were susceptible to fire-type magic. Golgrim, log on. Please distract them, but don't break formation. I'll finish them off with a fire spell. He gave out the order while preparing for the right moment to strike. He could see the half-orc moving forward while holding his club. Golgrim, understand. This time, instead of charging forward like a bull, he started smacking the club on a nearby boulder. The monster's attention was brought to the commotion and to the person that was responsible. The two insectoid monsters charged forward, their blade appendages raised high in the air. The moon elf glanced back for a moment and noticed that Aratel was chanting a spell. Holy light of the moon, which gently illuminates the night, let all things be filled with your pure essence. Logon's body shone in a dark color as he felt his speed being increased. If he looked at his status screen, he would notice an increase in his agility by some points. Roland had seen her cast this buffing spell before, but not on him. He was curious if such a buffing spell increased your stats by a flat number or by a percentage. Logon took the chance that Golgrim gave him and attempted a flanking maneuver while the two insect monsters concentrated on another target. Even though these two were slightly more coordinated, it didn't mean that this would be an easy fight. Golgrim swung his large wooden club at the monster, which received the attack with its razor-sharp appendage. It was debatable which of these two had more raw power, but one thing was certain. A sharp weapon, as the mantis sides far outperformed a simple wooden club. It got sliced in half just in one swing and caused the half-orc to lose balance. He was lucky that there was enough force in the clash to cause the monster's attack to slow down immensely. It couldn't benefit from the exchange, but its ally was not far behind. A bolt of energy traveled towards it to give Golgrim enough time to counterattack. While the half-orc engaged his enemy in hand-to-hand combat, Logon used the chance to strike the beast's side. He managed to swiftly slice off two legs from the side before dodging a sickle blade that was aiming for his neck. Roland gave the two some range support with his regular mage spells. He was rusty with his incantations a bit, but he wasn't aiming for a kill on the second creature, just to stall it. He saved his Tier 2 spell for when the monster was immobile. Logon continued to remove more of the insect's legs until it was stationary enough to deliver a finishing blow. A condensed ball of flame energy slammed into the monster, setting it ablaze. The heat was enough to cause critical damage and almost finish it off in one hit. The finishing touch on the huge mantis-looking monster would be Golgrim's large fists. The second monster wouldn't just wait there for the party of people to kill him. He noticed the two spell slingers in the back and charged at them with its sickle arms raised. At least that is what it was trying to do. Instead, it received a mana arrow to the face. The monster was fast enough to dodge to the side, but killing it with that spell wasn't the thing Roland was aiming at. The remaining Mantidae got one of its legs sliced off by Logon that quickly returned to keep the backline safe. With him bothering it from close range, it was only a matter of time till the beast was also killed. At the end of the battle, Roland was rewarded with 2 common grade mana stones. They had a nice green tint to it and could even be mistaken for emeralds. One of his party members was also quite happy about the spoils. Roland saw Golgrim leaning down, and after some crunching sounds, he removed one of the large sickle appendages. In his hand, the insect's appendage looked like a large machete. He started swinging it around, he even chopped up the monster's body with it. Golgrim now even stronger. He cheered while removing the other weapon appendage. Roland now had a dual-wielding half-orc on his team, though the brute certainly had zero finesse with how he was swinging those around. Roland took a mental note to not get too close to the half-orc when he was swinging those around. There was no option to turn off friendly fire in this world. Well, that wasn't that bad, this time around. Roland commented while Aratel smiled at him. Logon wasn't far behind, as after defeating the monster he swooped in to see if his mistress was okay. It was a bit funny to look at him searching for wounds, he was really acting like the girl's nanny. I think we should move, the blood will only attract more monsters. I agree, we should also find shelter for the night. Roland and Aratel exchanged some words. The sun was starting to go down and they probably had about 2 hours till sundown. They needed to either find a cave to rest at or build a fire and camp out in the open. The first option would be the safer one, but in caves, some monsters lurked. They might have to clear out any previous tenants before resting. The first day out in the gorge was drawing to an end. After some bumps along the road, the party was slowly shaping up. Roland could already see them actually making it to the village in one piece, that is if nothing out of the ordinary happened along the way. The party of 4 set up camp by a shallow cave. They were lucky enough that it was only occupied by one giant spider-type monster. It didn't even have any babies and was easily dispatched by Roland, who tossed a fire blast spell in there. The monster went up in flames nicely and had been almost instantly cooked in the process. No one was actually willing to eat the thing, not even the half-orc companion who didn't look like a picky eater. They made a fireplace to ward off some of the night-stalking monsters. There were variants with night vision and specialized skills to wander through the dark areas. Most of the time a simple bright burning fireplace would keep those types of beings away. Traits and skills that worked in darkness were quite susceptible to light. Roland was a bit deeper in the cave, next to a monstrous-looking spider that had long lost its life. He was using his runecrafting hammer to repair his magical wands that were used during the day. There were a lot more monsters than he anticipated in this gorge. The decision to free the slaves and have them in his party was the right one. If he was alone, it would have been many times harder to survive and he would have probably burned through his rune scroll reserves as well. He was managing with his runecrafted magical wands for the time being. When a monster got too close, he could also use his enchanted sword. The charges on it were also limited, but the mana warrior skills were suited for middle and close-range combat. While tinkering with his gear, Roland took some time to examine his status and skills. Not much time had gone by since leaving Edelgard, but he had managed to level up once. Name: Roland Arden L70. Classes: T1 Mage L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L20, Main. HP: 713, 713. MP: 2099, 2599. SP: 526, 1019. Strength: 54. Agility: 38. Dexterity: 81. Vitality: 53. Endurance: 61. Intelligence: 114. Willpower: 101. Charisma: 16. Luck: 8. Debugger L6, Circuitry L7, Tinkerer L8, Identify L8, Basic Mana Shaping L9, Basic Mana Regulation L9, Mana Sense L9, Basic Rune Mastery L9, Basic Rune Scribing L9, Basic Smithing Mastery L8, Basic Runecraft L7, Runic Blacksmith's Eyes L5, Blacksmith's Heat Sense L6, Basic Rune Compression L3, Ethereal Pathways L6, Basic Mana Reinforcement L3, One-Handed Swordsmanship L4, Hand-to-Hand Combat L1, Spearmanship L1, Blunt Weapon Proficiency L1. Roland paid attention to his combat-related skills. They had moved above basic ones, but they were still only in the beginning stages. During his stay at the Arden estate, he was forced to raise them to L9 of their basic versions, but since then they had been stagnating. He focused on increasing his crafting professions and then his mana-related skills. That left less time for combat practice. He did use the sword from time to time, which increased this skill the most, but he wasn't sure that it was the right choice to only focus on that one. He was going to be a runesmith and would be able to produce various weapons and tools. Swords were nice against other people, but against monsters, something like a spear might have been better. Increased reach and thrusting attacks could win out over sword slices. Then if a person was up against a heavily armored monster, or maybe one with a hard shell, a blunt weapon would be a better choice. Even an axe or a war hammer that had a more concentrated point of impact would be better than a sword in that situation. There were just too many skills to focus on though, but he did have time till he maxed out his current class. He could both fight monsters during the day and then craft during the night and constantly receive experience. Even now, while he was fixing his magic wands, he was gaining small amounts of experience. With time this would certainly stack and let him increase his levels fast. First, he would need to escape this foreign canyon and get to that next settlement. I hope they have carriages going through that village. I might have to go to a larger one on foot if they don't. Roland grumbled as he knew that small villages were rarely visited by outsiders. Mostly some merchants came once a month or every other month to sell and buy some items. Then maybe the tax collectors would show up, or the governing lord would send people to pick up grain. If he arrived there just after the merchants visited it, he might have to wait over a month for another one to arrive. There was also the problem with his 3 new companions. They stood out too much, 2 beautiful elves and 1 huge mountain of muscles. People would probably start asking questions about them. If it came to light that they were escaped slaves, then he might get in trouble for setting them free. Even though he knew they were innocent and were not criminals, he had no proof. This slave ring was probably something run by a shadowy organization. If he got involved with it at this point in his life, he might end up as a slave too. Well, they didn't seem like they would be going towards the port town though. The border to their country is to the west. They agreed to split up after reaching the village. It was only a place to get some better clothes and food. He would be repaid for everything with mana stones. These he wanted to keep for now, as he had many new items to produce. That is if he actually managed to get a new workshop out there in the sticks. The city he wanted to go to was a frontier town, just an old village before people took notice. With the arrival of the dungeon, things would be taking off, but how far it had advanced was still unknown. He only wished that he wasn't too late and he would manage to get himself a house of his own. With one last hit, the one that produced the fire arrows was finally repaired. He looked over the runic structures. He could see the metal shape deforming a bit and the runes started to erode into the hard steel. The more he used and repaired it, the less steel there would be until finally, it would be unusable. Should last me through more repairs. I wish I could smelt those collars down and use deep steel instead. He was already thinking about improving his sword, but it wasn't that easy. The better the metal, the harder it was to place runes on it. The reason deep iron or deep steel could hold more charges was that it was somewhat resistant to mana. The runic structures burned up at a much slower rate but were also harder to inscribe. Roland finally decided to stand up and join the others at the campfire. They had managed to get some fish from the nearby river. There was a shallow spot through which a lot of them were passing. Logon was surprisingly good at catching them with a sharpened stick. With a few thrusts, he impaled some which were now being roasted on the fire. "Here you go, Mr. Carmine. You can stop calling me Mr., I'm younger than you." "Oh really? You seemed older. I just assumed." Roland and Aradhel exchanged some words. There were a lot of magical races in this world, and also vitality increased even human longevity. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to believe that Roland here was much older than he looked. "You don't conduct yourself like a child, you remind me of my uncle." "I'll take that as a compliment." "Ha." Logon was also here, he was responsible for making the dishes today. He was surprisingly good with these sorts of things. Apparently, his father had been your typical elven hunter that taught him to scour the woods. Too bad that his son ended up receiving a warrior class instead of an archer one. Golgrim peeked in as well, he was a bit in the distance as he was shooed away by Aradhel. He already devoured some of the fish before they could even be cooked. This left the rest of the party maddened, and they all agreed to give him guard duty. He was now leaning up against one of the trees while looking for possible monsters. Growl. A strange sound entered the party's ears, which made them all jump up to their feet. Roland pulled out his sword along with the wand he had repaired. Logon leaped in front of Aradhel while looking in the direction of the strange rumbling noise. Gyah! What they saw was not a monster or a beast. No, it was Golgrim holding his stomach and trying to keep it from rumbling. The trio of baffled individuals narrowed their eyes at the half-orc while he twiddled his thumbs and turned around. Soon the feast started and everyone got their share of the fish, the hungry greenskin included. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened that night, but there were some lurking friends watching them. The party took turns on guard duty through the night. They made it till the next day without any major problems. They continued their journey towards their destination. Sometimes they stopped to get some fruit or get more fish. Once in a while, they would be attacked by stray monsters, some in smaller and ones in larger groups. What they all noticed that the closer to the village they got, that the weaker the monsters became. At the start of their trek, they were running into Tier 2 monstrosities, but now they were left with easy Tier 1 mobs. Some of them would be easily dispatchable by the acolyte in their team. Soon they were right next to their destination. The large mountain was getting left behind and they were even able to get out of the gorge. They just needed to follow the river to arrive at the village. They finally saw some signs of civilization as a dirt road appeared. They could even see some cart marks here, and it seemed like one had recently gone by. At least that was what Logon was claiming from the way the tracks marks appeared. "It looks like more than one carriage passed this way." The moon elf tracked with his eyes from where this dirt road appeared. He could see it going all the way to the mountain range they'd just passed. "It could be the Slavers," he mentioned while frowning slightly. This threw a wrench into their plan. If they met up with the slave traders, they would probably not react kindly to 3 of their own wandering unchecked. Depending on how many of them were left alive, they could even attack. "Don't worry, Golgrim will cut puny enemies." The half-orc started flailing his hands around while holding onto the appendages of the monster mantis they had slain. He changed his catchphrase a bit after exchanging his club with those. "Well, isn't that reassuring?" Aradhel clapped her hands and smiled. She looked like a gentle mother just going along with her hyperactive child. Roland, on the other hand, was worried. He didn't want to be labeled as a criminal. For freeing criminal slaves, you would most likely be also sentenced to be one. He also wasn't interested in fighting the people from the caravan, as that would also give a similar result. "I think you should wait outside the village. I can see that there is a forest area around it. How about you lay low there while I scope out the situation?" He didn't owe this group of 3 anything by this point. He still wanted to keep his end of the bargain. He promised to help them get food and a set of clothes if it was possible. If the caravan survivors were in the village, it would actually be a good thing for him. He would be able to continue the journey with them. He did pay for the trip already. Mr. Carmine. You've already done so much for us. I'm not sure that we should inconvenience you with our problems anymore. Surprisingly, Aradhel spoke up against his plan. Though Logon, on the other hand, was quick to jump in with a counter-argument. My lady. We will need those clothes and provisions. If any traveling soldiers spot us, we will be done for. He saw the bigger picture and knew that they still required help. When someone saw two beautiful elves and a large half-orc in a loincloth, they would surely approach them. With a high enough identification skill or a body search, their true identity would be revealed. Then running or battle would be the only option. Roland was fine either way, but if he was in their shoes, he would probably take him up on the offer. The only reason he would turn the favor away would be if he suspected foul play. Even though these four spend some time together battling monsters and watching each other's backs, they were still strangers. They couldn't be 100% sure if Roland wouldn't double-cross them. He could very well go to the village where the survivors from the caravan were and come back along with some soldiers. The only reason they trusted him was because he removed their slave collars, but he could have done that just to survive. You are right, but we shouldn't rely on Mr. Carmine's goodwill so much, but it would be reassuring if he continued to aid us. Logon managed to convince Aradhel to go along with the previous plan. These two sure don't seem to be doubting my motives though, and the third one. He looked over to Golgrim, who had stopped swinging his weapons around and was now picking his nose. Roland was just in time to see the mass of muscles swallow a booger, which made him cringe. Yeah, that one is a lost cause. Hope I'm not being paranoid here, but I should probably think about some contingencies. Roland had his own reservations about these three. They too could still try to double-cross him after he gave them the food and clothes, along with some money for the mana stones. I also think we should visit the village first. You can decide after I return. Think if we stick to the trees we all can get closer. The party decided to journey forward. Just as Roland proposed, they strayed from the main dirt road and kept to the forest while being vigilant. There were no dangerous monsters in this forest, only some animals. In a couple of hours, they arrived at the town outskirts with luck on their side. They had a safe spot to examine the situation before they entered. Logon took it upon himself to climb a tree. What he saw out in the distance wasn't anything good though. What do you see? I can see some carriages. The people from the caravan are there, but there are others. It looks suspicious. I can't see any farmers or villagers. They are also wearing armor. Roland and Logon exchanged some information before he himself decided to climb up a tree. He was quite good at this thanks to doing a lot of tree climbing in his youth. He noticed what the elf meant when he saw the situation. What he saw was armed men walking around the village. He could somehow distinguish their armor from this distance. Thanks to his good memory, he was also able to recognize similarities that this gear possessed. He had seen similar-looking leather armor that was unkempt on a certain group of people before. If he got closer, he might have even been able to recognize some faces, as he did get a look during the fighting. It's those bandits. They have taken over the village. He could see some of the carriages and wagons from the caravan there. The robbers must have followed them here, or this town already was part of their territory. The problematic part in all of this was that he now couldn't approach the village to get provisions. The next settlement was over a week away if they traveled on foot while fighting monsters on the way. That would still probably be a safer option than attacking the bandits here. While deliberating about the next move, he heard a scream coming from the village. Both he and the elf looked to the source only to see a person running. It was a woman that didn't get far as soon enough she was tumbling on the ground with an arrow stuck in her shin. They looked as she was dragged back by a bandit into one of the shabby huts before silence took over. They have hostages. It was now clear that this wasn't a bandit hideout. They had clearly taken over it and the villagers were still there. Now a decision needed to be made, either help them or escape. The second option would probably be the easier one. Two men dressed in shabby clothes were walking through the night. The visibility was bad, but the two just couldn't hold it in anymore. Nature was calling. After drinking diluted alcohol for most of the day, the two needed to empty themselves. Their bodies were still being loud while having fun. They had hit it off big this time around. They had managed to take over a caravan filled with riches. They had suffered a small setback, but after taking out a certain mage, the defenses of their prey crumbled. They were staying in this village for the time being. Soon they would need to move, but before that, they needed to go through all the loot. This was a group of bandits that roamed the lands. They preyed on wandering merchants or adventurers. They would find certain ambush locations and stay there, waiting for the right time to strike. Information traveled slowly in this world. Before anyone sent a subjugation force after them, they would be long gone. If they found a good hiding place, they could even lay low for a few weeks until the coast was clear. They had been doing this for years. Sometimes they lost some people, but they could always pick up new recruits. They just needed to dangle rewards in front of poor commoners like farmers and old adventurers. Some of them would take the bait and join their bandit group. After someone became a member, there was no escape. Murder and pillaging was now part of their lives. These two were part of that group. Both of them were just farmers that were shoved towards this path because of a bad harvest. After years, there was no more humanity left in them. It was kill or be killed. Why does the boss always keep the girls for himself? He could toss us a bone once in a while. One of the bandits said while pulling down his pants behind a tree. You should be quiet. Remember what happened to old George. The boss chopped it right off. The other man was by another tree also taking care of his business. Normally one of them would be looking around if no enemies were around. But this was an uncultured and untrained bunch of ruffians. They didn't really care about proper procedures. Even less when they were drunk. Yeah, I remember. The boss really likes to play with them though. Wish he didn't break them so easily. Remember that redhead? Don't think she even lasted through the night, and she had the greatest pair of... The man stopped with his monologue and looked down. Her. He was flabbergasted by the thing he was seeing. A sharp metallic blade was sticking out from his chest. Before he could scream out, a hand covered his mouth and the blade was shoved in further. His vision blurred, his hands and legs felt heavy, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. The other man whistled to himself as he wasn't finished with his deed either. The redhead? He asked, but didn't hear the other man reply, only the howling of wind and trees rustling. Hey, are you there? Stop bullshitting around. The man finished up and pulled his pants up. The two didn't go far away from the village and didn't bring a torch. The bandit moved his hands to the side where he had a dagger, but before he could pull it out, something connected with the back of his head. There was a muffled explosion. The bandit's head exploded like an overripe tomato. Behind him stood a silver-haired elf, in his hand a heavy rapier. This was Roland's old weapon that didn't see much use. The explosion was controlled, silent but quite messy. Logon was smart enough to quickly duck behind one of the trees to not get the man's brain all over his clothes. That takes care of two of them. Should we wait for more to arrive? Logon stepped out from the shadows while looking down at the two bodies. Golgrim and Aradhel were here as well, but the one that had stabbed the first person was Roland. He was wearing goggles. These were enchanted with a simple night vision spell. The two moon elves were beings of the night, so they had something similar as a racial trait. The same was with their half-orc friend. Don't think we can take that gamble. It could be hours before any of them decide to come here. Everyone might be sober by that time. Roland commented while the group gathered. Golgrim used those large arms of his to grab the bodies of the two bandits and toss them further into the forest. Their group had arrived here half a day ago. They hid in the nearby forest, Luckily the bandits were preoccupied with their pillaging to notice them camping out and watching them from afar. The village was a small one, there were only about 10 houses and there wasn't even a wall surrounding it. The people living here were mostly farming families along with some hunters. Only weak monsters came around this place, so this was probably enough for protection. There was also nothing here that would incite robbers or bandits to attack. The farmers had almost no money and mostly ate what they cultivated themselves. They were quite unfortunate that day. The remnants of the caravan that made it past the forced landslide had escaped here. The bandits pursued and ended up in this place. From what Logon and Roland counted, there were between 15 to 20 enemies here. They had quickly dispatched 2 of them, which brought down the number. Roland had deliberated if he should help the villagers or just ignore it. The only reason for helping these people would be his conscience and maybe the loot that could be taken after the victory. They took their time in inspecting the village from afar. The enemies didn't look that powerful and there weren't any tier 3 class holders around. He would have had to give up on the plan if even one person like that was here. After some deliberation, his conscience got the better of him and the decision to intervene was made. Everyone remember the plan? The 3 nodded, but the question was mostly targeted at Golgrim, who looked ready to massacre some bandits. Remember, only charge in after you see the signal. Logon looked to Golgrim, who in turn lowered his head in disappointment. Take care, you two. Aradhel would also be staying here as she wasn't much of a fighter herself. She gave both Logon and Roland a little boost with some basic buffing spells that raised their agility and endurance. Don't worry, Lady Aradhel, we will return victorious. Logon declared while Roland watched from the side, but his gaze was mostly on the village. There were still a couple of bandits wandering around, but most of them were dozing off. Glad that these idiots have zero awareness. Logon nodded at Roland's words while the 2 sneaked away. Remember, we only have 10 minutes before the spell effect wears off. I'll take care of the east side. Logon nodded at Roland's words as their bodies blended into the shadows. Roland had activated the same spell scroll that he used against the thieves he encountered back in Edelgard. With quiet steps and a cloak of shadow, the 2 approached the occupied village. This place was further away from civilization. Things like street lamps didn't exist. The only light was the one inside of the buildings, which allowed these 2 to easily sneak up on their unsuspecting targets. Hey? Why are those 2 idiots not back yet? Did they fall asleep outside? A rough-looking bandit with a bushy unkempt beard asked. Heh, maybe they are having some fun with each other. Another one answered while making an obscene gesture with 2 of his fingers. A large frown appeared on the man's face that asked the question. 2 other men that were with him in the room started laughing out loud while drinking more cheap booze. Be quiet, you idiots, someone needs to check up on those retards. The man with the unkempt beard continued with his train of thought. He was a bit less drunk than the other bandits and knew that there could be danger lurking outside. What if the 2 run into some monsters and are now dead? Yes, and that someone is you. He got a quick reply from one of the drunkards that continued to drink and laugh around. While his bandit companions ignored him, the man with the bushy beard decided to stand up. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get through to these idiots. He would need to check up on the 2 men himself. If something happened to them and the boss found out that they were slacking, they could get punished. He grabbed a crude lantern from the side that ran on oil. This was a cheap alternative to a magical lamp. Oil wasn't a widely used resource as most people invested more in magical technology. This man had no night vision related skills, and even with this item, it would be hard to see anything outside. He grabbed his coat and was about to go outside, but the moment he grabbed the door handle, an explosion occurred. Bam! The door exploded into many wood chunks the moment he tried opening it. He was unprepared, his hand was mangled as it received the brunt of the force. The bandit's body got tossed back into the home the group was occupying. The man hit a nearby table where the rest of his comrades were. He was bleeding from various orifices and his whole face was filled with wooden splinters. The man screamed out in pain while convulsing violently. His health was going down at a dramatic pace as he was bleeding out. What the? The other men screamed out in shock as they heard the explosion. Even more, after they realized that one of their bandit buddies was almost dead. Enemy attack. Monsters. The rough-looking men shot up to their feet. Even though they were still drunk, the adrenaline in their system made them sober up fast. They all quickly went for their weapons while also hearing similar-sounding explosions and shouts outside the house. They were clearly getting attacked by someone or something. Is it a mage? Do they have firebombs? Some of them recalled the man that they fought with during the initial ambush. He had some strange explosive bombs with him and was also using magic. The last time they saw him was after they pushed large boulders down the slope. He was supposed to have been long dead, but maybe he had somehow miraculously crawled out of there. We can't stay here if they have bombs. Quickly go outside. One of the men shouted while remembering the grenades. If one of them was tossed inside this building, they would look even worse than this injured bandit here. The bandit that shouted grabbed a large wooden shield from the side. He then positioned it in front and charged forward. His logic being that if any arrows came flying he would be well protected. He managed to go outside but no arrows came, instead he saw some orange light shining from below. The two men that were behind him heard another loud bang that was followed by a magical discharge. Their companion was engulfed in a ball of fire and quickly succumbed to his fate while screaming. The entrance became even more damaged after the second explosion. Now even the building was starting to catch fire. The two men with weapons and shields in hand looked to the sides. There were side windows in this house, which they now planned to use for their escape. The two weren't quite sure what happened, but there was someone outside flinging magic. Maybe if they climbed through a side window they would be safe. The windows didn't have any glass in them, they just had some wooden panels sealing them up with a latch. They too were quite drunk and panicking. Escaping through this new way seemed like a plausible thing to do. They could also hear explosions occurring outside. Maybe the person that was casting spells was busy. If that someone decided to throw a fireball into this house, they would be done for anyway. Each one took a window for themselves, hopping over it in hopes of finding out what was happening. The moment they did, though, a strange piece of paper was discovered. It was attached to the side of the wall right next to the windows. The moment they crossed the threshold outside, it began to shine in a blue light that quickly turned red. Two new fireballs filled the area that was already cracking with detonation sounds. Everywhere screams of pain and agony could be heard. Soon a monstrous roar resounded through the surroundings, and the surviving bandits saw some kind of large humanoid beasts with sickles for hands charging from the forest. The bandits were injured and in disarray. The charging monster was coming for them, and in this dark night, it was hard to make out this creature's true form. More screams and shouts, more explosions, and even more chaos spread throughout the whole small village. Finally, the doors to the largest home opened out to reveal a 2-meter-tall man with an eye patch. He wasn't fully dressed, and even his pants were put on haphazardly. He was holding a large two-handed axe in one of his hands while looking out into the distance. What he saw was total chaos. The buildings were on fire and the loud moans of his men could be heard everywhere. He could see them crawling around with burn marks. Some of them had their feet and legs removed. It was as if something tore them right off. In the middle of the small village, he could see some kind of humanoid monster. It was slaughtering his men that were uncoordinated and drunk. After he got a better look, he identified the assailant to be either an orc or something close to it. What the hell is this? He was about to head into the fray to help his men. For now they were confused, but if their commander joined the battle they could still turn this around. Everyone back away, leave that monster to Am. While taking, he noticed something and quickly put up his guard. A pointy blade approached his face from the side as an assailant emerged from the shadows. TCH. It was a dark-skinned moon elf with silver hair. He didn't just back away but continued with his attack. Many quick thrusts were deployed against this large bandit, but he was skilled enough to block them with his large axe. The man wasn't the leader for nothing and wouldn't be brought down with just this. Fucking knife is. The axe that he was holding started glowing in a green color after the flurry of sword strikes didn't go anywhere. He swung it in a wide arc while wind elemental energies pushed the elven assassin away. Die, you little shit! The man roared out loud while his weapon glowed once more. The muscles on his body expanded in thickness while he swung it down. He combined two skills to produce a torrent of wind that could bisect anything in its way. The elven assailant was nimble though and managed to dodge the deathly magical blow to the side. The mass of green energy traveled further and crashed into one of the village buildings. The home was mostly made from wood with some rocks piled up as walls. When the magic strike collided with it, the whole structure crumbled along with the wall. The bandit knew that his opponent was close to his level, but he had the advantage of having a magical weapon. He needed to end this fight fast and help his comrades in arms. He gathered even more energies into his weapon. This time the area of effect would be large enough to hit his opponent. He went for it. A massive surge in mana could be felt as he almost went all out for this one attack. But just before swinging down, his danger sense went off. Instead of going through with the attack, he put up the large axe and used it as a shield. He was quick enough to intercept a magical spell with it that looked like an arrow made from stone. Fuck. Pay attention. The bandit boss then felt the presence of the elven fighter. This time around there would be no escape. The elf had used some kind of special move to close the distance instantly, and the blade was upon him. Before he could react, the sword tip was already going through his neck. The man's head explodes almost instantly after the activation of the runic rapier. He fell down to his knees, his large chest then slammed to the rough ground below. The bandit boss was slain, and now only his uncoordinated gang of robbers remained. After some time, the night of slaughter came to an end with a clear victor. The remaining men didn't stand a chance after their commander was done in. Some of them fled while most met their demise by the half-orc's hand. Their bloodied bodies were quickly washed away by the rainfall that ensued at the end. It was as if the sky was trying to wash away the blood that was spilled today. Roland was sitting on a tree stump that was meant for chopping wood. He hid some red beans in a wooden bowl that he was munching on. This was the morning of the next day after the fight with the bandits. It had rained for a couple of hours during the night, but soon afterward the clouds had cleared up. The next day was quite sunny, and thanks to the rain the stench of blood wasn't as bad. While eating, he looked at the pile of corpses in the middle of the village that was more of a small encampment of farmers. Golgrim was just pulling the last dead bandit towards this pile. Roland was a bit surprised about himself and how he was taking this in. He was staring at a large number of deceased, but he was fine with it. He was even enjoying a meal, and not once did he feel like vomiting. He could only attribute this to his new mental fortitude that came with his heightened willpower stat. He could also see the bandit leader's large two-handed axe strapped to Golgrim's back. The half-orc requested it as a reward, and the party obliged. It was a nice weapon made from deep steel that would probably last for a while. Roland didn't just hand over the loot to his 3 temporary partners. He mostly agreed to it as there were more weapons made from deep steel stashed away. The bandits had placed all of their earnings in one of the wagons that had remained. The party of 4 wouldn't be taking all of that though, it didn't belong to them. There were also survivors from the caravan that were the true owners. The rescue party would be getting something in return. They were free to take things that had no owners. Even though there were survivors, not everyone had made it out alive. He glanced at his status screen to see that he had leveled up once from this fight. It might have seemed that they defeated a lot of high-level foes, but that wasn't the case. Roland's level was above 70 with all his classes combined. That meant that anyone that was below this level wouldn't give him that much experience. He would start leveling up well only after defeating people or monsters above his base level. Most of these bandits were between 40 and 60, while the bandit leader was around 80. It was enough to get him one level, but he still had 4 levels to go. Only then could he begin his life as a tier 2. While finishing up with his food, Roland thought back to the previous night and how it went. They had made a fast plan of action before heading into the occupied village. He used the Shadow Veil spell scroll that he had. It gave him invisibility in shadows and in dark places, thus making him and Logon practically invisible. It pained him, but he had to use up most of his mine rune scrolls and his detonation ones. Both he and his elven helper planted those mine runes in front of the village house entrances. Others were stuck to doors directly so that when a bandit opened them up, they would detonate. Windows and back entrances were also booby-trapped. Everything worked out better than expected. The bandits panicked and went right for the openings. If they barricaded themselves inside, he just threw in a bomb or two to flush them out. The ones that managed to get outside were dispatched by his half-orc companion. The drunk ruffians were no match for him. He remained hidden while using some ranged magic spells to help out Golgrim. Aradhel remained on the sidelines buffing him and the half-orc when she could. They had managed to clear out the village of bandits quite fast. After the boss was slain, they all crumbled. Defeating the bandits didn't mean that the work was over. There were many injured people hidden away in the houses. Some of them were villagers while others were from the caravan. Most of the survivors were women and children, as the bandits probably didn't see them as threats. In all likelihood, they wanted to use them as playthings or maybe sell them off as slaves later on. Luckily Aradhel was here and she was able to heal most of the physical wounds. At her level, she couldn't restore severed limbs. Besides those with enough time, any internal or external injury that wasn't too deep was healed. She wouldn't be able to do anything about the psychological wounds though. That being said, not all the men perished. Most of the farmers from this village survived and just got beat up. They were lucky that Roland and his party arrived on the exact day that the village was taken over. It was quite a speedy rescue still. There were casualties. Roland didn't see the family of 3 anywhere here that he met during the caravan ride. This sure isn't the old world that I lived in, huh? There was no police or army coming. No one would scour the mountains to look for survival. This would only happen if an outsider came to the Adventurers Guild with a job offer. At most, there would be some kind of formal letter to go take out the bandits if news arrived that they were roaming the lands. By then everyone would be dead and the bandits would have probably moved on if they were smart. Many people were sobbing while putting a cloth over their deceased loved ones' faces. He could only look from afar while thinking about his own future. Even more than before, he was contemplating on getting stronger. If he wanted to evade something like this happening to him in the future, he needed power. "We'll be moving soon. What are you going to do?" Roland placed the finished bowl of beans to the side and looked up. Logon had arrived and asked him that question. The moon elf had a full set of leather armor on that he had looted from a bandit's core. He had chosen the best parts from a wide variety of leather gear so it didn't look uniform in color. "Far away from here. The survivors from the caravan are going to continue towards the port city. I'm going to go with them. After that, who knows?" There weren't many soldiers or adventurers left that survived, so those people actually needed him to protect the smaller convoy. Roland, on the other hand, didn't really want to go on foot, so this was fine with him. From here it would only take them about 2 days to arrive at the larger city. They could also inform the guard stationed there about the bandit problem. Maybe they would actually send someone to check out the mountains for any survivors. "Is that so? I would like to thank you on behalf of..." Before Logon could go through with his monologue, Roland raised his hand to stop him. He didn't really care to what faction this elf belonged. It would be even better if he had less information, as he had a sinking suspicion that these two were involved in some kind of noble squabbles. This was something he wasn't willing to get involved in. What if they decided to show up on his doorstep asking for more help later? That's why he also didn't say where he was truly headed. From the port town, he could travel anywhere, so it wasn't really detailed information that could give up his final destination. Logon is right. If Mr. Carmine ever ventures into the lands of Bolia, you are welcome to search for us. I'm sure my father will give you a hefty reward, or if you are searching for work, we could also accommodate you. You just need to head over to the Irifel household. Aradhel wobbled over from the side. She had been treating injured people the entire night and was probably depleted of mana. Roland knew well the feeling of overworking yourself. He also thought about her proposal. Was ditching this kingdom for another one such a bad idea? But would he have enough freedom there? He could very well be looked down upon as a human being in the land of elves. He also didn't want to get involved with that so-called Council of Elders. It sounded like it worked in similar ways as the nobles in this country. They only had a slightly more democratic way of doing things, but he reckoned that in the shadows there were some shady deals being made. It's fine, I'm already set on my destination, and these mana stones and what those bandits had is enough for me. He replied while standing up. You should be careful from now on. You'll probably have to take the scenic route to get back to your country. By that, he meant that they would need to evade the soldiers at the borders. They were still branded as slaves and would be apprehended if seen. If they got caught, there was still a possibility of someone from their side being called over. Depending on who that person was, they could be saved. Keeping nobles from other countries as slaves could be a prelude to war. Normally the people in charge would return them to their homes, but could also try to silence them in fear of retaliation. You should probably also look into the people who knew about your departure. Aradhel moved her head to the side while Logon frowned. He had already mentioned this before, and the two knew that the whole thing was fishy. Don't worry, this time I won't let anything happen to Lady Aradhel. The Moon Elf spoke up as he saw his lady contemplating things. That's very reassuring. I bet my father will hire you as an official warrior of our household when we return. This was similar to getting a knighthood. He would be given status and even some land if he got accepted. Golgrim hungry. The last party member finally showed up. He would also be going with the two elves. I see that you got your work cut out for you with this guy. The half-orc looked like a liability when trying not to stand out. Yet he was quite a welcome addition in any fight. It would be hard to not stand out with him around, but if they kept to the forest they should be fine. The borders weren't highly defended and there was no such thing as a wall barricading both sides from one another. Both kingdoms only had large fortresses at strategic locations. 3 people shouldn't have much trouble in slipping by. Don't make fun of him, Mr. Carmine. Golgrim is a good child. Now come, I think there still was some leftover meat. The two left while Logon approached him. He stuck his hand out and the two shook hands together before parting without any more words. He looked at the trio that he traveled with for a few days. I really do keep encountering weirdos whenever I travel. First was the initial trio of girls he met in his first city. Then he met the half-gnome along with the gnome manager and his moon elven bodyguard. There were even those 3 guys he shortly interacted with during the ant monster disaster. They all were kind of peculiar from his standpoint. But maybe I am the weird one here. He gave out a sigh while leaving the tree stump he was sitting on. He walked towards one of the remaining caravans that were close to getting packed. Ah, Carmine was it. We will be able to depart soon, just waiting for everyone to finish with their meal. Roland looked to the back and could see 4 people eating. 1 man and 3 women were the survivors from the adventurer side. They had also explained to him what had happened after the boulder incident. After the initial hit, a landslide occurred and the caravan was split in 2. The worst end was met by the slavers that tumbled down into their doom along with him. The carriages that were in the front quickly escaped down the mountain. These were the people that were here. They thought that they had escaped the bandits, but after half a day of being in this village, they were attacked again. From over 20 carriages and large wagons, only 4 remained here. They were lucky that the horses and other beasts were still here to pull the remaining carts. The villagers would be moving along with them. Some of the bandits had escaped, and if more were out in the mountains was unknown. If they gathered up their bodies, this village could be burned down to the ground even further. Roland's mines and explosive runes had taken out chunks from the buildings, and these people were now considering moving elsewhere. From their conversations, he found out that bandit attacks weren't all that rare here or in other villages. Most of the time the bandits didn't go overboard and just took away some food and other resources like clothes or iron tools. The bunch here was more violent than usual. This would have never happened if the nobles didn't have a stick up their arse. Roland nodded. It was the responsibility of the governing noble to send soldiers to keep their villages safe. This one was away from the main city and quite small. It was probably seen as disposable as it didn't bring in much grain or taxes. Maybe you should file a complaint with the Lord. The coachman looked at Roland with a strange expression on his face before bursting out in laughter. Yeah, and what? Get myself hung up on the wall for insulting a noble. Roland shrugged, as that should be the proper way of conducting things. Problem was that most of the nobles didn't care about their subjects, but only about their prestige. It was enough for them to appear strong and in control. They didn't worry about the commoners complaining. They were only interested in how they looked to the other nobles. They would begrudgingly act if bad rumors started spreading about their territory so they wouldn't look bad. There was one way to make most of the nobles act, and that was money. They would protect their money-making businesses with quite the dedication, but that left places like this ignored. I guess you are right, I'll wait in the carriage. The man waved his hand at Roland as he was walking away. He sat in the back so that he could look outside. The villagers were packing up and had some carts of their own. The caravan increased in size yet again. This time around he might have to take a more active role in defending it. Before they departed, the elven duo and the half-orc showed up next to his wagon. They were there to say their last goodbyes. The female one even had tears in her eyes. We will surely meet in the future. You have been such a wonderful friend. Aradhel sobbed while Roland wasn't sure what to say. He just nodded while nervously scratching the back of his neck. He was scratching it even more after Golgrim decided to give him a hug and almost broke it. The other two had to pull the half-orc away after they saw Roland's spirit leaving his body. Soon the caravan resumed its journey forward. His new temporary party was disbanded and they went on their merry way. He didn't think he would be seeing them anytime soon. He hoped that they made it past the border. They were peculiar but good people. I sure hope that not. Almost jinxed myself there. He leaned back against a new crate while looking behind him. The survivors were walking together, some were young and some were old. Surprisingly, they didn't look that saddened by the fact that they needed to leave their old home. Maybe they were just glad that they were still alive. None of the children got killed. Also, the casualties were mostly on the adventurer and caravan side. Roland pulled out his detection orb and gave it a try. A mass of dots appeared on the display, making things difficult to spot once more. He needed to see if he could buy some kind of skill or better runic spell in the future. This device would still probably work inside a dungeon with fewer people and more monsters in it. For now, he leaned back and closed his eyes. He didn't get much sleep last night, so he would let the surviving adventurers do most of the heavy lifting. They had a scout with them, so they didn't need him to stay vigilant. He made sure to cover himself up in a way that an arrow wouldn't pierce his head while he slumbered. After closing his eyes, he hoped that when he opened them up again he would be at his new destination. Roland looked at the road beneath this caravan. It had changed from being one made from dirt to something better. It was a paved road instead, which showed that he was really close to a larger city. This also indicated that they had probably gotten away from the lawless lands and monsters. It had been over a day since the bandit encounter. Everyone here was still on edge, and Roland could tell that people had a hard time sleeping. Surprisingly, during the previous night, they weren't attacked by anything. Neither monster nor bandit had crossed their way. It looked like it was finally over. I should probably look over my things before we arrive. Roland started removing the various pouches along with his belt. He had gained more of them thanks to the encounter with the bandits. He was now in possession of some new weapons. They weren't well made, nor were they enchanted, but the materials from which they were produced made him smile. Deep iron mace, low, durability 64%. Deep steel curved dagger, intermediate, durability 49%. Both of these weapons were made from deep iron. To produce deep steel you used a similar procedure as for getting regular steel. To make regular everyday steel, iron ore was first mined from the ground. It was then smelted in a blast furnace to have the impurities removed. After this, a small amount of carbon would be added, usually, it was below 1%. The smelting process with deep iron was practically the same. The biggest problem was that this mineral had a lot of mana in it. It was a lot harder to melt than plain iron ore and required special magical blast furnaces. They had added enchantments or runes to increase the heat and also make them more resistant to it. The carbon added was also a special kind that had also absorbed mana before. The finished product would produce an item that was a lot harder and resistant. Even a crude weapon made from deep steel would break a finely made steel one. It was just a tier above, and it was also the metal of choice for tier 2 adventurers. It was the metal that runesmiths worked the most with as well. It was far more common than something like mithril or orichalcum. Roland looked over these two items. The mace was just a club made from metal. The type of mace he was holding was a flanged mace. The flange on this one was slightly spiky and added a lot of weight. He could probably bash a lot of goblin heads in with this thing, and it would be really proficient against opponents with heavier armor. If someone was going against a knight in full plate mail armor, he wouldn't get far while using a one-handed sword. Metallic armors were really good at protecting its user against slashing and piercing attacks. On the other hand, they weren't so good against blunt force, even less if the person in the armor got hit on the head. The force traveled through the armor and could even cause internal damage. Roland looked over this mace. It was chipped here and there, but it could be repaired. A weapon that was for bashing in skulls didn't need that much tending to. If it was a sword that lost its sharp blade, it would be another thing. The dagger on the other hand looked a lot worse. The blade was dull, chipped, and even part of the tip was missing. He would need to grind a lot of it down to make the edge uniform again. It was still repairable, but the blade on it would have to be shortened. I can still add a rune on it. With it being deep steel, it will last quite a bit more than those ones of mine. The mace was better as a weapon for now, but it was still only made from deep iron and not deep steel. The dagger on the other hand was a finished product that went well with his runes. He just needed to get his rune condensation skill increased to fit a common one on it. The axe that Golgrim had taken might have looked like the best weapon out of the bunch. For him that wasn't the case. He had already lifted the rune that was on the axe for himself. He had the schematic and could put that enchantment on any of these two weapons. The two-handed axe was also a bit too big for his frame. He would rather use a shield weapon combo. A shield also had a lot of unused surface space that he could place mana stones in. Putting several defensive spells on it that would barely use any mana wouldn't be that hard. Speaking of mana stones, Roland was in possession of quite a few. Besides the ones he had amassed during the trek towards the small village, there were also a bunch in the bandits' possession. He now had a large bag filled to the brim with common and lesser-grade mana stones. If he got himself a working smithy, he would be able to deck himself out with them from head to toe. The only problem was leaving the gem-like items outside the armor. These stones weren't that resistant, the lesser ones could be broken down with a hard smack of a rock. The common ones were harder, but a good direct smack with a metal weapon would put cracks in it. He would need to think about a good design for anything like that. From his perspective, it would be better to place the sockets on the inside of the armor pieces. On places that wouldn't get in the way, that is. He needed some strategic places on the outside as well, some that wouldn't normally be aimed at. While he was contemplating new crafting designs, they finally arrived at the port city. He could see some of the villagers hugging each other and crying as if a weight had fallen from their shoulders. They had been walking for 2 days almost without sleeping, afraid of being attacked. Roland wasn't sure what the authorities would do in this situation. This was the first time he was involved in a bandit attack. He didn't think that they would be questioning him much, the merchants that survived would be enough. There was a bit of trouble with getting in through the gate at first, but after giving an explanation they got in. The adventurers headed straight for their guild, probably to make a report and maybe to ask if some of their other companions survived. After the man-made avalanche, the middle part of the caravan was taken out. The ones at the front were the ones here. The people that were in the back had to contend with a barricade of rocks though, while the ones in front could mostly get through as Roland had made a large hole in that barricade with a fire blast spell. Even if someone survived, they might still be somewhere down in the gorge, or they might have backtracked into one of the villages on the other side. There would probably be a rescue party being formed, that is if the city officials here agreed on giving the adventurers money for it. If not, none of them would be going there for free. He himself needed to get a few things taken care of as well. With the increase of his bags of holding, there was a lot of clutter in there. He had taken a share of the bandits' armor and steel weapons. They were mostly in bad shape and served no purpose. He decided to sell most of these useless items while keeping the ones that were in the best shape for himself. Roland didn't really want to hang around this caravan anymore. He wasn't with the adventurers, so he wouldn't be making a report. It pained him that he wouldn't be able to get a reward for his troubles. He had gotten enough items to net him some golden coins though. It would be a good boost to his workshop budget. He would probably need to order some stuff from the blacksmiths that lived there at first. This was fine, as he wanted to do some dungeon dives before continuing with his craft. He wanted to gain some more battle experience and then figure out how his class could be utilized for it. Some designs and spell combinations were already floating in his head. If they would work out in the field would have to be tasted. Roland arrived at an armor's shop. He didn't beat around the bush for much and quickly went over to the shop owner. He was a rough-looking dwarf with the usual long red beard. "I'd like to sell some items." "Aye, what do ye have, laddie?" After the quick exchange, Roland started to pull out some of the crude bandit armors. Most of them were leather ones, but they had some metallic parts like chain shirts, graves, and pauldrons. He didn't think he would be getting much for them, but he wasn't worried about that, as any small amount of gold would help. "Let me see. Kim give ye about this much." The dwarf went through everything and examined it throughout. He could see the man taking some notes. He was quite professional about it. "That's a bit. Can't you go higher? How about?" He bartered with the dwarf for a few minutes. After some back and forth, the two shook on it and Roland was several golden coins richer. The next destination was the weapon shop, where he would get rid of most of the steel and iron blades. He could keep them for himself, but repairing all of them would take too much time. Adding runes on these rusty things was also a waste of time. He could earn more by just buying better blades and inscribing those and wouldn't waste time on repairs. The next shop also had another dwarf in it. These guys really like crafting weapons and armor. He was probably the odd one out of the bunch as a human runesmith. After another bout of bartering, he had gained more funds. His next destination would be the port. He needed to find out when the next ship would be leaving. After asking for some directions, he headed out. They had arrived in the morning and he still had some time till sundown. He arrived there after another half an hour of walking. When he arrived, he could see 2 long piers with 2 large sail ships anchored to them. It looked like he was indeed lucky, as the men of the sea were unloading their goods. He could even see a wooden crane helping them out by moving the larger boxes over. The muscular sailors were carrying some bags over their shoulders. It was probably grain or something like rice. He could also see some minerals here and there. If this ship arrived from Dragnis Island, then it was possible. That volcanic island had a lot of magic-infused substances on it. This was also one of the reasons he was going there. He would save on buying things like deep iron there. That island had the largest deposit of it. Some people even came across better metals like mithril there. He was very much interested in getting his hands on that, as it would allow him to make wands that don't need repairing after casting a few spells. The second ship, on the other hand, was doing the exact opposite thing. They were loading up on items. Most things were packed into wooden crates, some of them were badly made so you can see what was inside of them. He noticed that most of the things getting packed was food, which made a lot of sense. The island he was going toward had some tropical forests and warm weather, but it was still mostly a volcanic island filled with monsters. It was a lot easier to produce food on the mainland than there. The farmers here that lived by the larger cities were well protected by adventurers and the army. While on Dragnis Island, where sometimes earthquakes and small volcanic discharges occurred, it was a lot less safe. Thus it was probably best if they focused on what they were good at, which was gathering mineral ores and other resources they pulled out of the super dungeon. There weren't many dungeons like that in any country. Thanks to the high mana density in such dungeons, it was easy to find precious minerals. At first, he wanted to go towards the first ship that was unloading their cargo. Now, after seeing the one that was packing up, he decided against it. He had already sold everything that he could, so there was no reason to stay here. The faster he got off the mainland and got to the island, the better. He walked over to one of the sailors that was holding 2 large sacks of grain over each shoulder and asked him a question. "Excuse me, are you taking in travelers? I'd like to go to Dragnis Island and then to the city of Albrook. Was looking for a ship to take me there." The man came to a stop. He was quite large and muscular and was wearing a plain brown shirt. Though it looked like it wasn't its original color and just got dirtied, it probably hasn't been washed for quite some time as well. "Traveler? Talk to the captain or the first mate, that's not my job." The large man shrugged and moved forward while pointing with his chin to the side. Roland looked to where the sailor was looking and tried to spot the person in question. He didn't have to search long as he saw someone unusual. It was a large dark-skinned woman with dreadlocks, on which she had a lot of strange accessories and even gems. On her head, she had a red bandana with some kind of strange pattern. Her clothes were more akin to swashbucklers from the movies. She had it all: boots, the coat, and even a baldric over her shoulder with a saber strapped to it. She was only missing a sash with a pistol to her side. Those haven't been invented in this world though, probably as magic was far more deadly. Besides those, the most noticeable part about her was the cross-shaped scar on her chest, and what a chest it was. Roland had to do a double check with his eyes as the size was quite dramatic. He couldn't recall anyone with assets of this size, at least not anyone that was in shape as this woman. He decided to stop gawking and go over. She looked quite characteristic and was probably some kind of officer. Even now she was shouting at some of the sailors that weren't doing their job properly. "Move your ass, we don't arve all day, we needs tea, leave before sundown." He approached and noticed that she had a funny way of speaking. He wouldn't be one to point that out as he was still looking for a ride. "Excuse me, are you in charge here? I'm looking for a ship to take me to Dragnis Island." The woman glanced at him while raising her eyebrow before speaking out. "You wants tea, hitch a ride on me ship? How about you show me your face first?" Roland was as always covering his head up with a black robe that he was wearing over his brigandine armor. He wasn't sure what it was about, but he had no reason to decline. not like his face should be known. He also didn't think that the cult was already onto him, they should have other things to contend with. There. He moved his hood down to reveal his face. He looked a bit unkempt after the time spent traveling and getting himself almost killed. Oh? Now bad, why are ye hidden that face if 'tis that lovely? Heh? Pardon? He didn't expect to get a compliment about his face in this place. The woman was grinning quite widely as well. It looked like she was making fun of him for some reason, but he was kind of confused as to why. Before he could come up with a rebuttal, the dark-skinned beauty continued. 1 wee gold coin, for a one-way trip, grub will cost extra. Ye'll avati sleep with teach other lads below deck. Or ye can come to me cabin instead. She ended the sentence with a wink. Luckily another person showed up. Isabella, stop fooling around. It was a rough-looking man with a large feathered hat and in similar swashbuckling gear. It looked like he was this woman's superior and had that captain vibe. He looked to be about 50, but he could have been older. His face made him look like an experienced sailor. Why do I keep running into strange women, and why is she talking like a pirate? Roland gave out a sigh while thinking about hitting the stores again to get some food. It looked that he would be at least getting a ship ride, and it would be sooner than expected. Before that, he also needed to ask around. He wouldn't just go on a ship and be stuck out at sea without getting confirmation about the owners. If everything went well, then within the next week he should be at his new home. The future was uncertain, but it also brought many new possibilities. He only needed to reach out and grasp them. Raise teach anchor, lads. Raise teach anchor. Following the shout of Isabella, the sailors started raising the ship's anchor. The sounds of large thick chains bumping against the side of the ship were heard as it was ready to set sail. This ship was your regular large sail ship with a lot of space for cargo. Thanks to the spatial magic technology in this world, a ship like this could carry a staggering number of items. This reduced the weight and saved up space for the crew members and travelers. Due to this, there were quite a number of people riding along, Roland being one of them. He was now standing on the main deck with a group of travelers just like him. He was the only one going solo, the rest either had some friends, business partners, or other kinds of companions. This was a merchant ship, which also meant that it had a lot of protection. He could see various adventurers battle-ready and in gear. If not for the destruction of his cart, he could have also saved some money on traveling as last time. He at least hoped that he could spend this trip without anything going horribly wrong. Roland didn't really have anything to do now. There was no one that he knew, and talking to strangers was something that he wouldn't do. He wished that he could repair some of his items. He also wanted to scribe some new scrolls, as he had gone through the bulk of them during the bandit attack. There was just no privacy here, though. He had glanced down into the lower deck where everyone was supposed to sleep. It didn't look too good. A person was supposed to either sleep on the wooden floor or in a hammock. It also smelled like seawater and sweat down there. The lack of ventilation also made breathing hard. This is it, her. He looked out into the distance. The people that had come to wave at them as they departed were already out of view. He looked at the port town getting smaller and smaller with each passing moment. There were some other ships near them for the time being, but with time the distances became larger. He thought back to his adventures on the main continent. There weren't many treasured moments that he could think back to. His stay at the Arden estate was already buried deep and something that he liked to forget about. There weren't that many people that he remembered fondly there beside his maid. He also had some fleeting encounters with a couple of adventurers, but years had already passed since those times. He didn't think that they would remember him that much for the couple of months he spent with them. Life moved forward, and so he would also have to. He wanted to leave the past behind and move on. After gaining a good amount of personal strength, he would be able to relax. He knew that it wouldn't be easy, but if he took precautions and bettered himself slowly, he would reach his goal. He knew of the existence of hybrid classes. Ones that combined crafting professions with more battle-focused classes. He just needed to see if he could nab one after his next class change. If there wasn't anything available, he was also considering taking something like a runic weaponsmith. With the added proficiencies in crafting weapons, he might be able to somehow make it work. A weaponsmith class lacked any active or passive skills that increased his battle strength directly though. The runic variant would probably be the same, but he should be able to circumvent that with his high mana pool that allowed him to use magic runes more proficiently. He would just need to procure the runic version of skills of other battle classes. Just like he did with the Mana Slash and Mana Thrust runes. Wait, maybe the runic armorsmith would be a better choice. I will be able to fit more runes on a suit of armor than a sword. He rubbed his chin while contemplating. There were a couple of possibilities with his class options. He could also take one that focused on runes only. Then he could just order armor and weapons from a regular blacksmith instead. That would lower the customization options and also probably give away his runecrafting profession sooner or later. Well, looky here. What are you doing here all alone? Wants Big Sis T keep you company? Roland looked behind him after hearing a woman's voice. After turning around, he noticed that it was the woman that he previously met. This was this ship's first mate. She went by Isabella and for some reason, she was interested in him. No thanks, I'm fine. He wasn't used to something like this, so he wasn't really sure how to react. The woman gave him a somewhat seductive look. To Roland, it felt as if she was some kind of predator looking at a juicy piece of meat. Roland might have looked young to her, but he was mentally older than the woman that looked to be in her late 20s. It was true that with a high enough vitality stat her real age might have been higher. He realized what she was after, but he didn't feel comfortable with going through with something like that. This was a ship filled with people and he barely knew this woman. Maybe letting off some steam after the bandit attack would feel enjoyable, but he just wasn't the type to jump into any stranger's bed. Don't be like that, sugar. Tea's goin' to be a long trip and there ain't much to do around here. Just relax and ave some rum. The lady came prepared. She had a big bottle of rum in one hand and was actually already drinking. The moment she came closer, the stretch of alcohol washed over Roland and made him cringe. No, it's fine, I really don't need a drink. He just shook his head while moving to the side. Isabella was just about to lean on him but instead tumbled forward and had to grasp herself on the ship railing. Look lads, Isabella got dumped again. They were all on a boat, so this exchange was noticed by the sailors. They started pointing fingers at their first mate and laughing out loud. She be losin', her touch must be gettin' old. Roland started to move away while noticing a large vein appearing on Isabella's forehead. She even pulled out her saber from the side and started pointing it at her crew member. You wants me to cut your peg leg, Emmett? She pointed the sharp tool at the sailor's nether region and he instantly backed away. This didn't stop the other men from laughing as they chuckled away whilst their first mate cursed at them. The whole scene only stopped after the captain came. After some shouting, everyone was back working and he was now free to think in peace. The day flew by and it was night. This he spent in the company of some hairy men on a hammock right above them. The smell was quite something, but thanks to his sleeping resistance he would be fine with only a couple of hours of it. It looked like the trip would be uneventful and that he would arrive at his new home soon. But on the second day, the sailor that was atop of the main mast started shouting. Roland looked out into the distance but couldn't see anything. The person above had a specialized seafaring scout-like class and he could tell that something was approaching. A monster off the starboard bow, incoming, fast. Starboard bow. That should be front right, 1 or 2 o'clock. Roland was curious about what was coming, so he tried looking. It was the middle of the next day, but the sea was dark and murky. He couldn't see anything. He could try to activate his detection device, but with its limited range, he decided otherwise. For now, he decided to move back and let the specialized crew do their thing while he examined it from a distance. Back in his mind, he was quite worried if something brought this ship down here, survival would be difficult. He had no underwater breathing spells on him and they had already been sailing for more than one day. Returning back without a boat would probably be impossible, and not like this world had something like a coast guard to rescue people from shipwrecks. He could see the ship turning from its original course. It looked like they were running away, but that wasn't it. Some of the sailors rushed below deck to man the cannons, while others occupied the ones on the main deck. He could see what was the point of the maneuver, as the ship just faced the approaching enemy with its side to get a better shot on it. Wait for it. Isabella was at the forefront of it. She was grasping one of the ropes attached to the sail while leaning out from the ship. After a moment even he could see some kind of dark shadow coming for them. He was surprised that the lookout was able to spot something like this in the distance. Soon the monster emerged from below. Its color was sea green, a little bit back from its head were 4 long tentacles. 2 sprouting from across each other on the top, and 2 more of the same on the underbelly, which couldn't be seen yet. The monster's head was somehow triangular-shaped, with a spherical, somewhat beak-like nose. Above the nose were 3 eyes, each one set atop the other and red in color. There were also tendrils and a few shorter tentacles dangling from the bottom of its head. The monster emerged from the deep sea and gave out a large roar. It had quite a large mouth with long sharp sword-like teeth. Its size was roughly half of this ship. It was possible that if it took a bite of it they would go under. Even a full slam from this giant thing could cause irreparable damage to this vessel. The creature's body shape was similar to a shark's, but it was a bit more elongated and had all of those tentacles. At first, Roland thought that they were up against the fabled kraken, but instead, this was some kind of freaky-looking fish. Fire! The moment the monster roared, Isabella swung her saber down. This prompted the sailors to discharge the cannons they were manning. He could see them making a nice arc towards the beast. Some of them hit the mark while others missed by a wide margin. Aiming the cannons was quite difficult while steering a ship like this. Roland expected the creature to put up a better fight, but it couldn't even get in range of the ship. The cannons made quick work of it, and soon enough the monster was floating belly up while its blood tainted the water. The sailors cheered out loud while the people on the ship clapped. It looked like there would not be any shipwrecking happening anytime soon. Helmsman, take us out. Oh, here, activate teach, wind magic if ye are VT. Roland was a bit surprised at the crew's next action. He was expecting them to actually go up to the monster's crops and fish out its mana stone. A creature this big would probably have a huge one. Instead, they released all the sails and even activated some wind runes to get out of there as quickly as it was possible. He got the answer to why after a few moments. The creature's motionless body got attacked from the side by a massive set of chompers. Another sea monster decided to make a meal out of this fresh body. It was smaller than this one, but it wasn't alone, as many other sea creatures started fighting over the food. The sailors knew this and quickly escaped, as the creature's blood would attract other predators to the scene quite fast. After the whole thing was over, Roland moved over to one of these cannons. He activated his debugging skill while examining it. He could see that it was clearly a runic weapon. From the runic structure he could tell that it was composed of common runes. It looked like it was similar to some of the detonation runes he worked on before. The magic item probably simulated gunpowder to propel the metallic cannonballs outside. He could also see that there were mana stones involved in this construction. Probably thanks to that, even these sailors with low mana could fire these off. He didn't think there was a problem with him sketching a diagram of this cannon. He was stuck on this ship with nothing else to do. He just sat down close to it and started scribbling. He didn't think that anyone here would have extensive knowledge of what he was doing. Even then he could just say that he got inspired by the cannon design. The trip continued with more monsters and more cannon fire. Sometimes he could see the sailors throwing some kind of pouches filled with something into the water. After listening in, he discovered that it was some kind of monster repellent. It was apparently enough to scare off the smaller monsters but not the larger ones. It was utilized whenever too many of the smaller ones decided to swim around them. Surprisingly, the voyage continued into the last day without a hitch. He expected to be caught up in some kind of pirate attack or a large squid monster appearing out of nowhere. Now they were close to Dragnis Island, and apparently, the larger monsters didn't intrude too close to it. There was a large party the day before their arrival. Everyone got drunk, including the adventurers and the traveling guests. He had enough sense to take it slow. The other people, on the other hand, were loud and obnoxious. Isabella landed herself another boy toy who he saw leaving her cabin in the morning. He had a strange look on his face. He could only speculate on what happened that night. Soon from high above a voice of a man hollered, "Land ahoy!" Roland walked over while narrowing his eyes and glanced into the distance. He could faintly see some land after a couple of minutes of the man shouting. Soon a city port could be seen by everyone and the people got ready to disembark. "Everyone get ready, we shall be going ashore soon." Isabella came out of her cabin with disheveled hair and smelling like cheap spirit. She was showing a bit more skin than usual, probably due to the previous night's encounter. "I guess this is it. I should restock at the port and find transport towards the town of Albrook." This was his final destination. He hoped that he had made the right decision and that the town wouldn't turn out to be a dud. The quality of the dungeon was also unknown. It could be too new for adventuring or training. Well, anything is better than staying back in that city. He recalled Edelgard and how it was probably going through turmoil at this very moment. With that noble son's assassinations going through, some people might decide to leave. There was no concrete proof that the noble did it, but rumors were enough to cause potential business partners to turn away. Roland shrugged, as that wasn't his problem anymore. Nobles and their problems weren't on his agenda. What he now had to do was to gain more levels and craft better weapons for himself. "First thing I'm going to craft is a hot tub. I haven't taken a bath in weeks." He chuckled while looking into the distance, the large landmass constantly getting bigger as he waited with anticipation to disembark. There it was, the promised land. It had taken him over 2 weeks to get here, but he was finally on Dragnis Island. This was just a small port town through which he needed to travel through, but he was almost there. He could already see his brand spanking new workshop that he would create with his own 2 hands. It would be bigger than the shabby one that he was given in Edelgard. He would fill it up with precious metals and create magical items left and right. The future was truly bright. It was time to grab it with his own 2 hands and make it a reality. He had already disembarked from the ship and left the people in it behind. Isabella, the first mate, gave him some passionate looks as he left, but he tried to ignore it. He was now slowly leaving the pier and trekking towards the town. He needed to get some information. By his old knowledge from the main content, the town of Albrook wasn't that far from here. He had chosen this path on purpose and taken the ship to the closest port on the island. There were many others as the export was booming here. The mana stones and minerals from the super dungeon and its smaller counterparts were a hot commodity everywhere. Though after a couple of steps forward he decided on something else. He was feeling drowsy, his legs were also shaking quite a bit. The long trip and the constant danger had piled up. Even with the sleep-resistant skill, he felt tired. He needed to at least spend 1 night here and get some normal food before heading out again. While going towards the closest inn, he took some time to look around. The first thing he noticed was the weather. It was quite warm, over 20 degrees, which was making it slightly uncomfortable to walk in the pitch-black robe and his armor. It was really sunny, so the added sunlight just caused his clothes to heat up again. Black colors absorb a lot of heat. Maybe I need to get a new robe in a different color. He grumbled while moving, The port town looked like any old medieval encampment that he had seen before. There were various races here, but he also saw some new types. They were lizard-like, but he knew that if he mentioned that he would receive a knuckle sandwich. This race was called the Dracs, and they were rumored to be related to dragons. One of the other nicknames that this race had was Dragonkin. Some people confused them with lizardmen that were just monsters that lacked intelligence and were much bigger. Dracs were slightly taller than humans and didn't lack eloquence. There were quite a few races living in this world. The kingdom he was living in allowed them to mingle with one another, but humans were still on top. They didn't treat the other races as anything more than commoners. At most, they would be allowed to be knights for powerful lords. Their title wouldn't be hereditary, as they would only be allowed to be a knight after proving their worth in combat. Even with this blatant racism involved, some of them took the nobles up on the offer. The money they were offering was good and the job was stable. It was far less volatile to be a knight of a noble than to hunt for monsters in a dungeon. With it came the downsides of not having any freedom and having to answer to the noble's biddings. Roland moved on while trying not to stare. He was mostly used to this fantasy-like world, but sometimes new things popped up that were a head-turner. After some time he finally found himself an inn to stay in. He decided to give himself a treat by going to one of the more expensive ones. This brought better food and sleeping conditions. Soon he was taking a bath in a small secluded room. His feet were poking out of the iron tub he was in. He looked over his body that was still growing. He had also gotten used to it after all this time had passed. Everyone from the Arden estate is tall. He thought back to his 3 brothers. Each one of them was above average in height when it came to their age bracket. He attributed that to his father's genes, as he was quite the large specimen himself. He tossed those old memories to the back of his head again, as he wanted to leave it all behind. I should think over the plan again. First came his new base of operations. He had a lot of money that should be enough to get him a place to stay. He didn't want to live in an inn or rent a house, no. He wanted something for himself. With the new dungeon there, the new town would be a perfect spot for him to lay down some roots. He knew how things worked. With that dungeon around, people would come. With more people, the economy would start booming, and with it earning money would be easy. This was the best time to establish himself there, but still, he didn't want to give out his real identity. It would look strange to work as a blacksmith and then also be an adventurer. His special class would probably come to light sooner or later if he did that. He also had a plan for this. I guess I should get used to wearing one of these. He was looking at a metal helmet. He had gotten this one from the bandits. It wasn't anything special, but it would do the trick. It was a simple knight helmet. It had small slits for eyes and ones for ventilation. The shape was a flat-topped cylinder of steel that completely covered the head, but it didn't offer much protection for the neck. I can polish it a bit and put some enchantments on it to boost my stats. He looked over it from top to bottom. There was some room for mana stones on the inside. He could place them directly above his head so that the stones don't get knocked down from the runic structure. Roland also was contemplating on attaching some on the outside. He knew that there were things like alchemic glue that was also good at letting mana through. With it, he wouldn't need to wedge the stones in mechanically. He could also use both techniques at once for added structural integrity. Maybe a rune to see in the dark. How about infrared instead? He thought of an old movie that he watched back in his old world. He imagined himself switching through various methods of detection on the fly. Having the ability to see heat signatures, maybe add some ultraviolet vision and X-rays. Though the latter might be too unhealthy in the long run. After washing the helmet slightly, he placed it over his head. The narrow slits were hard to see through. They would make fighting more difficult for him, but there were enchantments to widen his field of view. They weren't even that uncommon. There were even special helmets without openings for eyes. Uncomfortable. He removed the piece of steel from his head while sighing. He preferred wearing lighter armor to move around faster, but agility wasn't really his forte. Roland felt like he wasn't that bad at evading, but he wasn't good at it either. Adding more armor and some other repelling functions might be the way to go. He could also try inserting some mana stones that increased his low agility to equal things out. There were a lot of possibilities. He was only limited by his imagination and the resources. With time he felt like he would be able to fully customize everything to fit his fighting style. It consisted mostly of flinging spells for now, but he hoped that he could add more to it. Relying on spells too much might be counterproductive. He could always run out of mana after prolonged combat. Keeping up with regular fighting skills along with his magic was a good plan, but it required a lot of time. Luckily, he was a young man in his teens. He had a lot of time to train himself up and no one to stop him. He finally finished up with his skinny dipping after his fingers started getting wrinkly. Everything that belonged to him was right here with him in this room. It was to the side on a nice big pile where also his clothes were. While dressing himself up again, he left the heavier armor in his bags of holding. After some time he was back in his temporary quarters. He had learned the hard way that he needed to be careful. Due to this, he decided to set up some defensive measures in the form of his trap runes. They were placed by the door and the only window in the room. When someone tried coming through it, they would trigger a nice large explosion. Roland was sure to also have a mana shield around himself. If there was an explosion, he would be a nice pincushion for all the wooden splinters. Fortunately, this time around there was no one after his life. The night went by smoothly. He managed to get a couple hours of sleep, but it was far from a good night's rest. Sleeping in new places was still hard for him and he just couldn't relax. On the dawn of the next day, he finally had a normal breakfast by himself. The food was tasty, fresh, and plentiful. He made sure to stock up on it till his belly was ready to burst. His next stop was the travel agency that was in this city, as this time around there was no adventurer guild here. Not all cities could attract them into their infrastructure. It was also a good sign, which meant that there weren't many dangers around it that required their services. Roland was planning to have his new card made directly at the town he would be living. The paper trail should have been cut off the moment he left the main continent, but he wanted to be extra careful. If that abyssal cult was the vengeful type wasn't known to him. He wasn't sure if they would allocate any funds or people to track him down. Some assassination groups would see it as a loss of prestige if they left any fleeing targets alive. Yet he wasn't the priority target here, he was just a person that worked for that company. The one they were after was still the gnome manager. Though he did break their cursed toy that made those illusions, they might have been mad about that. With time he was back on track, a new caravan with more merchants and adventurers, which was heading towards his next destination. From the onset, he could see that he was going towards the right place. The number of adventurers heading to Albrook was inflated. There were 3 times the bodies here than when he was traveling towards the port town. I guess everyone wants to check out the new dungeon. The old ones get monopolized by certain factions. This wasn't something new. After a strong enough party was established at a city, it expanded. They gained new members that formed a larger association. They would have many adventurers working under the same banner while sharing the income. The problem arose when these organizations got too large. The adventurers that weren't part of such an association would be left with scraps. Sometimes they would get attacked by large factions that were too big to fear any kind of retaliation. This new dungeon was a great opportunity for new blood. The unmapped dungeons would be harder to traverse and give the new adventurers some time to establish themselves. The large associations would be also sending their people over as well. It would be a rat race for resources. Roland wanted to use the ensuing confusion to his advantage. He was a lone adventurer that no one would pay attention to. The influx of clients for his runic gear would also be a good source of income after he increased his levels. I'll worry about that when I get there. Roland hopped into one of the carriages as he did a few weeks ago. It would be another long ride towards his next destination. With the increased number of adventurers, he was skeptical about getting attacked by bandits this time around. Monsters, on the other hand, were quite possible. He had spent some time yesterday fixing up his wands and also produced some more runic scrolls for future use. If there were enemies on the horizon, he would be ready. At the border between the Hatfordian Empire and the Caldrus Kingdom, there was a massive wall that stretched between two mountain peaks. Behind it, a large fortress made of black stone stood tall. It was composed of more steep walls, ramparts, and guard towers. Even now there were soldiers patrolling on those walls while looking into the distance. Deeper inside the fortress, after many checkpoints and barricades, a person could reach the main tower that stood tall. Inside of it was a large meeting room, in it a large table by which many men were sitting together. They were wearing various armors that had noble houses insignias on them. At the center sat one man. He had short silver hair with a magnificent mustache that covered quite a bit of his face. The man was clearly in charge, as everyone in the room was looking at him while he was talking. With that, I will conclude this last meeting. Does anyone have any questions? He asked while moving a piece of paper to the side that he just signed. The people at the table didn't answer, some of them just shook their heads, some impatience was visible on their faces. Very well, with this gentleman, you are free to return to your fiefs. Take care, and may the Emperor be with you. Finally, I have had it with this place. I haven't seen my kids in years. One of the older men said while standing up from his chair. His fist slammed down on the table while the other men smirked. My thoughts exactly, Viscount Godwin. Let us return. The room got noisy and everyone stood up from their chairs. The man with the large mustache was the first one to leave while everyone else followed suit. On the outside, there was a large gathering of soldiers waiting for their lords to return. This was the main fortress at which the armies of the Cadiz kingdom gathered. After some skirmishes with the Hatfordian Empire, the war was on hold. The two countries had agreed to sign a ceasefire as no one was able to gain the upper hand. The men in the room were leaders from noble houses tasked by the emperor to protect the border. After years of back and forth, they were finally free to go home. Both of them and the soldiers that participated would be rewarded. While morale was high, two people were walking side by side. Both of them were ones of the last to leave the meeting room. One had a large frame. His height was about 2 meters, but his sheer wideness made him seem taller. He also had a characteristic scar running down from his left eyebrow all the way to his lower lip. The man looked old yet full of life and was wearing a shiny silver armor. Next to him was a young man, not quite as tall but not that much shorter either. He also filled out a larger frame but was dwarfed by the older gentleman. It's an honor to have the esteemed Silver Wolf visit my land. I'll be sure to accommodate you and your soldiers. The younger man said while the two walked side by side. Lord Droz, you have my gratitude. My estate is far and my soldiers need a place to stay. The older man replied while looking forward. I'm not the lord yet. My father hasn't announced me as the heir. He would be stupid not to. You did well on the battlefield. The younger man smiled at the compliment, but his face soon changed into a frown as if he wasn't confident in his accolades. I will see you later, Baron. The two said their farewells as both needed to go see their men. The preparations should have been done for departing, but things needed checking up. The two men parted ways while agreeing to meet up in a few hours. The man in the silver armor continued out of the main tower. One of his subordinates approached him as he noticed him coming out. Get the men ready, we will be leaving in 2 hours. Yes, my lord. The man saluted while replying. What about that? The underling thought for a moment before replying, as he wasn't sure what his lord was asking about at first. If the lord is referring to his whereabouts, our information points us towards Edelgard. This is the city that belongs to the House of Droz. The Baron nodded at the information. soon he made a hand motion that indicated that his subordinate could leave. The man gave out another salute before walking away to take care of the order. His superior, on the other hand, waited a moment before pulling out some kind of locket. It was white silver, the same color as the armor he was wearing. He opened it up. Inside there was a miniaturized painting. It depicted a dark-haired woman holding a baby in her hands. The child's face was slightly scratched out and was hard to make out. The man stared at the two people depicted in this picture for a moment, his brows slightly furrowing at the sight. He placed this locket back under his armor soon enough and continued forward. His face moving back to looking cold and devoid of emotion as it always was. The sound of hooves clopping on the hard ground filled the area. It was followed by the sound of wooden wheels spinning on multiple carriages. There were many people talking while trotting forward along with the horses. Their destination was the town of Albrook, which was just around the corner. Roland was just one of the many people with big dreams that had come here. Adventurers, merchants, and even entertainers, all of them were trying to hit it off big here. Everyone knew that with the opening of a new unexplored dungeon, fame, glory, and riches were awaiting everyone. The main earners would be the people going into that dungeon, but they would also be the biggest spenders. With the influx of mana stones, precious metals, and other magical resources, it was certain for this developing city to evolve. Who would be left on top and who would falter in the end was up to the future. Here I am. He hopped out of the carriage that was still outside the city to get a closer look at it from the outside. His feet landed on the dirt road that wasn't very fit for these carts to go through. His posterior had taken some damage from the constant traveling. Roland hoped that he wouldn't need to do something like this for a very long time. While walking forward, he stumbled a bit as his legs had gotten slightly numb. But he was still in good spirits. He was finally here, the promised land. The first thing that he noticed was the green grass that was everywhere. Before coming here, he expected the Dragness Island to be mostly covered by dark rocks and even smoke. When someone like him thought about volcanic lands, an image of molten lava and dragons popped into their head. That was actually true if you continued to travel further into the land and towards the supervolcano in the middle. Most of the cities or towns on this island were located closer to the shore or by larger bodies of water like lakes and rivers. On the way here they passed one of those. There was a large freshwater lake close by. Some rivers connected to it, and people could even reach other towns when traveling through them on smaller boats. They weren't quite wide and deep enough for actual ships to traverse long distances through them. There were some shallow patches that made such things impossible to go through. This left carriages and horses as the main ways of travel. The people that he came with were also looking at the new city, their faces showing mixed reactions at the sight in front of them. The town of Albrook was located in a valley in the distance. There were some mountains with one looking larger than the rest. This one was the dungeon. It was quite easy to spot as a small amount of smoke was coming out from it. It looked like a regular volcano. It had apparently just burst through one of the mountains surrounding the valley not so long ago. There was an earthquake that even signaled its creation, along with a burst of smoke and flames in the distance. Why were the adventurers looking so down on their luck? The town that they had come to make it big looked somewhat run down and outdated. They were going towards the entry gate. It was guarded by two soldiers that looked a bit out of their element. This caravan was quite long. People were already waiting to enter the city, but things had been halted. The smell was also something to quickly forget about. The dirt road that they were on was lined with horse excrement. At least that was how it looked to Roland. If it belonged to some of the other creatures that people tamed here was unknown to him. Think I've arrived really early here. The infrastructure is still developing. He could tell that the new dungeon town was a bit understaffed. There were people constructing a wall around it even as they spoke. Some soldiers and people that looked like officials were also standing everywhere. With time this place should advance further. With the dungeon here and many adventurers bringing monster corpses to sell, the circulation of coins would increase. With money, progress was almost guaranteed. The people that created the first shops would probably make the most money in the end. After some time passed, they were finally able to enter from the south gate. There was a small fee to pay, but with his current heavy wallet, this wasn't much of a problem. The road continued inside through what looked like to be a poor quarter. There wasn't much to see there besides shabby wooden buildings and more horse dung on the ground. It then continued into the traders' area. This street was a more busy one, but fairly straight. There were various food stands on each side and peddlers were trying to sell their wares to the new people that were arriving. The usual slogans that promised cheap food for a few large copper coins echoed through this street. Through this market street, they finally reached the market square. This would be the end of the line for this caravan of people and everyone would be going their own way. Roland stopped to look around. He spotted a tavern to the left and a stable to the right. It did indeed have other creatures in there, like large deer-looking animals with 4 sets of eyes. Should I go to the Adventurer Guild first, or find an administrative building and ask about purchasable land? The time to jumpstart his adventuring career had arrived again. He decided to get that done first, as sometimes having an adventurer card allowed a person to get better deals. The other adventurers were already heading there, so he decided to just follow them there. While continuing, he took some time to examine the architecture. Most of the buildings were made from red brick. The windows that actually had glass in them were far and in between. If he ventured further into the city closer to the mayor's house, he would notice more of them appearing. The disparity in wealth and classes existed here as well. The person governing this developing town wasn't a noble. From what Roland knew, the noble that this land belonged to lived in a larger city and rarely visited it. It was governed by one of his subordinates that wasn't even part of the noble caste. This was also one of the reasons that he chose this place as his next base of operations. He was tired of having to work things out with nobles. A commoner as the main manager would probably see the bigger picture and not get things like noble pride involved. They could also turn out to be greedy ones though, so he couldn't let his guard down. Like he expected, the Adventurers Guild was still in the process of getting renovated. It looked like they had taken over one of the larger houses and were improving it. There were many workers shuffling around on scaffolds. They were actually putting up the guild sign at this very moment. Roland looked at this for a moment before walking into the new Adventurers Guild. On the inside, the layout was different from what he was used to. It was an indication of the hasty construction of this building. Normally the guilds were kept uniform in their design to not confuse new and old adventurers. There were a lot of people on the inside, but the building was large. There was enough space for them all, but there weren't enough tables and chairs to fit them all. The bar in the back was getting built at this moment. Normally there would be large drunk men having fun back there. At least the notice board is there. The reception area was filled up and there was already a long line. There were only 2 ladies working there. They both looked swapped with work. Roland was surprised that these girls looked similar to all the other receptionist ladies that he had seen in the other cities. One was a woman with pure black hair and an updo hairstyle. She was wearing the usual square-framed glasses. She looked like your no-nonsense secretary that took her job very seriously. This he could see in the way she was handling her workload. Her line was moving quite fast. The other lady was a sun elf. She had a cheerful appearance, long blonde hair, and a smile that would make your day go by faster. Her line was moving slower, but that was probably due to the male adventurers taking their time in flirting with this beauty. Seeing this, Roland did the only right choice and placed himself in the elven girl's line. Not because he wanted to flirt with her, but because she looked like the type that would bend the rules a bit if asked nicely. If that was the truth, he would soon find out, well after waiting in line for close to an hour before it was his turn. Good afternoon. We welcome you at our Albrook Adventurers Guild. How can I help you? Roland was a bit tired of waiting in line. He was also wearing his armor along with the helmet to hide his face. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary, as some warriors tended to keep them on. There were even others who just came wearing all sorts of strange masks or exotic items. I'd like to have an adventurer's card made. My old one got lost along the way. It was time for him to go through with his plan of getting his new card. It could go a couple of ways, but he hoped that he was lucky enough to have it go his way. Oh my, you lost your adventurer's card. The receptionist lady shook her head while placing one of her hands on her own cheek. Her long golden locks waved side to side as she overreacted by fidgeting around. Would you like us to reach out to the guild you had it made? If he went with that option, he would have to disclose his old credentials. This was something he wanted to avoid, so he shook his head side to side in refusal. No, I would like to have a new one made. I fear that your proposal will take too long. He brought the guild receptionist's attention to the long waiting line and to the fact that the guild was still getting rebuilt. If they actually went through with what the woman was proposing, it could take weeks. If they wanted it to be faster, they would need to activate an expensive communication device that used up a lot of mana. Roland knew this and knew that they would probably want to avoid that. Is that so? Good choice, sir. Fill out these papers then please, and I will bring over the measuring device. What rank were you before losing your card? Roland could hear people grunting behind him as they knew that making a new card could take long. Most of them were here to complete a mission or sell some items which wouldn't take that long. It was his turn though, they would need to wait. Steel rank. Depending on the rank, other types of identification devices could be used. He would also need to pay more money to make a steel rank card from the get-go. I hope this thing works. He was wearing a magical pendant that he received from his previous boss, the gnome manager. It had a couple of functions in hiding a person's status. In theory, it should be enough to affect this identification device that the adventurers were using. The woman returned with some papers that he started to fill out. He had to sign some agreements with the guild like before. They wanted to make sure that everyone signed a contract to make it clear that they weren't responsible for anything if an adventurer died in the dungeon. It was also an agreement on the fees that are deducted from the jobs an adventurer takes. Some people might think that the taxation of these increased with the difficulty. It was the other way around. The weaker adventurers needed to give more of their hard-earned cash. The higher rank you were, the more prestige you got. Such workers were cherished and the guild started to invest in them. The easiest way of doing that was dropping some of those guild fees. This made very much sense to Roland. Why would the guild invest their time into people that were untested? There were already far too many adventurers out there at lower ranks. The harder it was for them to make it to a higher rank, the better. The pay for higher graded missions was a lot higher as well, so the guild didn't lose out that much. The blonde elf brought out one of the measuring orbs like previously. There was no way of going around this. Without having your status measured for strange traits and titles, there would be no card. Though there were a couple of things that these people would let through and ignore. Name. Percent at $#@ at $234 at $L70. Classes. T1 $% $L25, secondary. T1 at $% S3 5 at $L25 X. T1 at %% at the asterisk, for Muth L21, main. HP. 726, 726. MP. 2626, 2626. SP. 1034, 1034. Strength. 55. Agility. 38. Dexterity. 82. Vitality. 54. Endurance. 61. Intelligence. 115. Willpower. 102. Charisma. 16. Luck. 8. He placed his hand on it and then watched the woman look over the statistics. He could also see them this time around and they were bugged. The things that were mostly unreadable were his name and the classes that he possessed. You could figure out his level, also that he had 3 Tier 1 classes. Sir, do you have some magical items on you, or perhaps any skills that affect identification? The lady knew that the device the guild had could be countered by other ones or by some rare skills. If the client had an item that blocked it out, then it was easy to just remove it. If he had a skill or some kind of racial trait, then it would be harder. She would need to get a more robust version of this identification orb, but that one could fail as well. Does it matter? You can clearly see my status. Do you need to see my classes? I wrote my name on this form, so it should be fine. Do you want to spend the rest of the day checking for it while everyone here waits? He moved a bit to the side while pointing to the angry-looking adventurers behind him. Everyone here wanted to get things over with just like him. The longer it would take to get his new adventurer's card commissioned, the longer the people in the line would need to wait. There also weren't any rules in place that forbade certain class holders to become adventurers. Even when they were a thief they could join up, only when there was some kind of warrant or wanted poster hanging around would they be turned away. With nothing like that existing about him, Roland hoped to get this process done. Well, Mr. Wayland, is it? The elven woman looked over the papers that he filled out. He didn't lie about them too much, but he wrote in the regular versions of his classes. Runic Mana Scribe turned into the regular version, and so did his Runic Blacksmith. His Mage class was also written in, as he didn't think he could hide that. He was going to be selling his wares here one way or another. Hiding that he was a runesmith would probably be out there sooner or later. He trusted the guild to hide his stats more or less. His father never did show up on his doorstep after all these years. Which meant that getting information from them wasn't that easy even for a noble. The Abyssal cult might pose a bigger problem, but they probably didn't know what his true class was either. They wouldn't think that some Tier 2 runesmith would be able to break through that illusion device. The more they overthought the encounter, the better it was for him. I'd at least need to see your face. The woman needed to confirm if he looked like any criminal. Roland moved his helmet up to reveal his young face. The elven lady even gave him a strange smile before getting a closer look. Everything seems fine. We will have your card ready by tomorrow. As you can see, we are slightly busy these days. The woman laughed a bit while covering her face. Roland just nodded while walking to the side. He got a piece of paper with which he could later redeem for his brand new card. Somehow he had managed to complete this task with a new name to himself. He decided to go with something else than Carmine this time around. The name came to him after remembering an old myth from his old world. It fit quite nicely with his persona, and the name wasn't uncommon. Okay, while they are making my card, I should see if I can buy a house. The next and most difficult task still was before him. Getting the right home for the future was very important. He intended to stay here for a while. For this he needed the right place of operation. Something not too big yet not too small, and also at a good price. The doors to the Adventurers Guild swung open and a man that was wearing a helmet stepped forward. He had a dark blue brigandine armor on, complete with a set of greaves and leather boots in a similar dark color. Under it was a thinner piece of cloth armor that was keeping him warm. It was doing its job a bit too well, as underneath that helmet sweat was forming on the young man's forehead. I bet that dungeon will be a lot warmer. Maybe I should include some kind of chilling rune in my armor. Keeping a low profile was harder than he expected. He wanted to hide his face, but the weather was against him. There was also the option of somehow getting a skill that increased his heat resistance. In a city with a dungeon that sprung out from a volcano, it wasn't such a bad idea. Either that or I could put a heat resistance buffing rune on it. He had gone through Edelgard's stores throughout that year and a half. Each week he would pick one store and scribe down one of the lesser runes. Fire and cold resistances were quite common. They were the first that he procured from the armor runes. He had also recreated the schematics for all the other elemental resistances, even the rarer ones like poison or curse resistance. The runes used on armor were bigger structure-wise, but there was a lot more surface area to use for inscribing them. Roland felt like he could take care of this heat problem with some minimal work. He just needed to get a house first. In it, Roland would be able to craft his items in peace. This was easier said than done. First, he needed to find the correct location. After asking around, he was on his way towards the town hall. There he would be able to look at the locations that he could buy or rent. He preferred to go with the first option, but depending on the prices he might have to go with the second. There were pros and cons for each of the two options. If he decided to rent the home, he would probably be limited to what he could do there. Adding new rooms, expanding the cellar and similar tasks would need to go through the real owner of the house. Depending on who the owner was, he might show up for unannounced visits. He could even get evicted for no reason whatsoever. There were also some pros to renting out the workshop. He would be able to leave at any moment without losing much money. If the abyssal cult showed up on his doorstep, he could just abandon ship. There wouldn't be much loss even if the property blew up, as long as he grabbed most of his gear. Roland still preferred to go with the other option, buying it fully for himself. He had already thought about a couple of things that he would want to install into his new workshop. He needed freedom of choice without having a nosy landlord telling him what he can and cannot do. He was in good spirits. For now, houses in this world didn't cost that much compared to his old one. The number of coins that he had with him should be enough to get himself a sizable home and even be enough for some renovation. Just like always, he took his time. The town was new to him, and so were the people that lived in it. He glanced to the left of the street he was walking along while passing some shops. There were carriages moving back and forth slowly. The people were clearly busy working. He could see many men carrying around wooden logs and building materials. Many scaffolds were being placed in front of old buildings that were in the process of getting renovated. He wouldn't be surprised if the old villagers that lived there were all bought out by larger merchants. From what he knew, there were some farms here and there. There was also a lake from which the old villagers probably got most of their meat from. Not many things were used to make a profit here. The farmers would probably be able to sell their lands for a lot of coins while moving someplace else more quiet. The new city would take some time to be expanded, and it would start from the middle. Anything close to it that was free to build on could be used for houses for the merchants and adventurers. The city needed specialized monster deconstruction buildings and personnel as well. While glancing around, he finally reached the town hall building. It was right in the middle of this growing city. The building was made from red bricks that weren't painted over. The building was quite large and it had a cross-gabled roof. In the middle of it was a small bell tower that was rung a couple of times a day. Some people were already going in and out of it. Roland didn't have that much experience with state officials. He mostly rented rooms out in inns. Back in Edelgard he also was living through the company that paid all the taxes and took some of that away from his pay. Can't be that hard, probably will have to sign a contract after seeing the houses. That is if any proper ones are still left behind. There were already a lot of people gathered in this city. He didn't have to worry about the adventurers buying of land, as they didn't operate that way. On the other hand, the merchants and business owners would quickly overpay to get their hands on the best places. He wasn't looking for anything fancy, but he needed it to be big enough for him to construct items. Here goes nothing. He gave out a sigh while walking into the building. On the inside, he could see some people standing around with some papers in their hands. There were wooden benches to sit on and even a small window that looked like the spot where a receptionist should be. Roland walked over to that window and waited for the person in front of him to walk away first. He was greeted by a human woman that was sitting in there. "How may I help you?" The woman's voice was slightly monotone. She sounded a bit tired, which was understandable. This was the place where everyone that wanted to get their hands on new real estate had to go through. He wouldn't be surprised if the people from Elbrook weren't understaffed. Yes, I would like to purchase some land with a house, best if it's. Roland started talking. He gave the woman the dimensions of what his new workshop building should have and also the price range he was interested in. The receptionist lady just nodded and handed him a piece of paper with some places to fill out. Please fill out this form and then move to room 3B. He looked at the piece of paper while being urged by the receptionist to not block the way. After nodding, he moved to the side. There were some tables where other people were filling out similar papers. He waited for a spot to get free before sitting down and taking a quill into his hand. His class was scribe, so filling out something like this would be quite fast. His writing was also nice. On the piece of paper, he needed to fill out what he wanted while also listing down his identity. He went with his new adventurer name. He also wrote down the dimensions of his new house. He would probably need to get his adventurer card first before finalizing everything, but for now, he could at least look at the available buildings. The wait continued even after he was done with the paperwork. He needed to wait in front of the room for an hour while glancing around. He really started missing things like smartphones or even a radio. Only silence and the footsteps of people were heard here, with nothing of the sort being available in this world. Welcome to the city of Elbrook. He was now finally on the inside. The room with the number 3B was quite small and the person that was inside fit it. The woman that he was looking at had a similar vibe to the receptionist lady from the Adventurers Guild that he avoided. She was wearing glasses and a tight business-like attire that fit a corporate setting more than this one. There was one big difference between this woman and the one back at the guild. This one was a lot shorter. She reached up to his belly button at most, even when wearing those high heels. She was of the halfling race and was more or less a miniaturized human. This race had human-like proportions. They were just half the size of regular humans. Here, I'd like to purchase some land. I'd like to see what you have available. He sat down opposite the small woman that took the form that he filled out. She fixed her glasses a bit before going over it, her eyes squinting here and there as she looked over it. Mr. Wayland, is it? I'll have to go through our book, please wait a moment. The small lady moved down from her chair. Roland tried not to stare too much, but it was a bit silly looking as the chair looked like one made for kids. It was one of those high ones that some people gave their kids at the dining table. The halfling business lady hopped down and she moved to the side. She went over to a different room and after half a minute came back with a large book. She was holding it with both hands and it looked like she had trouble carrying it around. She hefted it up and onto the table while grunting slightly before climbing back onto her chair. The large book looked gigantic compared to the small lady. It looked like a grimoire that some kind of necromancer would have in his lair. After opening, though, there were some sketches of maps and buildings. The ones that Mr. Wayland is looking for are. The woman looked at his form that he filled out while going through the pages of the book. When she saw a fitting piece of real estate, she noted down some numbers on another piece of paper. Roland could see how getting things like this done in his old world was much faster. There they could place the numbers in a search engine and just have everything done in a second. Here the worker needed to go page by page and find the houses themselves. Ah, this one has already been bought, this one as well. This was what he was afraid of. There weren't that many houses that were left over. The large merchant companies were probably already here and bought out the best spots. He wasn't looking for a good spot for a shop, in particular. He would be making quite a bit of money from going to the dungeon. Then he could also sell weapons and armor that he created in the auction house. Here you go, this should be all the ones. The small woman handed him a piece of paper with some numbers. There were exactly 5 of them. He wasn't sure what this was supposed to be, but she quickly explained it to him. Please give that to the receptionist. A worker will be dispatched to show you the property. You will probably be able to have this done today. After you decide on a plot of land, please come back with your identification to sign a contract of ownership. She explained to him how everything would work. It was quite easy. First someone would show him the houses which he then could decide on. Then with the help of his adventurer card with which he could prove his identity he would be able to purchase it. The contract would be signed on 2 identical papers, one for him and the other one would remain at the town hall building as proof. I urge you to make a quick decision, as you might have noticed there isn't much land left over for purchase. Roland walked out of the room while the small woman left him with some words of advice. These he knew that he shouldn't ignore. Making a quick decision was paramount. It was first come first served here. Probably the most lucrative spots were already gone and he would be left with the scraps now. He walked over to the receptionist and handed her the piece of paper with the numbers on it. Here you go, I'm supposed to get someone to show me the houses. The person at the reception area took the piece of paper and looked over it for a moment. Please wait a moment, someone will be with you shortly. After more waiting, the person that was supposed to guide him finally showed up. It was another woman. This one had a bright smile plastered all over her face that looked kind of fake. Mr. Wayland, a pleasure to meet you. I would like to thank you on behalf of Albrook for choosing us. She talked fast and was quite chipper. She looked like your real estate agent that was there to sell you something. This was not something that Roland expected to find in this world, but as long as he got his new house it didn't matter. Yes, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He nodded at the lady that guided him outside. It was the middle of the day. The city wasn't that big, so maybe they would be able to visit all of those places that were up for sale. What followed was a lot of walking before they reached their destination. How about this fine house, Mr. Wayland? It's near the town square. Fine house. This. Roland was looking at something that looked more like a storage shack. There was one crooked door and no windows. The building looked worse than the first storehouse he was offered by his old company. I was looking for something different. Okay, how about this one? He was guided from one building to another one, each one shabbier than the other. It was clear that the only thing remaining were old shacks and tool sheds that were placed on larger plots of land. The only good thing about them was that they were in the city, but they would require a lot of renovation and rebuilding. Soon he saw 4 of the 5 that the halfling woman scribbled down on the paper. The real estate lady that he was with looked a bit defeated, but her smile was still on. What about the last one? The woman looked at the piece of paper and Roland could see her facial expression crumbling a bit. The last one is a bit far away. It doesn't matter where it's located as long as it's close to the city. I'll pay for the carriage. Roland didn't care. If he needed to spend an hour on foot to get to Albrook from his new house it would be fine. After he agreed to cover the travel fee the woman was back to smiling again. Within about 40 minutes they were at the last spot. What he saw was an old farmhouse with a shack to the side. It was a house made from red bricks as all the other ones, while the shack was composed of thick logs. This was clearly an unused farm. The ground was dry and barren. Probably the old farmer that lived here wasn't able to make a living growing anything and abandoned it. Roland moved inside. The house was nice and spacious. The wooden floor creaked with each step that he took, but that was fine. It also had a large cellar built in below. It was a lot bigger than he expected. The price reflected that it was well over 100 small gold coins. This building was located far away from the city, which was probably why it hasn't been bought out yet. On foot, he would need to spend about 40 minutes, which wasn't that bad. The biggest downside was safety. The guards didn't really patrol that far. This wasn't much of a problem in his eyes. He already knew that safety wasn't something that could be guaranteed in this world. Even the mayor could be easily taken out by someone at Tier 3. He rubbed his chin while thinking. He had made a quick decision. He would turn this old farmhouse into his new residence. There was enough space to store his equipment and he could construct his smithy in the large cellar or in the log cabin. There was also no one here to bother him, which meant that he could place all sorts of traps against burglars if he wanted. What remained now was to get his adventurer card and sign on the dotted line. Here you go, Mr. Wayland. Due to the lack of information, you will have to start off as a bronze-ranked adventurer. You shouldn't worry, with your current level you should be able to rank up in no time. Roland was standing in the busy Adventurers Guild wearing his armor. He was looking at his adventurer card. It had his new persona's name on it, and also it had a small bronze symbol in the corner. It looked like a small sword and shield that were placed over one another with the sword in front. If an adventurer leveled up further, this card would be updated. Its color would be changed to the corresponding metal. The card had other indications besides the color. The rank was written out as well as the date of this card's creation. For all intents and purposes, this would be his first adventurer card. He would take it as a clean start. He wasn't sure if the Adventurers Guild would mark down that he had lost his previous card and this was a replacement. He was hoping that they wouldn't bother with it, not like they cared. Not even when someone had a thief class did it matter. As long as there were no outgoing warrants it was fine. Even if an adventurer had prior run-ins with the law, if they had done their time they were free to work. This guild cared more about earning money than people's backgrounds. This was also why this lady didn't ask too many questions. I understand. He placed the card in a secure specially crafted locket and kept it around his neck. Keeping it in a back pocket was just asking to have it stolen or it getting lost during combat. While waiting for this card to be processed, Roland did some digging. He asked around the Adventurer Guild for information about the dungeon. He could see the volcano that was gently giving out a smoke trail. This would be his destination and place of work for the coming future. The dungeon wasn't mapped out fully yet, and entering it was all on the adventurers. The guild would not pay for any injuries or deaths, nor would they stop people from going in. It was a free for all down there, and something Roland expected. Even with the bronze-grade adventurer card, he was free to roam the dungeon. Probably after a few months, maybe a year, the dungeon would start to get managed by this guild more throughout. They might put restrictions on the adventurers at that time. Next stop, the town hall. He opened up the swinging doors that looked like they would fit a Western-type saloon. It was time to sign the deed to his new home. He wouldn't be getting anything special, but it was better than staying at an inn. The people that were running those were already having problems with accommodating people. Some of the adventurers that didn't have much money on them even had to spend the nights at the stables. He himself had to overpay to get a tiny room for the night. Some of them were even forced to camp outside the city in tents while waiting for the new hotels and taverns to be established. There were many of them being constructed even now. While passing through the main street, he could see the busy workers running back and forth. He would also need their help soon. His own home needed some renovation, and he wasn't that good with carpentry. He could probably replace some hinges here and there, but nothing too drastic. Soon he visited the small town hall lady that helped him with his home search. This time around he was here to sign some papers. He tried bartering the price down, but it was no use. The town was booming and they would probably find someone for that plot of land sooner or later. There was a possibility of the town expanding even over to his new home. If that happened, this piece of land could go up in worth. He could also leave if it got too bothersome there. Selling runic equipment at an auction house would probably earn him enough money to do that. Please sign here and here. The card number goes here. The adventurer card was one of the rare items with which you could use as identification. Without it, he would need to prove his origin, or apply for citizenship, which could take months or years to resolve. Thanks to this small piece of paper and over 100 small gold coins, he was now the proud owner of a rundown farm. Roland paid slightly less for it as he didn't really want the extensive farmlands that came with it. They were just unfertile fields that he couldn't use. There was more than enough space to place a big workshop where the farm building and the shack were located. He could also dig into the ground or go vertically if he needed. This still left him with slightly below half an acre of land to fence up. The biggest reason for not getting it was that the price was tripled if he wanted to get all of the land around it. The people from Elbrook probably were thinking with the future in mind. This land's worth could increase with time, so they didn't want to give it away for free. There was nothing there for now, but the sheer size was immense. The whole transaction went quite fast. Roland had an idea why. With so many new people buying and selling land, there wasn't that much time to go through lengthy procedures. One quick contract was enough. Doing a background check would just take too long. He walked out with the contract that was now in a spatial pouch. It was time to go to his new house. He was given a key and was sent on his way. After walking all the way there again, he could see his new possession. The house wasn't that large, the roof was a hip roof and the building had a small attic. He walked inside, the doors almost fell out of their hinges, which caused his face to twitch slightly. He examined everything again. There was a porch on the outside onto which he walked on by ascending wooden steps. The house opened up into a small foyer. If he wanted people to take off their shoes, then this was the right spot. Past it was a large room. There was an old wooden table there along with a couple of chairs. An old fireplace that connected to a chimney was also present. To the side was the kitchen area along with a small pantry. This was all to the west side of the main room, while to the east was a bedroom along with the bathroom. The bathroom had a very rusted tub, which looked more like a container of some sort. There was no running water in this place, but there was a well not far in the back. It was in working order, as he had checked it out beforehand. The well wasn't that necessary, as he had the knowledge of water creating runes. But if he needed to save up on mana, it would prove useful. It would be a good backup. He was also planning to have a water tower built in. The water from the well could be rerouted into it, in one way or another. With a water tower present, he could get himself some running water. Making a shower and a working toilet wouldn't be far-fetched. He checked out the attic upstairs. He could get to it with a shaky ladder that was badly nailed together. Roland didn't trust the structural integrity of the floorboards on this level, so he only took a peek. He could see a lot of rats running around. The walls were chewed up with holes and the rodent droppings were everywhere. Wish those workers could get here sooner. He had asked around for help, but there just weren't enough craftsmen around the city. Others had been here first, so he would need to wait for the companies to be done with the other houses first. He had already made an appointment with one firm, but he would need to wait at least 3 weeks or more. After moving down from the ladder, he moved downstairs. There was a large cellar that he could go to through a set of narrow stairs. It was quite large and spacious. The ceiling reached to about 3 meters. What did they use this room for? There wasn't much in here. The walls were reinforced with some wooden beams, so it didn't look like this place was dangerous. He could only speculate on what was being kept here. From his point of view, grain and maybe meat could have been stocked here. It was a lot cooler down here due to it being underground. There was a small vent in one spot, but it was a bit stuffy. I'll put my tools in here. He was planning on making this his main workshop. There was enough space for all of his tools and even a forge. With some magical additions, he would be able to craft here in comfort. The increased heat that would be produced by working with smoldering metal could be circumvented with some frost runes here and there. He would be able to install something akin to an air conditioner from his old world. There was also a spot outside where he could place his second workshop. The large log shed was quite spacious and had better ventilation than his underground room. The only problem was that it was easy to spot. If he placed costly runic equipment in it, he would be asking to get robbed. Placing explosion runes all around it could keep some people away, but it would also bring people from the city over for an inspection. Having a minefield around a house would probably be frowned upon. He was planning on setting up a dummy workshop in this log cabin. He would place regular iron and steel tools in here, along with a regular smelter to go with it. Roland was even planning on working there from time to time. Down in the cellar would be where the real magic happened though. All of his runic creations could be done down there. If he got robbed, the thieves would only find worthless junk, while the real costly weapons were behind an illusion rune below the house. Roland was planning on hiding the cellar from the workers that came to renovate his home as well. The fewer people knew how his new house looked inside, the better. This would probably work against simple burglars, but if someone like the Abyssal Cult showed up, it would probably be meaningless. He also needed to come up with better defensive traps. Blowing up his house every time someone trespassed would be quite costly. I should probably get to work now, no use standing around overthinking everything. He started taking out some of the pouches from around his belt. In them, he had all of what he owned. He placed all of the tools that he had taken from his old workshop in this underground room. He was even able to fit an anvil into one of the larger bags. He was still baffled to this day about how this worked. He grabbed the most important tool that he needed now. It was your everyday house tool, a broom. He also had a couple of simple cloth rags along with a bucket. There was some solution that worked similar to a detergent that he had nabbed from Edelgard as well. The thing that he needed to do now was to clean this dirty house. All of the furniture was covered in dust, and there was also rat dropping in the other rooms, not only up in the attic. He quickly got to work. Minutes turned to hours as he continued scrubbing everything. He even stopped midway to do some rune crafting. After fiddling around with the water-producing wand, he managed to get the water stream to be pressurized. After activation, it worked just like a high-pressure water cleaner. He used it on the porch outside. The wood there was weakened and the top part was already flaking off. With the help of the pressurized water, he managed to actually get it to look quite good. This was a first for him. Not even back on Earth did he own property like this. Yes, it was run down and looked like a drug dealer house inside, but it was his now. After some renovating, it would be quite the comfy-looking home. The inside was another thing. Hosing down the porch was one thing, but doing it to the wood on the inside of the house might not be the best idea. He was a craftsman, yes, but he had no knowledge about houses or how to clean them. He still needed to at least take care of the rat problem. The rodents had made some nests around this house and were the old tenants. He needed to evict them. He decided to do this in a bit of a drastic way. Poison spells existed in this world. He was in possession of one of such spells. He had the knowledge of two. One was called Poison Spray and the other was Poison Cloud. The first one discharged a small cone of concentrated poison acid from the caster's hand or the enchanted item. The second one produced a poisonous cloud that lingered for some time. He would go with the second one. Back in his old world, special exterminators would gas buildings while placing plastic shielding over the whole house to keep everything inside. He didn't have anything like that in his possession. At most he could try casting a large mana shield around it. The building was quite large, but he might be able to cast a weaker version of it till everything inside was dead. Roland went down into his new underground workplace. There was no forge there yet, just an anvil with some basic tools laying around. A lamp was illuminating the place, this one an item that he swiped from the old workshop while taking his severance package. He used his crafting mallet on a free piece of metal. One of the thicker rods would be transformed into a poisonous wand. The rune was placed in such a way so that the poisonous fog would shoot out right from the tip. He used a longer rod-like piece of metal so that there was enough space between him and the poison when he activated it. After finishing up, he looked at his creation. It looked quite crude, but it would get the job done. Before using it on his own house, he tested it outside. There was no one there to peek on him, so he could just point it towards some grass while activating. The metallic rod shone in a blue hue that quickly turned green. A thick green mist slowly appeared out of the tip and traveled forward. His new creation was a success, but it wouldn't really be useful in combat. The poison mist was quite slow-moving and dissipated quickly in the open air. He also tested it out in a closed-off area. He used a larger jar just to see if the poison would linger in it without the magic dissipating instantly. The green mist remained in place for about 10 minutes before it started going away. Well, at least I won't need to air it out. Roland scratched his head a bit. He was having second thoughts about plunging his new home into a poison fog. This would probably be dangerous, but also the fastest way to kill all the rats and roaches that were nesting up in the attic and all the other rooms. He moved over to his attic first. The plan was to insert the magical rod through an opening and to discharge the poisonous fog. Roland had some detoxification potions with himself if something happened. A mask to cover his face was also used to keep the inhaling to a minimum. This isn't the smartest idea that I've ever had. He inserted mana into the impromptu magical device. The green poison started to seep inside the attic and slowly engulfed the room inside. After a few moments, he could hear some squeaking and scratching noises. The poison was starting to escape from the entrance point, which prompted him to move back. He started spraying the rest of his new house while backing away. Soon the whole structure was flooded with green mist while he himself was outside. He cast a regular magical spell to put the building behind the shield. It was quite thin and a regular human would be able to just punch through it without a problem. The poison on the other hand was just gas and it could be contained with it. I guess I can make a living as an exterminator if the dungeon business doesn't work out. His lower lip curled up slightly as he watched his house get engulfed in poison. He could see some of the rats escaping outside. Before they could get to safety, they started dropping dead. The same was happening to insects like the cockroaches. Roland decided to use up most of his mana to cleanse his dirty house. He would be camping outside in his shed this time around, then it would also be cleaned from any rodents. After finishing up with spring cleaning, Roland had decided to move towards the dungeon. This time around he wouldn't be trying to get a party of his own, he wanted to take it slowly and better himself. His new adventurer life would be starting soon. Town of Owlbrook it was called. It was a mostly unexplored settlement away from large cities on Dragnis Island. The people that lived here were a peaceful bunch that liked to live their lives slowly. Most of them were farmers, hunters, and fishermen that earned their living through their craft. It didn't seem like the monotone life that they spent here would be changing anytime soon. This changed on one fateful day. The ground shook on a certain stormy night. Everyone woke up thinking that some kind of monster had finally attacked. People had heard the rumors of dragons living on this island in the innermost parts. Maybe one of them had decided to pay them a visit. The truth was slightly different. It did involve monsters, but the citizens weren't in any danger. After the storm cleared up and the sun shone on the mountains, they could finally see it. A large volcano had sprung out from the ground, smoke was coming out of it, clearly active and dangerous. Only a small number of guards and hunters lived here. A scouting party was quickly formed and in a few days, they brought the news of the new discovery. The new volcano had an entrance. It wasn't a natural cave, no, it was quite different. It had an uncharacteristic gate design with embedded patterns. It looked man-made, but the people living there clearly knew such a thing was impossible. There was nothing there just a day ago. This was clearly an entrance to a dungeon. The people in this country or even the whole world weren't sure about how dungeons came to be. There were various types of them around, some even had their own ecosystems. Others looked like ancient ruins with catacombs spreading below the earth. This one was similar to the latter but also different in many ways. With this news, their life got turned upside down. Their peaceful little town would soon be overrun with adventurers. The old farmers despaired, but some of the more crafty ones knew that this was their chance. The person who took the initiative now could become rich. The adventurers brought a lot of problems with them, but they also brought lots of gold coins. Half a year later, the people that took it upon themselves to invest were now taking in the profits. The inns and pubs were filled to the brim with new people, new shops were popping up to accommodate the new demand. The new unrated dungeon brought all of this in, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. Everyone knew that only after the dungeon was giving a rating its true potential would be discovered. Things like this took some time, as even powerful adventurers weren't willing to venture into it blindly. It was believed that this dungeon was an extension of the main Dragnus dungeon that was a supervolcano in the middle of this island. The biggest concern with it was the connection. It could be connected anywhere, to another smaller dungeon far away from here, or even directly into the dragon's lair. This was highly unlikely, but it was possible to meet monsters above Tier 3 in random places if this dungeon connected to the main one. Mapping out a dungeon could take even years depending on how large it was. Some of the beginner-friendly levels were already mapped out by the more experienced adventurers. The Adventurer Guild even made money by selling some of the maps. Not all decided on a purchase like that, which could prove fatal in the long run. A certain person in an uncoordinated armor was walking towards this Albrecht dungeon. He was holding onto a map and slowly reading it while finishing up an apple that he bought on his way here. It looks like this dungeon is a labyrinth type, those are tricky ones. This was Roland wearing his brigandine armor along with his helmet to cover his face. He had his arming sword strapped to his side and a shield that he bought strapped to his back. He looked like a regular warrior. With his height over 185 centimeters, he could easily pass for one. He had made a decision of training up his close-quarters fighting skills. The sword-related skills that he had were the most advanced from the combat ones he had. A decision was made by him to focus on it. The shield would also be used for protection, and not only that, as he had tweaked it a bit with his runecrafting skill. Roland didn't abandon his spellcasting just yet. He had two smaller wands strapped to his side as another means of attack. He wanted to increase his all-around fighting capability. He could go about it in a couple of ways. First, he could focus on crafting better runic equipment. With various defensive and buffing runes, he would be well protected. His biggest weakness at the moment was a close-range exchange. It was very easy for him to even kill Tier 2 monsters with his common grade spells. That is, if they allowed themselves to be hit. He had won most of his old fights by ranged surprise attacks. There weren't really any moments where he had to face a monster on his level in a true one-on-one battle. Either he hid and used his spells from a safe distance, or he had other people distracting the monsters for him to land a critical blow from afar. I need to develop some kind of fighting style. While walking towards the dungeon, he looked up while thinking. His close-range tactic came down to evading any attacks and then using a fire arrow spell with his wands. There was no fancy footwork involved, any blocking or parrying. It was just pure magical power that was possible through his runic weapons and his high mana pool. If I meet a monster that either dodges or resists one of these spells from close range, I might die. As he was thinking about some fighting combinations, he finally reached his destination. The volcano was giving off puffs of black smoke here and there. The temperature increased slightly the closer he got to this volcano, but it was bearable. He had also attached a special chilling rune to his own armor. If things got too hot, he could lessen the burden on his body by activating it. This rune worked similar to a buffing rune and lowered his mana pool by a set number while being active. Roland moved forward. Other adventurers were also here. Some were waiting for their teammates outside the entrance, some were going in, others were moving out. He could even see scratches and wounds on some of the rough-looking men. They were clearly in a fight not so long ago, and now he would soon be in one as well. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary. He had already been in a dungeon before. There was a slight difference, not from the adventurer's side though. Quite innovative. What he saw was a large wagon on the side. The peculiar thing about this wagon was that it looked more like a food stand. This cart was fully made out of wood and it had a top hoisted out from the side. There was also a window to which you could move over and peek in. Get your healing potions and mana potions here. We also have pure water for your parched throat. There was a young girl with a twin bun hairstyle shouting out. She looked rather young, about the age of 12 or close to it. She was clearly there to bring attention to this cart. In it was an older man selling some wares. Some of the injured adventurers were even buying up those healing potions. Roland wasn't interested, but he took some time to examine the prices that were out on a large wooden board on the side. Those prices are at least 25% above the regular market value. It looked like this store was ripping people off, but it did offer a new type of service. If you took into account that it was right outside the dungeon area, the 25% rise in price could be stomached. I hope they know what they are doing though. Roland walked on while looking at some of the adventurers here. They were focusing on that cart with the healing and mana potions. Their faces had a certain attribute to them which didn't bode anything good for the future. He wouldn't get involved in something like this though. He needed to look out for himself instead. He placed himself in front of the large dungeon opening. It really did look like a giant gate. It was at least 5 meters tall. It didn't have a door on it, but there were columns to the side that continued upwards and connected in a half-circular pattern to each other. Right at the area where they came together was a sculpture of a skull, its eyes flaming with a magic flame. Roland almost instantly activated his debugging skill to scan this gate, but he came out empty. There weren't any runes on it of any kind. He could see some strange writings, which could be regular enchantments instead. There were other ways than runes to make objects magical in nature, and spell enchantments were one of them. Before people could start staring, he moved forward into the corridor. After passing this gate, he was greeted by a slight draft. There were stairs leading down into the dark dungeon, torches were on the side and the whole place was quite well lit. He continued forward without stopping while also scanning the walls for any runes. The walk down continued, and the further he got, the more wind he could feel blowing onto his helmet. When he finally got down the stairs, he found himself in a large area. The walls looked like they were made from large stone bricks, and there were torches here and there. Which one to take? There were other people here with him, walking into some of the corridors. This area was like a large hub with tunnels. It was the beginning section of this dungeon labyrinth and was considered a safe zone. The monsters that were in those corridors wouldn't be able to come in here as some unseen force was keeping them back. The experts weren't sure why this was the case. The monster bodies could be carried out of the dungeon and processed. The mana stones that they had didn't just vanish when they got out of the dungeon's domain either. But somehow there was a limit on how far these monsters could venture out. Roland read that some people did some tests with weaker monsters. They captured one goblin and tried bringing him outside. There was a strange discovery made then. It was as if some kind of invisible barrier was keeping the monster inside. Even when the researchers tried pushing the monster past the dungeon area, it wouldn't budge. It even got squished to death after they used too much force. They could only come to the conclusion that there was some higher-tier magic involved. They theorized that the dungeon could be in a different spatial space. To the monster, there was nothing past the dungeon entrance. The world outside might be on a different frequency or even in a different dimension. The adventurers inside could somehow move freely between these spaces, but the monsters could only do it after they died. The dungeon would also reabsorb any corpses of the monsters that died inside if they weren't taken. The same would happen to any dead adventurer. This was also why no one ever found old bodies in these lairs. Where should I go? Roland looked at the map that he bought. This floor of the dungeon's labyrinth was already mapped out, and he even drew a line towards the next floor. This didn't mean that everything had been looted already. This dungeon type brought one large bonus with itself compared to the open forest one he previously was in. Periodically a chest with loot would appear. Where they came from no one knew. It was as if the dungeon itself was trying to entice the adventurers to do more exploring. The higher the danger level of the monsters, the better loot you would find. Bosses would also drop certain items and respawn at a set time, just like in games. Well, I'm here to train for now. I'll just pick a path with the least traps around. The biggest reason for getting this map was to know where the traps were. If a person wasn't careful in this type of dungeon, they would meet their demise quite fast. Labyrinth and ruin type of dungeons that looked man-made always had traps in them. Without a scout or a thief in your party, it was very dangerous. Roland did have a life signal detection device, but he didn't have anything for those traps. With the map in his hand, he would be able to evade his untimely demise. He finally looked to one of the corridors, which he then picked as the one to use. The passage was quite huge. It had a similar flaming skull above the entrance. The inside was another corridor with some torches on the side that gave the minimal amount of light for people to see. Roland was a bit surprised about the insides of this dungeon. If he didn't know any better, he wouldn't think that it was located inside a volcano. From the information that he gathered, apparently the further down a person went, the more the heat increased. There was even a mining section after you made it past this labyrinth. He continued further and finally, the first monster of this dungeon appeared. It was a common type of being that looked like a deflated basketball. Its body was semi-transparent and inside of it was a round object that was of red coloring. Fire slime, L2. Roland pulled out his arming sword and shield while looking at the small creature. Slimes like this existed in vast quantities around here and in other dungeons. They were one of the weakest monsters around, but even then you had to be careful. They multiplied quite fast and could overrun a newbie adventurer party if they weren't careful. He didn't hide his presence as he approached his first monster. It was quite slow in its approach. The transparent ball-like body stretched out slightly towards his direction as the creature moved. It looked a bit like a small worm, but a rounder one. Roland knew that he could one-shot this thing with the simplest attacking spell that he had. This wasn't the purpose of his training though. He wanted to level up his reflexes, dodging, blocking and even swordsmanship leveled up faster during real fights. It was unknown why, but during actual combat the skills gained some kind of boost, increasing them like this was many times faster than regular training. When the fire slime got in range, it started compressing itself. It showed off its iconic attack of spitting some kind of heated liquid towards him. The pressure propelled this spit forward and made it look like some kind of ball of fire. He simply dodged it to the side. The creature was really slow and the attack was easy to read. The moment this heated liquid collided with the wall to his side, it also started to sizzle. If he got hit in the face with something like that, it would probably melt right through his skin. Even a simple monster like this could prove deadly if it got someone by surprise. After dodging to the side, the slime remained unmoving. This was the right time to strike. He gathered some magical energies on his sword while charging forward. The monster was far too slow on the uptake and could only wait for its demise. He sliced with his mana-imbued sword right through the monster. The slime died instantly after one hit. The slimy body that it had quickly dissipated into liquid, and the slime core in the middle dropped down to the floor with a little clanking sound. You have gained 1 experience point. Normally, to defeat this type of monster, a person would need to destroy its core. Regular physical attacks were ineffective against the gelatinous body of the slime. There was a way around this problem, and it was quite simple. A person just needed to use a spell or a mana-infused weapon just like Roland did. There was one reason that he used mana instead of going for the core. This slime core was something that he could sell. If he destroyed it, he wouldn't get much for it. This item had similar properties to mana stones, but it could also be used for various other things. Some slimes even had metallic cores that could be turned into weapons with high magic affinity. Well, that's one down, now for the rest. Roland glanced into the distance. There he saw many other fire slimes rolling his way. He wouldn't be getting much experience from them, but they were perfect for exercising before he went down to the more difficult levels. It was finally time to become a full-fledged adventurer. Gruah! A loud shriek of something non-human was heard, followed by something similar to rattling bones. There was a strange screeching sound of metal against hard stone along with peculiar-sounding footsteps. This was inside the Albrecht dungeon that hasn't been rated quite yet. Dungeons in this country would be rated after an extensive investigation. The harder it would be to finish, the higher the rating would become. Most of these dungeons also were given nicknames. The super dungeon in the middle of the island had its own. It was called the Infernal Dragon Dungeon. The dragon that lived there had yet to be beaten. A certain youth in an uncoordinated brigandine armor was standing there, shield and sword in hand. He was looking at a new type of monster that he had never seen before but he had read about in books. It looked like a common skeleton that you would find in many other similar dungeons. There was a small difference though. This one here was literally on fire. Fiery Skeleton L10. This flaming skeleton here was dragging a large sword with one hand and moving towards Roland very slowly. He knew that taking care of this monster would be an easy feat, but he wasn't here to do that. It was the time to train his battle-related skills instead of his magic this time around. He waited patiently without doing any hasty moves. The monster dragged its body toward him slowly, and when it was in range it gave out a loud shriek. How the creature could scream without any vocal cords was what he started asking himself. The large overswing finally came as the skeleton tried hitting him with that sword. He moved behind his shield and took the hit straight on. Normally this would be the time where he used his own sword to slice the monster's head off. Roland didn't do that yet though. He just backed off slightly while looking at his left hand. The attack wasn't that heavy. I can probably grind with this guy a bit. Some skills like shield proficiency and swordsmanship could be trained past the basic variant of the skills by some classes. This was true for most regular combat classes, even an archer could do this. But a non-combat class like a villager wouldn't be able to do that. So the grinding initiative that he thought of had started. One of the easiest skills would be the one concerning shields and armor. By just blocking with this piece of steel he could level it up. It was even easier with the armor proficiencies as a person only needed to move around in combat to level it up. If you took hits while wearing heavy armor it would go up even faster but was a lot more dangerous. The tactic was simple, fighting slow enemies that were easy to read. This skeleton was one of them. His attacking pattern was pretty simple. It would only charge at him blindly while swinging its longsword. The creature's strength was quite low as it had trouble holding its weapon steady. Blocking it with a shield was a simple task. So the little dance continued until the skeleton's inferior weapon couldn't take it much longer. With one last swing against Roland's shield, the rusty sword snapped in half and flew against the wall. This was also the time that he decided to end the training session. You have gained 2 experience points. Roland listened to the voice that proclaimed how much experience he had earned. He was already used to how meager the gain was, but it was still disheartening. I could probably get more experience by quickly making iron nails at this point. The monster crumbled into a pile of bones after having its head chopped off with one swing. The fire on its remains continued to burn for a few moments before leaving mostly dust behind. As a little bonus, a small mana stone was retrieved from one of the eye sockets. Can I sell this bone dust for something? Roland rubbed his chin while looking at the pile of half-singed remains. He wasn't sure, but an alchemist might be able to mix this with something. It was a magic skeleton that could resist fire while moving around, so maybe this could be used for a fire resistance potion. More money was always better, so he placed what he could into a large jar that then was pocketed into a spatial bag. After he was finished here, he was planning to visit the city. The market there was booming. This was his first day on the job, so it would be better to take whatever he could. He had many spatial bags with himself, so he probably had a leg up against the competition. Most bronze adventurers lacked the funds for a bag like this, and steel-graded ones probably only had one. The bags he had weren't bottomless. He would probably fill them up quite fast if he started gathering the larger creature corpses. Roland grabbed what he could get and then examined his shield. He could see that the skeleton had scratched up his kite shield, but it was still in working order. This particular one was in the shape of a teardrop. When he held it up to his chin, it reached below his knees and was able to cover most of his body with its width. It also had some mana stones imbued to its structure. He placed them on the inside right next to the shield's in-arms. This in-arms was composed of leather gripping straps attached to the back of the shield. It was held in place by riveting through the leather and the facing of the shield. On the other side, a person could see the spots that it was riveted through. It wasn't perfect and looked a bit Yankee, but it worked well enough to get him by here. There was a limit to how many mana stones a shield like this could hold. He couldn't just plaster the backside with 10 of them to mitigate all of the mana requirements. The runic structure wouldn't be able to handle the purified mana and would just deteriorate the whole spell structure instantly. Something akin to a short circuit would happen which would destroy the whole rune. He had chosen the lesser stones for this shield as he wasn't willing to test the common graded ones on it. The limit on this steel shield was 3 stones, with them around the mana cost went down dramatically. Each stone lowered the mana requirements by close to 20%. That counted for only spells at the same level though. He had placed a regular mana shield runic spell on it. With the stones and his passive skills, the cost was lowered by close to 70% of its original. For him, with a high mana pool, this meant that he could spam this skill quite often and not fear running dry on mana. This wasn't the only spell that was on this shield. He had gotten the hang of multistructural runic compositions a bit now. He had also gone with a lesser fire resistance buffing spell. This spell would take a flat number of mana points away from him for it to work. This would produce a constant effect. With the lowered mana costs, it was quite manageable and a must for the dungeon filled with fire-type monsters. He had already done some extensive testing against the weaker monsters. The slime's heated spit was useless against this shield. He didn't even feel it heating up after taking a direct hit. It was also the highest possible spell structure, which would make any fire attacks below tier 2 highly ineffective. He didn't have time to work on all of his gear yet. His house renovation was taking up a lot of time and he still lacked a forge. The plan was to train in the dungeon while waiting a month for the construction workers to arrive. Most of them were busy working on the various new stores that were being built by some rich merchants or business owners. The city was constantly progressing, but he had already made an appointment. Roland gripped his shield while placing his sword back into the sheath. He then pulled out the map of this dungeon's level. This was still the first level and he was finished with examining it. It took him a few hours to go through the tunnels without rushing, but it was time to move on. The skeletons were the strongest enemy on this level and capped out at the 10th level. Besides them and the slimes, there were also lizard-looking monsters called baby salamanders. That last one was rumored to evolve into more ferocious monsters like fire drakes and fire wyverns if they gained enough levels. The biggest problem with this level was the sheer number of other adventurers. He met them along the way quite often, which slowed down his progress. When they were fighting, he needed to wait for them to be done before progressing. He could be accused of kill-stealing if he tried forcing his way through. Roland wished to evade conflict with others, at least for now. After getting a silver grade card, he could start throwing his weight around a bit. With higher levels, prestige wasn't far behind. If I beeline for the 2nd level from the entrance, I could probably get there in 15 minutes. This level wasn't that large. If a person knew the way, they could stroll past most dangers and descend to the 2nd level quite fast. The lower levels would have less competition and more space to move. The size of the labyrinth increased with the lower levels. There was also supposed to be a boss room somewhere. After passing it, you would arrive at a different area than the labyrinth, or so the intel said. Should I go down, or head home? Roland looked at his remaining mana and stamina. Due to sticking to close quarters combat, he didn't really waste any of his magic points. He did spend a lot of time here, mostly by using his shield to deflect the monster attacks. He could easily kill the creatures here with one swing of the sword. Using his spells on the other hand would be overkill. In the end, he decided to head home. It was close to sundown and he didn't want to trek back while it was dark. He could still scribe more spells back home and repair his runic gear. This would also increase his experience pool and help him level up faster. After using the map to guide himself, he was outside after about 15 minutes. Other adventurers were also going home and not many were going in. There weren't that many facilities in this city, so remaining here during the night would be dangerous. Sleeping or camping inside the dungeon was also ill-advised. There were expeditions that took precautions when venturing inside. Some gold and silver adventurers were already down in the lower levels mapping everything out at this very moment. A large group, sometimes part of a larger organization, would take on such a task. They would bring non-combatants inside that could cook and disassemble monsters. Some were used as packing mules, as even with the spatial technology space would run out with long expeditions. People like that would be called packing mules. They were easily identifiable by the large backpacks that they were wearing. Those were specialized spatial devices with increased capacity and weight management. This job didn't pay much, but such a person wasn't required to fight. Roland was a solo adventurer, so he didn't really have much use for a packing mule like that. He could just dump everything back at the guild for processing. The monsters he was fighting at the moment were small, so he could manage. Protecting such a person in a one-man party would prove difficult. The red sun rays greeted him after he ascended the long flight of stairs outside of the dungeon. The people that were selling potions were still there and the young girl was still trying to entice buyers. With time, more merchants would probably set up camp here, maybe some large stores and even a hotel could be placed in close proximity. Can't have a store too close though, the dungeon might go through an expansion sooner or later. Some dungeons went through things like expansions, which increased their size. Such a phenomenon could change the landscape that such a dungeon was on. This volcano could start getting larger and push itself more in a given direction. The possibility of that happening was low. Mostly the dungeons expanded below ground, but you had to take things like that into account. Having a smaller store in a wagon was probably the smarter option at the moment. He left the dungeon along with some other adventurers that were probably also going back to their homes. He remained between some groups as it was unavoidable with so many people around. Roland took some time to look at the parties that were here and spotted a common trait that most of them had. Most of them don't look over 20. This did make sense to him. Youths would be more prone to adventure out into other lands, while seasoned adventurers probably already had things figured out for themselves. It was a big gamble to go to another city that was far away if you already had a good thing going for yourself. The veterans also knew the dangers of going into unmapped dungeons. The first ones there had the opportunity to gain some rare loot, but also to get killed by a trap or unique monster. The grinding spots should clear out the further down I go. Most of these people are bronze or steel grade. He thought that maybe going down to an area that monsters were around the 40th level would be the best choice. Facing ones over 50 would be manageable with his spells, but he wasn't really a true tier 2 class holder yet. With time he arrived back at his brand spanking new home. The door wasn't even squeaking that much as he did replace the hinges. That didn't keep it from scratching the wooden floor that he had fixed, as the door was a tight fit. No one had decided to pay him a visit back here for now. He was in the middle of setting up a wooden fence around his land. If he had the time and manpower, he would place large 3-meter-tall walls to keep everyone out, along with barbed wire to make it hard for people to climb over it. This would be a project for the future, as he still needed the construction company to get over here. Roland was still in possession of some gold coins that he earned back at Edelgard. He received a large sum from Marlowe, his old boss. Besides that, he had his own gold saved up from years of scribing scrolls and enchanting runic equipment. He should be able to get the place renovated with what he had. Resources like wood or stone weren't that costly, so setting up the wall and some defenses wasn't a pipe dream. The wall would be placed more as a deterrent than a defensive measure. He just wanted people to see that they weren't that welcome inside. If someone decided to climb over the barbed wire walls, then the gloves would come off. The first line of defenses would be the usual trap mines, but he was planning to include some other things. There were other spells that he could use. Ones that didn't cause widespread damage to his own property. Wish this game system came with a target-seeking defensive turrets. I'll probably have to design those myself, wonder if that will ever be possible. Roland had something similar in mind that utilized a specialized spell that could also be triggered. The only problem was with the scroll format. He didn't really want to have to replace the trap scrolls each time someone invaded his privacy. Making some kind of mana generator that included the mana stones was something he was very interested in. He had the knowledge of runes and ethereal pathways that worked similar to wireless technology in his old world. If he managed to create something to generate a source of mana that was constant, he could wire up his whole house. With this, he would be able to make mana-powered utensils that he wouldn't need to power directly himself. For now, he knew how to include mana stones into the runic structures. Those still required a small jolt of his mana to activate, even though the drain was lessened dramatically. I guess I could look through the auction house, but finding something there as a reference will probably be hard. He tried to recall anything that could be of use to him. Something like the engine from that magical train came to mind, but there wasn't anything like that here. He would need to check the town for any magical devices that could work by themselves. But for now, it was time to wind down. He had spent the whole day in the labyrinth. His research would have to wait for another day. Getting some hot water into his tub was the more important thing to do now. Clink. Clang. The sound of a metal hammer against metal was heard. It echoed throughout this closed room while the magical sparks illuminated it. Roland, that didn't seem to have grown into his body, was hammering away on a shield. Each time he delivered a blow with his hammer, a strange runic pattern appeared on this tear-shaped piece of metal. This process of hammering continued for a few minutes before the youth had enough. The shield that he was working on was examined before being put away to the side to lean against one of the cellar walls. I really need a furnace. Roland looked around his workshop. It didn't have much. He had a tool rack hanging on the wall along with a thick wooden crafting table. He also possessed his old anvil that was in the middle of it all, but he was lacking a few key elements of this workshop. He was missing a forge, without which he couldn't really do much. There was also room for a smelter, but that was a bit less important than the forge. Without a proper forge, he couldn't heat up the metal. Without softening the metal, shaping it was difficult. His strength did increase, but bending steel and iron into shape was above his abilities. Also, doing such things to unhardened steel wasn't such a smart idea. Roland had some leftover gear from the bandits and from some older creations. With how the rune structures burned through the steel, he wouldn't have much left after prolonged use. Even now, his steel arming sword was already eroding. Swords like this weren't that thick. With prolonged rune usage, the internal structure could crumble. This could lead the blade to snap eventually. It could prove deadly in the midst of battle. While thinking about the future failure of his sword, he looked at the mace he received from his bandit encounter. This item was made from deep iron, which was better than hardened steel. Be it durability, hardness, and the most important, mana resistance. There was quite a difference between this metal and regular iron. While regular iron could sustain a couple of charges of his magical runes, deep iron could manage at least 10 times that amount. Repairing it also removed less material, which would let the weapon survive for longer. He looked at the mace and gave it a couple of practice swings. He could see some cracks here and there in this iron mace. This was all thanks to his runic blacksmith's eyes that let him see all impurities and blemishes of this weapon. The way it was made was also quite crude, which was also why it was ranked low. Even he with only a few years of blacksmithing under his belt would be able to make an intermediate version of this weapon if he had the right materials. Though it wasn't really the fault of the craftsman that made this weapon, it was just old and overused. It was normal for weapons and armor to drop in rating when identified after some time. Only masterwork items made from the most resistant metals could last for generations without degrading. I could probably wedge a stone into the handle and give it an impact rune. The durability is only at 64%, but it shouldn't break until it goes below 30%. I hope. The impact rune was one of the first runes that he came across. He could place a common version on this item and not worry about the metal deteriorating too fast. This magic rune worked by increasing the weight of the item it was inscribed on. When swinging this mace he could make it several times heavier. Force was just the multiplication of acceleration and mass. He was only increasing the mass in this equation to deliver devastating blows. This rune was strong but hard to work with. Activating it too soon or too late would just mess up a person's momentum. Better to also place a hardening rune on it. It will cost more mana but it won't break that easily. He continued talking aloud. A hardening rune that was sometimes also called the strengthening rune made items more resistant to physical attacks. It worked by coating the weapon in a thin layer of mana that helped in absorbing physical shocks. It was an active type of rune, so placing it on armor would drain the user of their mana quite fast. Roland had already fiddled around with the deep iron metal. He had the 3 slave collars to the side and already knew that inscribing on them would be troublesome. Without softening the metal with some magical fire, this metal was hard to work with. He would be able to manage it somehow on unsoftened resources, but it would significantly increase the crafting time. He didn't really have any other options at the moment. He could try making his own forge, but he wasn't really good at building those. He also didn't swipe the old bellows from his old workshop as he was in a rush and also lacked space. Roland could also attempt to make a new version of the forge that utilized his magical runes. He could replace the bellows with a wind rune. The forge itself didn't need to have some kind of special design, it only needed to spit fire, the more condensed the better. The problem as always were the materials. For a magical forge he would need a lot of deep steel or iron. One from regular metals wouldn't last him long. He also needed something to fuel this forge. Runecrafting while also inserting mana into the forge would strain his mana reserves even if they were abundant for his level. I better get to work then. He decided to work on the mace first. The mana stone would be attached in a crude way for the time being. There would be a lot of hammering and bending involved, but without any alchemical glue. He could only wedge it in by force. He did this by forcing a small opening at the base of the handle with one of his hardy tools. The opening was slightly larger than the mana stone in question. He then gently hammered the opening shut while trying not to damage the hilt along with the stone. Following this, a lengthy process of runesmithing took place. The unsoftened deep iron proved to be quite hard to work with. This forced him to run out of mana several times before he was done with the runic structure. In the end, he had a half-baked weapon with a dual runic structure. Deep iron mace, low, impact rune, high, hardening rune, intermediate. Both of those runes were common runes. They were hard to perfect even for him who had spent years training his craft. The difficulty was also increased by the fact that this weapon was made of deep iron. This all without the forge, which made the whole process tedious. He was more familiar with the impact rune, so it came out better. The materials he was working with were also hard to work with, so it would take him some time to perfect everything even with the available highest quality schematics. This will do. He took the mace into his hand and gently inserted mana into the runes. The moment the impact rune was activated, he could feel the weapon getting heavier. The more mana he infused, the more his arm started to shake from the added weight. The other rune was also activating along with the impact one. He had set it up so that the two operated together. Roland looked at the heavy mace that was glowing in a faint blue light. It was given a poke with his hammer to test the hardening rune. It did indeed absorb some of the shocks, the gentle taps were fully defended against. He could see the shield struggling only after he smacked it harder. The new weapon would be more of a backup against stronger monsters. First, he wanted to train his swordsmanship skill to its fullest potential. It was the one that he was most experienced with. Skipping over to blunt weapons at this point could impede his progress. He wanted to at least max one of his weapon skills to the 9th level before trying his class change. It could aid him in getting a new battle class. Getting more than one up would be nice, but he would probably reach the level limit before his skill limit in that situation. Getting a tier 2 class and profiting from the added stat bonus was something that he wanted to get as fast as possible. In this world of unknown dangers, strength was paramount, and he was now very aware of that. Roland dropped the mace to the ground after inserting too much mana into it. It had taken him 2 days to create this item, and he was now quite hungry. He had gone through some old rations, but he was now in the mood for a cooked meal. His kitchen didn't have a stove yet, but he could probably craft himself a runic pan to fry things on it. He just lacked the oil to use it as a deep fryer. It was time to go into the growing city. He had been here for a week now and had gotten the house in a condition that he could live in it. The hinges on the doors were replaced, but the windows were still nailed shut. Luckily for him, this was an island with a warm climate. The nights were slightly chilly, but with a blanket, the windy house didn't bother him that much. The workers that would be coming in a few weeks would need to fix some things. The rat-infested attic was riddled with holes, but he had cleaned it with some pressurized water. Some of the wooden floors would need replacing, but that was a problem for the future. I should head out. He grabbed his clothes from the side. He would be going lighter this time around. He didn't expect any trouble while in town. Roland moved his hands to his helmet and looked at it. Do I really need this? The steel helmet wasn't that comfortable, but it did aid him in gaining experience in heavy armor proficiency. This wasn't the dungeon though, and he would only be going to the city. Did he really need to hide his face? It had been some time since the events in Edelgard. Did that strange cultist lady and the warlock really take a good look at him? He also remembered that she stabbed him through the shoulder with some kind of cursed blade. If he didn't down his potions while going down the stairs, he would be dead from the poison. Then there was the curse that he was lucky enough to have enough money to cure. The cult might think that he was already dead. Not like they would be stupid enough to go right back into Edelgard after that night to check. Without that spire relic that produced the illusion, they wouldn't be able to have the element of surprise. They might have been more concerned with the 2 tier 3 dark elves that were their match. Both of them were healthy the last time he saw them. Roland could only think of one way that they could find him here, and it was by ways of magic. His trail was cold by now, no lower level trackers would be able to follow him, plus they would need a personal possession to start. That dagger did draw his blood, so there could be some occult magic that could home in on his location. But he wasn't sure that long-range tracking magic like that would be pinpoint accurate. Maybe they would get a general location, maybe only pointing to this island and not even the town he was in. Roland was tired of looking over his shoulder. It wasn't a healthy way of living. It was time to give it a rest and move on with his life. He would tackle that trouble when it came. After deliberating for a moment, he decided to not put his helmet on and go with some regular-looking clothes. He wouldn't be able to hide that he lived here anyway. Roland was planning to place one forge closer to the log cabin. He was going to act as a regular blacksmith, which meant that he couldn't hide his face forever. At least not in town. While out adventuring, he would keep the helmet for added protection. He finally left his house after locking up. The way to the real workshop down below was hidden behind an illusion spell. Only people tier 2 and above with high detection skills would be able to see through the spell. There were also some detection spells that worked, but not like anyone had reasons to believe that there was treasure in this house to bother with something like that. After a long walk to town, he was there again. It looked busy as always, and he could even see another caravan arriving just like the one he was part of. There were more young adventurers amongst them, hope for riches and fame clearly visible in their eyes. There were many people coming in and going. He had already seen some of the youngsters getting injured. Not everyone had extensive battle training against monsters when they were young as he did thanks to his noble upbringing. Most people thought that weak monsters like goblins or those slimes didn't pose much of a threat. They were dumb, slow, and weak, but their attacks hurt like hell when they landed. Roland already witnessed some people getting burn marks from the slime lava-like spit or the fire skeletons. One-on-one they weren't much of a problem, but there were certain areas in the labyrinth where a group of them could lurk. The slimes sometimes stuck to the ceiling and tried to land on a person's head. To the inexperienced thrill-seekers, even a little monster like that could prove deadly. He could kind of tell which ones of these would not be having a good time in the coming days here. He himself was taking a slow approach to the dungeon and slowly fighting the unfamiliar monsters to see how they acted. Only after getting accustomed to their attack patterns would he move on to the lower levels. Just like with the other dungeon that he was in, the difficulty steadily increased. The lower levels started getting bigger and more monsters in larger groups appeared. There was also a possibility of an irregular monster that was stronger than the rest showing up. A person had to be careful. He had enough maturity to see this fact, but the regular youngsters had their heads in the clouds. They probably just wanted to get their treasures and hit it off. Most of them were poor, daughters and sons of farmers or fallen nobles trying to reclaim some of that lost honor. Taking the fast route was hard and there were many bumps along the way. Roland had also learned that during his travels. This place doesn't look that packed. While walking he finally arrived at one of the town restaurants. This one was named the Happy Rooster and like its name, it mostly served poultry-related dishes. He would love it if there was something like a chicken nugget in this world. He would have to settle for unseasoned chicken breasts or legs instead. The seasoning was mostly something rich merchants or nobles could only afford. Restaurants that were serving to commoners didn't even bother with stocking anything besides sugar, pepper, and salt. Even that heightened the cost of the meal by a large margin. He was already used to the bland food, but it was still better than what he could make himself. Without a high cooking skill in his repertoire, he wouldn't be able to make anything tasty even if he tried. He had some points in the lower version of it, but without a class that used it, he wouldn't be able to level it up further. Roland looked around at the new faces. The town was growing. It would probably take a couple of months or even years before everything settled. He had arrived here sooner than he had anticipated and the city wasn't in a good state yet. Even the auction house that he wanted to use as a means of selling his wares was still being renovated. The other adventurers were also waiting for it to show up. Selling everything at the guild wasn't the most lucrative thing a person could do. With time the facilities would be set up, but this would take some time. Roland wasn't in a hurry though. Unless his old enemies came to his doorstep he could relax and wait. Training in the dungeon during the day and making repairs to his runic items during the night was his new schedule. His aim was to get to Tier 2 within a year. Bringing his home into working condition was a second priority, but that could be done with just money and time. Okay, Wayland was it. Do you want to add something to the project before we start? Give me a second. Roland grabbed a large parchment with a diagram on it. It wasn't a schematic of runes or anything close to that. It was the plan of his house. On this piece of paper he could see the dimensions and layout of his new home. This was the house plan along with the blueprints that the construction company he had hired was working on. He was a bit surprised at how modern they looked. The floor plans were quite detailed. By the looks of things, these people were experienced professionals. The man he was talking with was the foreman. He was tasked with keeping the workers in check and that everything went smoothly on the construction site. People like the architect or the company boss weren't here, so he was the one responsible for it all. Roland had already listed what he wanted. He wanted to have the whole building checked and renovated. All the broken boards on the floor were to be replaced with new ones. They would need to check if the brick walls were structurally safe. He had made some improvements to the old design. One was the iron bars in the windows that would make getting in a bit more difficult. He also ordered the construction workers to fence up his entire property. It wouldn't be used more as an indication not to trespass. Getting through a fence even with barbed wire wouldn't really be hard. People already had superhuman levels of strength and agility. Vaulting over a 2 or 3 meter tall wall was easy. That didn't mean that there wouldn't be some surprises waiting for any trespassers on the inside. Roland went over the house blueprints once more before giving them back to the person in charge. How long will it take? Hard to say, a few days, a week at most. It would be best if you found yourself a place to stay till we are done. The foreman was a regular human being like him. His workers were quite mixed. He could see a large man that was part of the Goliath race. There were 2 dwarfs and even a gnome there. The smaller races had higher dexterity, so they would probably be responsible for things like painting the wood or replacing small moving parts. The large muscular man would probably have to carry all the heavy gear and dig up the ground for the new fence. Yes, of course. Roland expected something like this to happen. The thing that would be the most annoying was the special coating to preserve the wood. They would apply it with a large brush on fresh planks, but it would give out an intensive smell. It would be quite hard to spend a night in a place like that. A person would get headaches if they inhaled the vapors, so he would need to move out for now. The log cabin would get the same treatment, so it was better to move to an inn for the time being. The last option was camping out in a tent on his own land. He decided to move to the city, for now. He could use this time to visit all the shops and find out where everything was. The town was expanding fast, the construction workers were quite fast. Their specialized building classes allowed them to complete everything with minimal errors. Roland was surprised, but there were some advancements with building materials. This world even had its own version of cement and plaster-like substances. The alchemists were responsible for that. They mostly mixed some exotic ingredients together to get similar results. Monster remains were also important in making those mixtures, which made dungeons quite the hot commodity. This world had its own unique set of technological advancements. If he compared it to a strategy game, he would be in a civilization that abandoned modern science in favor of magic. Instead of steam or combustion engine technology, they were shifting towards mana technology, using it as fuel. This made a lot of sense as it was a reusable source of energy found almost everywhere. It was in every living being, but mostly in the air. A person just needed to know how to absorb this abundant energy source. Even the mana stones only purified it for an increased absorption rate without producing it themselves. Roland's next big task would require him to harness this abundant source of energy. For this, he needed something akin to a battery. He actually had an idea of how such a thing was possible. One part of the equation was the mana stones that you received from monsters and beasts. He actually considered creating either a steam or combustion engine. With his blacksmithing skills he would be able to make a piston and cylinder that was required for those. Customizing it to work with runes would be the tricky part. The problem was with how these runes weren't that customizable. He could place a small detonation rune to push the piston in the cylinder. That wasn't the hard part. To actually make it work, he would need the detonation rune to activate at set intervals. Intervals that needed to change if he wanted to. Otherwise, it would only spin on one set speed while constantly drawing his mana. He had something in that theme with his grindstone, but that one used a set runic structure that applied a constant push in one direction. It was quite a simple setup that constantly drew mana from the user. It was a simpler design over the engines from his old world, but it also required more power. A periodical infusion of mana to an impact rune would use up less energy while also conserving some momentum. He theorized that such a mixed engine would be more powerful and it would use less juice as well. It would also require a more intricate runic design as well as a piston with a cylinder that fit into each other tightly. Producing something like that with the tools that he had would be hard. If he was off by a millimeter, the detonation would be unfocused, and the loss of energy during the motion would make it ineffective. He could also go with a more primitive steam engine design. He would only need to place a rune to heat up some water and make the steam push it instead. This would produce less power, but also a simple heating rune was quite energy efficient. Would be nice if I could play around with the settings of those runes. There will be a lot of trial and error involved in making an engine like that, also not sure about the uses. The biggest issue with bringing a hybrid engine into this world was its uses. He could probably slap it together and have it run in one way or another. But what would that give him? Could he get something out of that mechanical force that was produced? He could make the engine spin around to power a drill. He could tweak the design to get a push and pull motion, but what of it? He could already achieve this effect with the runic designs if he tweaked them slightly. The biggest question was if he could turn that energy into something valuable. Roland did make some calculations and did think there was a way to work something out. The hybrid steam engine was just one part of the equation, the other one was what it could produce. With the addition of a generator, he figured that he could produce electricity. Now came the big question, could electricity be stored as mana in some way? The lightning element was something that existed in this world. It was considered a higher tier school of magic and more difficult to learn. People with an affinity for it were rare amongst the mags that existed. If you had it, you were considered gifted, as lightning was very potent at delivering high amounts of damage. With this, Roland believed that electricity could be very potent as a power source. He just needed to find a way to store it as mana into something. While thinking about this, he headed back into Albrook. It was time to look over the city again. He had spent most of his time going between the dungeon and his own house. This left the new town mostly unexplored. After a little jog, he was in one of his favorite restaurants. He was mostly here because the food was cheap while still somewhat tasty. After about a month of being here, certain things had changed. One of them being that the new auction house was going to be opening this very day. The new owners had rushed its production and some of the halls weren't finished, but they were opening it up with one of them being usable. After finishing up with his food, he decided to check it out. This reminded him about the time that he visited Edelgard for the first time. He also used the auction house to get all of his money for a long time before he was scouted by the gnome boss. Maybe if he refused him at that time, he would be still in Edelgard selling his improved scrolls or now runic weapons. He did gain a lot by signing a contract, but in the long run, it didn't pan out. Opening up a business was still something that he was thinking about, but now was not the time. The auction house could be used for selling his wares instead. He didn't plan on opening a workshop yet, he didn't have enough time to work full-time in it yet. Welcome everyone to the grand opening of Albrook's official auction house. With the help of the mayor. Roland had arrived just in the nick of time to witness a gnome in a top hat and a cane doing the announcement. This was someone from the auction house, might have been the owner or the announcer. Next to him stood an older man in a tailored suit. He was of the human race and looked about 60 years of age. From what Roland knew, this was the town mayor. If he was here, then this place was probably being sponsored by the noble that owned this city. This spot would be very lucrative for anyone, so owning the auction house would bring the noble and the city a lot of money. They will probably forbid any other auction houses from opening. Or it will take some bribing for an opposing auction house to get started. Maybe some heavy taxation if the lord of the island agrees. This was nothing new. The rich got richer while the poor were forgotten. It was very smart to get into the auction house racket. This was the only place where regular adventurers could sell their wares and hope for a good price. Most of them didn't want to bother with things like selling, they would rather get drunk at the pub or hunt more monsters. Things like mana cores and monster fangs could be dropped off at the Adventurer Guild at a minimal loss. But getting a deal for some kind of exotic crystal or a magic blade that was found in a chest was harder. Thus the auction house would be the preferred means of selling. Other adventurers, merchants, and sometimes even nobles would visit such places to spend their money. Unless you were friends with some kind of shop owner or blacksmith, this was the best place to drop off your loot. The people from the auction house would take care of everything. The client only needed to return the next day to get his coins without worrying. That is, if their item made it through the appraiser. Not every little trinket would be put up for auction. With that, I would like to invite everyone to the first Albrook auction, free of charge of course. Roland perked up at the free of charge part of the announcement. He had spent a lot of time selling his scrolls at the auction house in Edelgard. He didn't really have the time or money to buy anything back then though. He was also hired to work at the company, so the need for selling or buying wasn't there. Everything he needed was provided by his old boss at a lower price than what he could get it for at the auction. After a while, he kind of forgot about that place and only visited regular stores instead. Maybe there will be something interesting, something that could help me with my generator problem. Other people were also interested, so it would be a packed hall this time around. After further investigation, the auction wasn't actually free, at least not for anyone that wanted to buy something. The people could stay in the back and watch, but if someone wanted to buy anything, they had to buy a small paddle with a number on it. With it, they could raise it when they were interested in something, like in all the other auction houses. Roland wasn't that strapped for cash, plus the fee was only one small silver coin. With this, he was also able to get a seat for himself, while anyone that wasn't willing to pay had to stand in the back. The auction house looked like a small theater, quite similar to the other ones that Roland visited before. This stage was slightly bigger than the one he saw back in Edelgard. This might have been because this was the only one in this auction building for now. While back in Edelgard there were smaller ones for the less expensive items. We would like to bring your attention to our first item. This is a... The person on the stage was a beautiful lady of the elven variety. This is something that never changed, they always brought out stunning-looking women to attract attention. With a beauty on the side, the buyers were willing to spend more. Something to do with the urge to show off in front of a potential mate. Or so Roland heard from someone mentioning it during a random pub conversation. The items that were shown weren't anything out of the ordinary. Some sets of quality healing and mana potions, some enchanted weapons, and sometimes some unique devices here and there. Due to this auction house only having one stage, the items varied by the quality and there wasn't any rhyme or reason to how they were presented. Roland expected this issue to be fixed the longer the auction house operated. Roland gave out a yawn. He had spent at least an hour sitting here without seeing anything worthwhile. He was mostly here to look at the item prices. They didn't differ much from the ones back in Edelgard. Everything cost slightly more though, which made sense as the weapons were mostly imported from outside and people had to account for shipping prices. This next item would be perfect for a present. Another thing came. The woman placed a box on the auction table. It wasn't that big, around 15 square centimeters. It looked to be some kind of music box. After placing it down, the woman pressed a button from the side. Roland was using his mana detection skill while looking at the items, which prompted him to notice something off. He squinted while looking at the contraption. A little horse popped out and started spinning around. The tune wasn't anything special, it sounded like a generic lullaby. That wasn't really what he was interested in. He looked at the item in question with the help of his skills. He could see runic pathways running all over it, some of them connecting to a mana stone that was sticking out on the side. Is that thing absorbing mana from the surroundings and running on it by itself? Normally any runic item required the user to insert some mana of their own. This one seemed to work in a different way. It was apparently activated by a press of a side button. This fact alone made Roland interested in this item. The starting price will be 4 large silver coins. He looked at the lack of paddles in the air. The item was a magical device, but not really useful for the adventurers here. It was more of a present for a female family member. It could shed some light on his mana engine theory. If the item was working without needing an outside mana jolt, then it had to be storing mana in a different place. He decided to raise his number. Luckily no one else looked interested in this item, so he would get it for cheap. After investigating it further, he might be able to get through his bottleneck. Roland was sitting with a cup of tea in his hand. It looked like he was in a small dim-lit room. He was taking a sip of some kind of black tea that was still giving out steam. There was only one small table, one chair, and a small single-person bed squeezed inside of here. This made the young man recall some of the old dorm rooms that he used to stay in back in another life. That time he used to hate it, now it might have been something that he looked back to fondly. It was a simpler time, no monsters or evil cults were lurking in the darkness to get him back in those days. On the small table lay a box, a music box to be exact. It wasn't exactly in working order anymore, as the springs and screws that kept it in place were laid out on the table. This was the very same item that he had bought at the auction house. He was now examining it after getting a place to stay for the night. The inns in the city were still jam-packed, but the adventurers still evaded the ones that cost a bit more. They would rather spend the night in the stables while spending the rest on food and alcohol. Then the following day they could spend the rest on health potions for the next expedition into the dungeon. This cycle continued till the adventurer in question either made enough money to rent themselves a room or they perished while trying. Not many adventurers could afford a home like Roland did. Gathering up 100 small gold coins would be something that would take years. Maybe if someone were lucky to find themselves a magic blade to pawn off, they could speed up the process. This is a bit unexpected. I guess the answer was right under my nose. Roland picked up a part of the music box that had runic patterns on it. Lucky for him, this item was of that variety and not a regular enchanted one. The weapons and armor that were auctioned off were mostly regular enchanted ones instead. He wasn't sure, but maybe the drops in the dungeon were of that type of magic equipment. What he was holding was just a plate of metal made from deep iron. The runic structure was condensed on it, which made it look smaller than whatever he could make. This item was certainly made by someone that was more skillful than he was. That didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to recreate it. With his debugging skill this would prove rather easy. The only problem would be improving on the design with his own knowledge. Roland expected to find some kind of special device or an item responsible for this music box working. This he did, but instead of one, it was a combination. The small plate that had the runic components in them also had a socket. This socket contained a marble-like item, an item that he was familiar with. A slime core, heh? This slime core was the magical mineral that was apparently able to store mana inside of it. There was a specialized runic structure around this socket that kept the slime core inside of it. He had examined it before dismantling the music box. What he saw was a siphoning effect that funneled the mana from the surrounding area into this slime core. This core worked as some kind of generator or battery. It was constantly discharging the mana it had stored back into the runic structure. Thus the music box was able to function. The button on the side that activated it just moved some parts and connected some runic traces. There was also one mana stone present to purify the mana from the surroundings. It was directly connected to the slime core, probably allowing it to work more efficiently by being in closer proximity to the battery. From how it looked, the runic components only needed a little jolt of magic at the start before they would work on their own. Besides the slime core, there was deep iron involved. He could clearly tell that the runic components were not deteriorating that fast. The small rune design and its simplicity gave the item longevity. Even when constantly turned on, it was working just fine. It looked that if the magic rune didn't pass a certain threshold of mana usage, the runic components that it was composed of wouldn't break down. At least not when made from this deep iron. If this was some kind of other metal with a special mana-gathering attribute was unknown. He would need to test it out on other metals to see if there was a difference. Well, this clears up a couple of things. The person that made this was probably an experienced runesmith. You don't see many runes at the high grade. This rune was of the high grade, which was something rare. Most of the items out on the market were of the intermediate grade, while high and above were hard to find. This was also why the wares that he made sold quite well. Probably the craftsmen weren't willing to give away the knowledge of their designs to just anyone. Thus most runesmiths ended up with average knowledge and made average grade runes. Improving on the design was a lot harder without a lot of trial and error. This would be a time-consuming process. It could also be costly if something went wrong. Badly connected rune components could be volatile, even explode. Roland was just happy that he could skip that process with his debugging skill. If he didn't have it, he would probably be still stuck scribing low-level runes. Maybe he would have to go work for some kind of runesmith that was willing to share their knowledge with him. With this skill, he had attained a degree of freedom, but this also caused him to have some holes in his basic knowledge. Was this battery structure something hard to make? It didn't look out of the ordinary. He was a classical case of someone that started running without having learned to walk properly first. Roland had placed the piece of metal to the side and got ready to go to bed. With this, he had something to look forward to. He had also ordered a basic forge to be made at his home. The building company luckily was able to do that. They would place it in the log cabin for now while his secret workshop remained underground. There he was planning to build his own furnace, one that was composed of runes. Through this he could only do after completing his runic generator design. Now after looking over this toy, it was finally a possibility. First, he would need to get his house back. He would also need copper wire and magnets. This was something he would need to create an electric generator. This was a device that converts mechanical energy into electrical power. How this worked was common knowledge from his old world, and it wouldn't be that hard to produce with his current skills. The hard part would be to harness this electrical current to then produce mana. He also needed it to produce more mana than there was introduced into the runic structure. Without that, the generator idea would fall flat. The first prototype would probably be quite crude, but he needed to test if this thing even had the merit to be improved later on. He had copper and magnets in his workshop already. He had gotten a few strong ones for his refrigerator design. They sealed the doors quite nicely. While thinking about the next few days, he went to sleep. Before anything could be done, he needed his house to be in working order. The following day Roland woke up early. He visited some shops to try and buy anything that could help him with the future mana generator design. One of the problems would be placing wires along his house to deliver the mana to all of his appliances. The ethereal pathways had a very limited range, so he would need to actually attach them to his generator. The people of this world did make wires for fences, so he would be able to just buy that. Those wires were thicker than electrical wires, but that would just make it easier to inscribe the runic traces on them. They would also deteriorate quite slowly with only runic pathways on them. Without runic components that had a spell structure, the metals didn't suffer that much damage. He could also place more than just one pathway for the mana to travel through the cable. This was all still only theoretical, as he still needed to make the devices capable of using these cables. Those would mostly be power tools like a drill or a belt grinder. This would have to wait till he got his hands on some better crafting utensils. For now, Roland used his time to check the shops for anything useful. The rest of his time was spent down in the dungeon. Leveling up to level 75 was still very much on his agenda. It wouldn't hurt to have a tier 2 class sooner rather than later. So he did, this time venturing to the levels below. What he found were more skeletons that were on fire along with more slimes. He was sure to hunt the latter ones more, as the slime cores could be used for his generator. Roland wasn't sure how many of them he could use, but he could hold on selling them until he figured out that part. Those two weren't the only monsters that he found down there. He was facing another common creature that he had faced before. It was a giant rat. This was a variation of the old foe that was dark crimson in coloring. Crimson giant rat, L14. The only difference between this one and the ones he saw back in the city of Carwen. These ones were of higher level and also somewhat fire resistant. For him that was over level 70, this thing wasn't much of a problem. With a couple of stabs from his arming sword, the monster fell. It was quickly replaced by another one. These large rodents rarely wandered around alone. This is good practice. Roland used this chance to train himself when fighting multiple opponents. The trick was not to get yourself surrounded. This was easier in these corridors as he just needed to move back while not letting any of the monster rats pass him on the side. If he wasn't careful, he might find himself up against a wall. That was still better than being surrounded. At least he wouldn't need to watch his back. You have gained 7 experience points. You have gained 8 experience points. You have gained 6 experience points. He made quick work of the large rats that were about the size of a middle-sized dog. They were kind of a waste of time as the experience he was gaining didn't even go over 10. None of these critters had any mana stones in them either, and rat teeth or claws didn't sell for all that much. I need to get to the lower levels. I won't get much experience unless I face off against lower level tier 2 monsters. This was a fact that he already knew. Ever since attaining his 3rd tier 1 class, leveling up had gotten hard. Even after battling tier 2 monsters and all of those bandits, he wasn't rewarded with that much. Using his time to craft high-tier runic equipment would bring him better results. He was also running low on the crafting schematic exploit that let him get to this point so fast. Roland pulled out the labyrinth map and started examining it. He was now on the starting section of the 3rd floor. The monster attacks were more frequent here and the corridors were also wider. This allowed the monsters more area to maneuver. There was also a chance of them sneaking up behind a person from one of the side corridors that were passed. While taking a moment to eat something, he looked for the fastest way to the level below. He wanted to take it slowly, but these monsters weren't proving very lucrative. Any of the monster body parts he could sell weren't worth more than the simplest magic scroll he could make. Farming them for money wouldn't be something worthwhile, and the experience was also bad. This was still the safest way of leveling up his warrior-type skills, so he was bearing with it. After eating, he ventured forth to do more battling, but now if there wasn't a mana stone or a creature core, he would just leave everything behind. This labyrinth apparently ran 10 levels deep. Each level increased the monster level by about 5. On the 10th and final level, you would face creatures close to level 50. Some monsters at the 2nd tier could be seen there, which meant that most adventurers below the silver rank wouldn't be seen wandering there alone. At most, a full party of steel adventurers could hope to survive down there. He continued on his way, going down to the lower levels. The further down he went, the less adventurer he saw. This meant that there would be more loot to find, but also more monsters to go through. At the higher levels, a person didn't run into that many monsters as all the other adventurer parties were taking them out. At the 4th level, he battled another new monster. It looked like an iguana and could actually produce something akin to a fire breath. This was also the first time that he actually needed to activate his magic shield to defend himself against this flame breath. Baby salamander, L21. It was quite large for something considered a baby. While the rats were the size of a middle-sized dog, this one would be akin to a larger breed. It was close in specs to a full-grown wolf, and it had some sharp teeth to go with it. Roland blocked the fire attack with his shield. The activated magic was enough to not make him feel any heat. The flame resistance rune was working just fine. The moment the monster ran out of breath was the time for him to strike. This time around he used his mana thrust rune to skewer the red lizard-looking monster. The salamander wasn't able to react in time. Taking one hit from the torrent of mana was enough to slay this creature. You have gained 18 experience points. The monster's head exploded into many tiny chunks which blooded the wall behind it. He could feel that this one had a mana stone hidden in its abdomen. He needed to stick his hands into its guts to pull it out. It wasn't the best feeling, but after having slain many monsters he was used to this sort of job. He looked at the defeated monster while wondering if there was really nothing worthwhile for him to take from it. At times like these was when he recalled that having party members had its upsides. He wouldn't need to go through dead monster carcasses at least. Before he could decide on his next move, another one of those salamanders appeared. Probably attracted by the stench of blood. Training my shield proficiencies is quite easy in this sort of place. He looked to the monster that was ready to breathe out some fire. His shield started glowing in a blue hue that had a slight red tint to it. The moment the fire attack connected with its magical surface, it started getting dispersed. Roland noticed that defeating this type of monster was quite easy if you managed to resist its breathing attack. It remained stationary afterward, probably the usage of mana left its body unable to evade any attacks coming for it in that time frame. If other monsters like this had the same weak point would be something that he needed to find out later. You have gained 17 experience points. Whoa. After this baby salamander bit the dust, another one appeared. It looked like he was attracting unwanted attention. He preferred to take the sneaky approach while biding his time, but this would also be a good opportunity for gathering experience. Roland smirked a little bit and used the handle of his sword on his shield. A loud sound was produced to get the monster's attention on it. This one, instead of delivering a fire attack, decided to charge towards him. Its mouth opened up wide as it tried chomping down on one of his legs. But the only thing that monster got to chomp down was cold hard steel as Roland delivered a shield bash to its head. With his blacksmith levels of strength, it was enough to momentarily stop it in its tracks. You have gained 15 experience points. With a little poke to the eye socket, the monster was down for the count just like the other ones. The spot he was in was slowly getting crowded by the salamander monster corpses. As it looked, this wasn't all, as he heard the shuffling of lizard claws from the distance coming his way. I guess the fun starts from this level on. Roland looked over his gear that was still in working condition. There was enough juice left in the runes for him to stay here for a couple of more hours. Maybe now he could get those skills up at a more moderate pace. 7th level, this place looks the same like all the other levels. Wasn't that hard to get here, not long, and we will reach the 10th level. A group of young adventurers that looked to be in their late teens were going through a dimly lit path. It was a group of 4 people, 2 males, and 2 females. The girls had lighter armor on them while the 2 men had heavier. It looked like the 2 were warrior types while the other were the more nimble variant. Don't get overconfident, Rudy, you always had a big head. A girl with neck-length brown hair called out to a red-haired boy. He was the person that mentioned the 10th floor of the dungeon they were in. The whole party here was composed of humans, with the girl that spoke out at the front. She was in the middle of kneeling down and looking at an out-of-place floor tile. Never bad to have confidence. The young man chuckled back while looking at the girl on the ground. He could see her moving her short sword towards the floor tile. The ground here looked like it was made from large square-shaped rocks that were just dropped into position. They weren't very even, but they were enough to let people move through them without stumbling around. Did you find something, Kira? The other girl from the party called out. She had a bow in her hand and a similar short sword to her side. Before she could prod for more answers, she heard a strange noise coming from the side. The moment that Kira poked the rock slab enough, a couple of darts shot out from the wall. With no one walking forward, the darts impacted the wall on the other side with no one getting hurt. Just a small trap. There are a few more of these ahead, so give me a minute. Take your time, but we need to hurry. We only have a few hours till sundown. The trip back will probably take us an hour from this level. Can't we just go through? those things don't look that deadly to me. The other male moved forward. He was the largest person here at over 190 centimeters of height with a more robust build. He was heavily armored, with a shield and sword combo. Why do we have to only have meatheads in our party? The girl that was disarming the trap moved up while frowning. The girl with the bow just shrugged without saying a word. Go ahead, Myron, I'm sure the poison in those darts won't be a problem. Hope that discount steel armor will be able to hold out. The armored man looked at the girl named Kira and then over to the darts that were embedded in the corridor wall. They looked quite sharp and also punched through the hard wall surface cleanly. The man gave out a grunt before backing away, probably not sure if his armor could take it. That's what I thought, Sansa, please watch my back. The girl with the bow nodded, her hair was long and obsidian. She had a more eastern look to her. She stood watch with her bow drawn while staring into the distance of the long corridor. At the end of it she could see some kind of opened gate. It looked similar to the entrance of the Albrecht City dungeon. The girl knew that that type of structure indicated something. There could be monsters or treasure behind it. It took the girl named Kira about 20 minutes to get rid of all the traps. The party of 4 was now standing at the end of this passage. The guys moved forward with the later, heavier armored one at the helm. He had his shield up and with his sword in hand, he was inching toward the unknown area. There might be monsters inside, be careful. Yeah. Rudy complained from the side but followed closely after the main tank of the party. After venturing through the larger opening at the end of the corridor, the party ended up in a wide open area. Nothing in here. All of them entered after looking around from the entrance. The room was large and it also had a high ceiling. They could also see another opening with a gate. It looked like there was another tunnel past this room and nothing else. Only one exit. Kira commented while looking around. There wasn't anything in here, no monster remains or signs of other adventurers. Not like any of those would be left for anyone to see. After about half an hour any untouched body would start to vanish. This group of young adventurers knew this fact but none of them had ever witnessed it firsthand. We should go, probably other people came through here and the monsters didn't reappear. It didn't look like there was anything in here. Kira looked around but she didn't seem to see anything out of the ordinary. She decided that it would be best to just move on and hurry it up. Might just be a dummy room, you find them from time to time. These dungeons are large, not all of the rooms have traps and monsters in them. Thank you for the lesson, Professor Kira. Rudy replied while chuckling. The brown-haired girl stomped her foot in anger a bit but then just moved towards her party members. The 2 warriors moved to the front of the party again while the 2 girls trailed slightly behind. Wait. They were about halfway through the room before the girl noticed something. No, quickly, run for the tunnel. Kira called out while bolting towards the exit on the other side of the large room. There was a faint clicking sound, soon after the whole room started rumbling. The walls started shaking around, small openings in the walls closer to the high ceiling started to open up. The other 3 adventurers were a bit surprised by their friend's reaction but they quickly ran after her. Before they could reach the exit a wall of rock slammed down, Kira was just quick enough to run into it. She started banging on it with her fists but the wall was far too sturdy to be broken. The party of 4 was clearly trapped in here as the opening that they came through was also sealed by a similar wall of hard stone bricks. We are trapped, this was a trap. Hey Kira, I thought you were supposed to be good at detecting traps. I don't know, this trap is different, there was magic involved, I can't sense magic traps yet. Kira and Rudy started shouting at each other while the 2 other party members looked around. They could see the holes opening up wider till they were about human-sized. They looked large enough for them to go through, but before they could explore that possibility they heard a hissing sound coming from those large holes. You 2 stop arguing. Enemies are coming. The two turned around and were quick to spot what their archer friend meant by that. Out of those openings in the walls, monsters started to appear. The first thing that this party of adventurers saw were bright red eyes that were reptilian in nature. One of the monsters dropped down to the ground, its clawed raptor-like legs caused the ground to crack. The creature that they were looking at was reptilian in nature, its body was coated with crimson leathery scales. It was the height of a smaller human at about 170 centimeters, but some of its companions were slightly larger. It had a lizard-like head along with a crown of spiky frills that extended from their foreheads to their necks. It had a mostly upright humanoid-like posture but was leaning forward slightly. Its hands were composed of 4 large fingers, the second one that was closer to their body was twice as long as the others. On it, they could see a large claw that was probably meant for ripping into their opponent's flesh. Lesser troglodytes. The monsters continued to drop out of those openings till there were about 10 of them in this room. The 2 males from the adventurer party moved to protect their female companions. The monsters started to quickly fill up the locked area. Battle was the only option left. One of the troglodytes that was the closest to them charged forward. The other ones behind him were quick to notice the juicy enemies as well. The monsters opened up their mouths while hissing, their sharp teeth were on display along with their drooling tongues. It was clear that those large lizards were set on devouring these 4 human adventurers. Myron stepped forward with his large tower shield in hand. Before the monster could swing that giant clawed hand on him, he shot towards it. The monster slammed into the thick steel shield with his head and was flung backward. Soon after, it found an arrow sticking out of its eye socket as Sansa, the party's archer, used her bow skills on it. The monster convulsed on the ground, but this didn't scare off its companions that charged in, their faces filled with maddened rage. Soon the party of 4 found themselves surrounded, there was nowhere to run, and the 2 warriors had to contend with 2 or 3 monsters each. This still left some to slip past their barricade and getting dangerously close to the 2 girls. These 2 had roles of supports and specialists. Sansa was having trouble using her bow with the lizard monster so close by. Kira had to use her short sword to defend herself, but she wasn't that good in a direct fight, her class being a thief. Rudy managed to step in to defend his companion. Before Kira got ripped to shreds by the lizard's talons, he pushed his long spear through its head. The girl was saved, but this act of bravery would cost him dearly as the troglodyte behind him used this chance to sink its teeth into the youth's shoulder. "Rudy!" The girl called out in panic as she saw the monster biting her companion, but she was in no position to help him. Another monster was on a collision course with her. It looked that even if they slew some of them, new ones appeared out of the openings in the walls. Their whole formation was broken. It looked like this would be their last adventure. They would end up as a nice meal for these lizard-like monsters, but before they met their demise, a loud sound was heard. Following it, one of the monsters dropped dead in its tracks, a large arrow made out of sharp ice going through its head. "Get down!" Someone shouted out from the distance before a hail of ice arrows descended into this large open room. Each one of these magical attacks flew towards a monster. The aim was true, and the troglodytes were unable to resist this high-tier magic. It only took 1 hit from a magical arrow to deliver a fatal blow. This gave the 4 adventurers time to reorganize themselves. They huddled up together while pouring healing potions on their wounded friend. The monsters quickly changed to a new opponent that was standing on the other side of this room. From where he came was a mystery to these people, but they wouldn't complain as he was helping them. 7 of the monsters were killed instantly, but there was still more coming. A group of 3 of them charged at their new opponent while the 4 adventurers watched from afar. The person that came to their help looked to be in a heavier set of armor, similar to the one the warrior from their party was wearing. It was in a dark red color and had some strange runic patterns inscribed into them. They couldn't see the man's face as his face was hidden behind a sturdy metal helmet. It was rounded to fit a person's skull with an attached front visor. This face-covering visor was wide with a rectangular slit for vision and had dotted cutouts on the lower half of the face for ventilation. The visor of this helmet seemed to be filled out by something akin to dark-colored glass that was glowing from time to time. This person had a large kite shield in one hand. The other hand wasn't holding any weapon, but there was a mace strapped to his side. The monsters continued to charge at him, but he didn't seem to care. The group of adventurers wasn't sure why this person looked so relaxed, but soon they would understand. This armored knight moved his hand up at the moment the monsters were only a few meters away. The gauntlet he was wearing started glowing for a moment before a discharge of ice shards was seen. The lizard-like monsters found themselves being shredded by ice magic that quickly turned them into statues. The ones that didn't die right away were promptly finished off by a swing of that mace. One hit to the head was all that he needed. Is that a silver rank? Maybe a gold. The group let out a sigh of relief as they saw the new adventurer overpower these monsters with ease. It was clear to them that this person was of a higher tier compared to them by how many skills and spells he was activating. Someone below tier 2 would not be able to use that many enchanted items even if they had them. 3 lesser troglodytes remained, they all charged at the man in the armor. The adventurer didn't retreat, instead, he took a step forward. The metal graves along with his boot gave off a faint blue light that changed to orange the moment it touched the ground below. This sent some kind of ripple through the earth below. Thick spikes made from hard rock then burst from the ground impaling the charging monsters. They were strong enough to pierce their hard bodies, he didn't even need to finish them off after turning them into large pincushions. The room that was filled with monster howls and screams of people was now quiet. All of the monsters were now dead and the openings in the walls were starting to close themselves. The large pathways through which this group of adventurers came in were also opening up. The slabs that were blocking them were sliding back up, probably to recharge before the next time the trap would be sprung. Rudy was grasping his aching shoulder through which the lesser troglodyte bit through. He had received healing potions, but it would take a few minutes before this injury healed itself. Are you okay? I'm fine, but what are we going to do about him? Rudy answered while whispering the last part to Kira. They all were now looking at the person that saved them. The person was just walking without a worry in the world and sticking a dagger into the monsters' bodies. It took them a moment to notice that he was taking out a mana stone each time he did that. He was totally ignoring them. Without even a side glance he was continuing to go around the monster corpses plucking out mana stones. He was strangely proficient at it. Normally they would need to go through the entire body and hope for the best. Only after finishing up with the stones, they saw him going towards them. His height was close to their party tank which made him look more imposing from close up. Are you new here or just stupid? Excuse me? Kira was the one to reply. The other party members moved closer to each other. The faces of the 2 men from the party scrunched up but they weren't willing to shout at the person that cleared out this trap by himself. Didn't you get the labyrinth map? A map? Was there something like that? The girl looked to her party members for answers but they just shrugged without knowing what this was about. That's why noobs are. The man muttered under his breath before speaking up again. Never mind, you should go up to the 6th floor and level up before returning here. If you continue like this you will die. The party got a quick lecture by the person that saved them. He was clearly an adventurer that was a tier above them so they kept their mouths shut. Soon the man in the dark red armor ventured out through the door that they wanted to go through. The adventurers were left here with all the corpses, only the mana stones were missing but they could probably disassemble them for some money. Kira. What is it, Rudy? What's a noob? The 2 looked at each other while the footsteps of the adventurer that saved them started to slowly fade away. Roland slowly left the room in which the monster massacre happened. He didn't want to hang around other adventurers for too long if there was no business relationship between the 2 parties. He was slightly ticked off as the group of youngsters had ruined his grinding spot. This was the 7th level of the labyrinth. It was getting close to the boss room that was on the 10th. One day while adventuring he found a little secret room, all thanks to his debugging skill and mana sense. It was directly above that trap room where the lesser troglodytes waited. Those monsters would spawn in a hidden chamber. There was a secret tunnel that connected to it from the 6th floor above, all behind a hidden opening in one of the tunnels. The monsters would be confined in a small room and wait for someone to come into that large chamber. When the trap was sprung, they would be allowed to exit. When they followed a narrow corridor, they would appear right above the 7th floor's trap chamber. Thus the trap would be sprung and the people below would have to face off against these monsters. This wasn't the important part. He used the fact that the monsters were trapped in a small chamber for himself. For someone who could make runic bombs and grenades, this was a great spot to quickly level up. He had used it several times by tossing in such explosives or using spells that had a wide area of effect. To his surprise, when he arrived today, the room was already empty. The trap was activated, which wasn't something that normally happened here. The labyrinth was already mapped out by the guild, and anyone who bought a map would know this trap. It was easily avoidable. Only parties that wanted to farm the lesser troglodytes would bother entering this room. The monsters looked similar to lizard men, had high physical resistance and strength. Most adventurers would rather fight smaller groups of monsters. This trap was far too dangerous, so most people avoided it. The monsters weren't very resistant to magic though, which made them perfect for Roland's grinding initiative. Roland moved through the narrow corridors to see who activated the trap. To his surprise, it was a bunch of low-level adventurers. They were all around the 35th level. The lesser troglodytes were also close to that, but they outnumbered the intruders 5-1. He knew that the young adventurers would be killed if he didn't react. The monsters didn't pose a threat to him at this point, even in a wide-open area. He decided to use up some of the runic charges of the armor he had inscribed, and so now he was here. There were two good things that came out of this predicament. One was the mana stones that he had still managed to procure for his crafting. Then there was still the experience that he managed to gain. After glancing at the status screen, he now knew what it was time for a big change. Name: Roland Arden, L75. Classes: T1 Mage, L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe, L25, X. T1 Runic Blacksmith, L25, Main. HP: 794, 794. MP: 2824, 2824. SP: 1124, 1124. Strength: 59. Agility: 40. Dexterity: 87. Vitality: 59. Endurance: 68. Intelligence: 118. Willpower: 107. Charisma: 17. Luck: 10. Debugger L6, Circuitry L7, Tinkerer L8, Identify L9, Basic Mana Shaping L9, Basic Mana Regulation L9, Mana Sense L9, Basic Rune Mastery L9, Basic Rune Scribing L9, Basic Smithing Mastery L9, Basic Runecraft L9, Runic Blacksmith's Eyes L9, Blacksmith's Heat Sense L9, Basic Rune Compression L9, Ethereal Pathways L9, Basic Mana Reinforcement L9, One-Handed Swordsmanship L9, Heavy Armor Proficiency L9, Shield Proficiency L9, Blunt Weapon Proficiency L9, Hand-to-Hand Combat L3. Spearmanship L2. Roland was finally at the maximum level. It was time for that class change that he was working towards all this time. He had managed to level up some of the combat skills as well, but not all. He stuck to using swords and maces, but there just wasn't enough time to take care of the rest. He would need months, maybe even years, to increase his spearmanship or axe-wielding proficiencies. Roland wasn't really aiming to be a master of all weapons. 2 were more than enough for him. He used some fast grinding methods to level up faster. Even though the monsters were low-leveled, there were a lot of them. There was a boost to experience if you killed more than one monster in a short amount of time. It wasn't much, but at this point, his experience gaining had slowed down to a crawl. Roland had now lived in this city for over a year. Only now did he achieve the 25th level of his runic blacksmith profession. He had thought that this dungeon would be a gold mine of experience, but that wasn't entirely true. But he had limited himself by not venturing past the 10th level of this dungeon. Past it was the volcanic area of this dungeon where only Tier 2 monsters appeared. He wasn't a true Tier 2 class, he would rather be safe than sorry. While going solo, he was still able to gain some experience towards his weapon skills and armor proficiencies. He had maxed out a few, and with his level now hitting 75, he was finally ready to give his next class change a try. With this, he decided to make a beeline for the exit. After going through this labyrinth repeatedly for a year, he knew it like the back of his hand. With the help of his high intelligence stat, remembering these corridors wasn't that hard. At this point in time, he didn't even need to look at the map that much. There were some secret spots that weren't charted down, just like the secret room with the lesser troglodytes. There were some shortcuts between levels. Luckily for him, thanks to his skills, he was able to spot them. From time to time he came across runic traces in the walls. Through them finding the secret chambers was easy. With a quick mana infusion, these secret rooms would open up. Some of them were just stairs going up, while others were hidden areas with respawnable treasures. This place was still quite low-leveled, so he never did find anything costly, but some of the treasures could be sold off. Being a blacksmith, he could inscribe runes into armor and weapons, then resell them on the market for an inflated price. After poking a certain spot with his finger, a path opened up. It was just a corridor with winding stairs going up. Roland entered and moved up through it. After a couple of minutes, he was out on the 3rd level. From this point, he would need to travel through the dungeon normally. Roland looked around this place a couple of times. There were still many adventurers here, but not as many as before. The foolhardy ones had been weeded out in the first year of the dungeon's opening. Now not many of them ventured into the lower levels or past the 10th one that was for silver adventurers and up. In time he was walking up the rocky stairs that led to the exit of this dungeon. On the outside things had changed as well. For one thing, there were guards in front of the entrance. They would check everyone's adventurer's cards before letting them venture forth. This was all due to a certain foolhardy farmer's demise after entering the dungeon. That person didn't make it far before being devoured by one of the monsters. Some other adventurers found his body getting nibbled on by a salamander. The rumors were that he was unwilling to accept his farmer class and wanted to become an adventurer. Further away was a large store. The person that had been here selling magic potions at the entrance had expanded. It was true that the ones that came first were the ones that profited the most. Roland didn't see the young girl or the old man combo. They could now hire other people to do that work for them while they sat back at the store. Some of the people that attempted the same line of work weren't that lucky. He heard rumors of some of the merchants getting robbed and their potion-selling business going under. Roland was now far enough from the dungeon. He went behind a tree and removed most of the red armor that he was wearing and placed it back into one of his spatial bags. This one was much larger than regular ones and was worn by him on his back. He stuffed it behind his armor plate, which made it a bit uncomfortable to carry around, but he needed it to be wide enough. This was due to what was hidden inside. He reached inside and started pulling. Soon a wheel appeared, followed by the rest of a peculiar transportation device. It had 2 round wheels that had something similar to rubber on them. To the side of the back wheel was a chain that connected below the sitting area. This was a bicycle that Roland had made. It didn't look anything like the modern variant that he was used to seeing in his old life. The seat that he sat on was quite long and connected to the handlebar directly. There were no pedals for him to move his feet around either. This thing was powered by mana directly. He just made a rest for his feet a bit to the front. He sat down on it and after injecting some mana he was up and running. Roland used the main road that was somewhat paved to the dungeon at this point. The people that he passed gave him some strange looks, but he was used to it by now. He was known by them as the strange craftsman that lived out of the city. At least as his disciple, as most people didn't want to believe that someone at 16 could be a runic craftsman. The trip to the dungeon would take him more than half an hour on foot, but with this new bike, he made it back under 10 minutes. His house had been changed a couple of times since he arrived, but the most eye-catching thing was the large log wall that also had a barbed wire part at the top. He had been visited by nosy people a couple of times, but with some contingencies in place they found themselves incapacitated. Some did slip it past the magical traps, but just as he had planned they didn't find his main workshop. The only things that he lost were iron and steel tools that could be easily replaced. Everything was walled and fenced up, even the log cabin where he kept his regular furnace and tools. That place was mostly what the thieves set their eyes on, so it was easily defendable with some shock runes plastered on the ground or walls. He didn't care much about his garage, as where the magic happened was downstairs. That was also where he was heading now. Roland needed to prepare for his next class change. This would be best done behind closed doors where no one would bother him. There was a chance of him passing out as the last time. He would rather do this while being in a safe space that was behind illusionary runes. The inside of his home looked decent enough. Everything was cleaned up during the renovations and all the wooden panels were painted over. He even got himself a couple of cheap rugs to make it a bit cozy, though without a vacuum cleaner he had to do it the old-fashioned way during the weekly cleaning drive. He was still living alone. With the trust issues he had built up throughout the years, it was hard to create new relationships. The people in the Adventurers Guild knew him as that guy that wears crimson heavy armor. It was a pre-made armor set that wasn't that rare around the city. The only thing that he customized was the color along with the helmet. His new gear didn't help during discussions with others though. Roland was never the one to start the conversation, and there was no purpose in teaming up with anyone in this dungeon as long as he was careful. He had managed for this long without many problems, and now was the time to take a step forward. Okay, what do I need? He locked the door behind him and was also sure to activate a defensive runic structure close to the door handle. There was a sign outside to knock and wait. If anyone grabbed the handle first they would be tasered. It wasn't quite that late, but the sun was already setting. He didn't expect any visitors, so it would be on them if something happened. It was time to go downstairs or over to a small closet that only had some rags in it. At least that's what it looked like to others. With a couple of strategic presses of this illusion magic lock, a path down was revealed. There was also a lock on the door for an added safety measure. Behind it were the stairs down along with another door, this one very sturdy looking and made from thick slabs of metal. He needed to really give these a push to get them open. He was planning on making them even heavier after getting that status boost from getting a Tier 2 class. On the inside was his workshop. He had used some earth magic to make it wider and deeper. This he had to do by himself, but with some basic building knowledge, he knew where to place all the supportive columns. If the place collapsed on him during his work he would be having a bad time. On the inside were all the usual things like a workbench with all his old tools. There was a forge sticking out from the wall, it connected to the chimney of his house. But there were special runes that filtered the smoke out as well. This way even if he was working down below it wouldn't be smoking excessively. In a side room behind closed doors was his crowning invention. A runic engine. After bumbling about for half a year he had finally managed to get a working model. This one was a steam model that worked by heating up water and converting it to mechanical force by steam. This was all done to produce electricity that then was stored in a special magic generator. His assumption of gaining mana out of electricity had borne fruit. He was now able to produce renewable energy on a smaller scale. This engine worked similar to the ones used in trains. The heating was done by small heating runes instead of fuel though. The boiled water would produce steam and pressure. It would push a cylinder back and forth to generate mechanical force. This mechanical force was then used in an electric generator that he fashioned from a magnet and copper coils. The produced energy from this was then transferred by some wires into the special battery unit that he had made. He based it on the rune design and materials that he saw in that music box. The produced energy was higher than what it took to keep the heated runes running. Thus he had made something close to a perpetual motion machine. It wasn't quite that, as the strain on the materials existed, plus the runes and components had to be replaced periodically. He hid it in a smaller room behind closed doors due to the loud noise that it made. It wasn't perfect, but thanks to it he was able to create his power tools and also power some other magical devices around his house. With time he hoped to improve on the design, but for now, it just worked. Improving it wasn't on the agenda for today. He had a Tier 2 class quest to finish. He was already dreading the thought of what it could entail this time. The first one was easy enough, just scribing one small runic spell. The other one was harder as he had to make a ladle without any proper blacksmith knowledge to speak of. This time he expected a crafting-related test as well, but there also could be something more. He brought out the class change crystal to start it. A Solaria church had been built here recently, so now he could just go by those there. He hoped that he would be able to pass the test on the first try, but if not he could just get more crystals. He was making some money with his adventuring and there wasn't a shortage of those crystals yet. Here goes nothing. Roland looked over his stats before sitting down in a chair. He had the crystal in his hand and a bucket was to the side. He hoped that he wouldn't need to use it, but it was better to have it on standby. The test wouldn't let him take anything from the outside. The only thing he needed to worry about was not getting any visitors while being here. Soon he activated the crystal and was back at his old apartment building. He didn't look around at all this time around and just went to the recreation of his old apartment room. The PC was quickly activated. The list of classes he could choose from had increased as well. This was mostly due to now having some Tier 2 classes to pick from. Weaponsmith, Armorsmith, the runic variations are there too. He started going through them one by one. The classes that were above Tier 1 were in a separate section and easy to spot. There weren't that many compared to the lower Tier 1s, which had probably increased due to him gaining more combat-related skills. No mage-related Tier 2 classes as expected. There is a Tier 2 scribe class, also an advanced runic mana scribe. Scrolls had been a good way of earning money for him and added to his combat repertoire. The biggest drawback of that class was the meager stat gains. Runesmith, hey, it is there. The fabled class was there. It felt less special after he had attained the runic blacksmith one already. He knew that it wouldn't add much besides letting his skills reach higher than the basic tier. What is this class? There was a peculiar class showing up on the screen. It was placed further away from the other ones and looked like it was above them in that way. The sprite looked similar to a runesmith, but it was a heavily armored version. It held a runic hammer in one hand while in the other one was a sword, which made him think it was some kind of combination class. Runesmith Lord. So these types of classes weren't just rumors. Runesmith Lord. Roland stopped while looking at the moving pixel art that only had 3 frames of movement. It looked like a more armored variation of the runesmith class. It was clearly some kind of evolved version and it was available to him. Didn't I read something about this? When he was back in the Arden estate, he went through the library several times. With no internet or games, there wasn't really much to do in this world. As an adult, he was past his childhood days, so he didn't waste time on kid games like tag. The only thing left for him was training and reading books. He recalled that one of these books had a passage about some hidden special classes. One of them was the mana-related classes like Mana Warrior. They were quite easy to get with a corresponding aptitude for mana. Past those were the prestige classes like Runic Scribe or Runic Blacksmith that he had gotten along the way. Then there were ones that were even rarer. The way that this class appeared on this screen here showed him that it was one of those. He had no way of knowing how good this class was though. It could be worse than a Runic Armorsmith or Weaponsmith for crafting purposes. It could not bring much to the table for him who already had one cheat skill in the form of debugging. But there it was, what looked to be another rare class option that he didn't think would be there. He was hoping to get a class that mixed combat and crafting in some way. Could this one be it? Roland looked over the other class choices. There was another one that he originally hoped to get. It was the Runic Battlesmith class. It was there with the basic variant as well. After leveling up his basic weapon proficiencies and gaining a lot of experience by fighting monsters, this was also unlocked. Now it didn't seem like the obvious choice anymore. There was a new contender. This left him with 5 choices: Advances Runic Mana Scribe, Runic Armorsmith, Runic Weaponsmith, Runic Battlesmith, and finally Runesmith Lord. He didn't even take the original Runesmith class into consideration, as it wouldn't really give him anything new. There were no mage-type classes available to him, and depending on his Tier 2 class he might be able to level up some of the basic skills past the threshold with a different class. Will this Runesmith Lord let me advance my scribing skills past the basic ones? I feel like the Lord part implies something. He hovered with the mouse cursor over this class but also looked at the Runic Battlesmith one. After some deliberation, he decided to go with the Lord variant. This world had a thing about putting noble titles above all other things, so it might have been the same with these classes. I can always fail the class change trial on purpose if it seems lackluster. With the infusion of money, he could just go buy another class change crystal. It was normal for some people to look into the trials and judge if the class was a fit for them. The trials more or less showed what the class would be about. The crafting classes required a person to fashion items of various kinds, while the battle classes required you to combat. What would this one force him to do? Maybe he would need to craft a full set of runic armor along with a weapon. That would actually not be a bad thing, as he would get some free experience and knowledge with the trial. Here goes nothing. He nodded and clicked on the icon. The PC did its thing and the VR headset popped out. It looked slightly different though, like a more advanced model. Roland looked over it before placing it on top of his head. He wasn't sure if it was because of the Tier 2 trial, but that might have been the case. Roland hadn't been here for some years. The last time was his blacksmithing class change. He had to get used to the flash of white light as he got transported into the next trial room. The first one was a smaller library where he just needed to scribe down a simple glowing rune. Then there was a smith's workshop where he had to produce a magical ladle. Both those classes made him produce something, and that is why he was confused about the trial area that was produced this time around. He looked around and noticed that he was in some kind of large arena. It was similar to a Roman Colosseum that he saw in some movies. There were differences though. For one thing, there was no place of an audience anywhere, just walls. This arena was circular in shape, the ground was covered in plain sand. There were a couple of eye-catching things here. For one, there were 4 large gates on each side, 2 were made from wood while the other 2 from metal. The walls were quite high and stretched up to the ceiling for a good 100 meters. The area inside was about the size of a football field. There were many torches on the arched walls that lit up the place quite nicely. There was another thing that was out of place. A lone column stood close to the center of this arena. After looking around, Roland couldn't spot anything that was similar to the other 2 trials. There were no instructions, no books that he could read, nothing that indicated what this trial would be. The only tip was this place, being an arena. It indicated that this would be a combat-related task. If that was true, then there was another problem. He didn't have any weapons, what he was wearing was just a random tunic. He had leather boots along with pants, but he couldn't spot any weapons anywhere. Was he supposed to fight here with his bare hands? Was this runesmith lord class some kind of grappling profession? That doesn't make sense, there is something on that column. He spotted something red sticking out from that misplaced column. After walking over, he recognized it as a large red button. This thing looked quite out of place. It was bright red and placed on a rocky pillar. It had a certain magnetic feeling to it. The more he looked at it, the more he felt like pressing it. If I press this, the trial will probably begin. He walked back for now. Before pressing that red button, he took some time in examining this whole arena from top to bottom. He looked over every gate, even pressed his ear to it to see if he could hear something. But they all had a similar feeling to the apartment building. He couldn't really touch it, and the texture that looked like wood felt off. The rest of the arena was similar. He started running into invisible walls, and climbing the ones that were going up was also impossible. Soon he returned to the big red button, feeling like he just wasted 10 minutes on nothing. With a slight sigh, he moved his finger on the button. It was pushed in easily, and it took a moment to see a reaction. The entire space he was standing in started to rumble. The pillar with the button began to sink into the ground, while another platform directly in the middle of the arena appeared. Roland stepped back and watched. The ground started shifting. It looked like the earth in the middle of this arena parted to the sides. There appeared a large hole. Before he could go over to see if there was something down there, a platform started to rise up. On it were several items that he was very familiar with. "Hey! Is that blacksmithing equipment?" He called out in surprise as he saw a large working forge along with blacksmithing tools show up before him. On this moving platform, he could see a forge, smelter, workbench, anvil, and all the other things that he always used for crafting. The rumbling continued. Apparently this wasn't quite over. The noise this time around was coming from the ceiling above. He looked up to see another hole opening there, then a familiar object appeared. It was a giant version of the hourglass that he had seen in the 2 previous trials he took. This one was quite large. The sand was dropping slowly, which indicated that he would have some time before the timer ran out. The big question was, what was it for? It's different this time around. There was one thing that was bothering him. There were no books in this workshop that appeared here. What was he supposed to do? The other trials had instructions for building items, but this time around there was nothing. There were all the resources and tools to craft weapons and armor, but no clear indication of what kind. Started picking up the tools and looking over them. There was no indication or clues. It was as if this trial wanted him to craft something, but the choice was up to him. He stopped for a second to rethink this. If he took too long, the timer would run out before he made a single item. Luckily for him, the answer to his question came in the form of a sound coming from the distance. "Hey!" He looked to one of the wooden gates. There was a strange sound coming from it. He listened closely while wondering if he was hearing things, but there it was again. Some sort of scratching or clawing sound was coming from one of those large doors. "What is that, are there?" It dawned on him then, what this test was all about. The sounds coming from there were probably monsters. This was an arena meant for fighting. He put 1 and 1 together and got his answer. He was supposed to craft his own weapons and armor, then face the monsters lurking behind that gate. This is going to be one of those unconventional trials. He tried recalling the books that he had read. They all stated that the tests were class-specific, but they mostly were segregated into some categories like crafting tasks, combat tasks, and fetch tasks. The latter consisted of having to go through a course to procure an item. This one seemed to be an unconventional one that combined 2 separate professions. Even the battlesmith class wouldn't require crafting to get through the trial. At most, the smith would be able to repair the weapons that he or she was given. There was also another peculiarity about this trial compared to the other ones. Roland didn't receive any temporary skills that would belong to this runesmith lord class. He had no idea what this class was about without those. The trial was pointing at it being a hybrid crafting and combat class at least. Roland didn't have any time to stand around anymore. Now he knew that there was something lurking behind that door that he would need to kill. He had no weapons or armor. This problem he would solve by fashioning himself a weapon. What should I make, a sword or a mace? These were the two weapons that he was the most proficient in. A sword would be better on softer targets and also more nimble. The mace was good for larger, slower enemies and ones that were armored. I would prefer a sword, but will there be enough time? He asked himself while going through the materials. He felt that a sword could be better for the fact that he could utilize the sword runes he knew. The mace had one advantage though, it would be easier to make and required no sharpening or pinpoint precision crafting. It was more or less just a blunt metallic club. To make a proper sword he would require a lot more time. With the mace, he wouldn't even need to make a separate handle or pommel. He could probably just get a wooden handle and just produce a mace head. This all depended on what materials he had. Besides the mace he needed some protection. A mace, and a shield for now. The plan was made, he needed these two items as a bare minimum. If he had more time he could look into making some armor with added runes for spellcasting. He was also hoping to have enough time for a few magic paddle wands. He grasped a hammer from the side and noticed that it was made from deep steel. It was better than the hammer that he was currently using back at his home. The metals he was working with here were bronze, iron, and steel. There were some steel rods here and there, but they were a bit too thin to be used as a handle. It looked like this trial wanted him to work with the thicker ingots. There were several hardy tools that he could punch holes with preset here, but first, he would need to fashion the handle. This could be done by directly molding an ingot through precision hammer blows. The next part would be the crown part. It could also be done like that, but there were other options. There were several molds here to the side. He could save some time by using one of them for the head part. Why would he do that if the end product could come out more brittle than through a regular forging method? The answer was reusability. There were many of those gates around him. He felt like this trial would have several stages where the doors opened one by one, maybe even many times. If he made a mold for the mace crown he might be able to use it again. At least the wooden part that was made for the spiky ball imprint. He chose to go with steel as it was a superior material compared to bronze and iron. With the molds here he could also try casting a sword directly from them. The problem would still be with the sharpening of it. A blunt mace with some spikes would be far easier to fashion. The hourglass was very slow, which meant that he had a lot of time, at least for now. First came the hammering of one of the heated-up steel ingots. Thanks to his smithing skills being maxed out, the hammering process went rather smoothly. Roland found how the skills in this world work to be astonishing. They kept a person at a certain level of ability. Whenever he picked up a hammer or a sword it all came back to him. He knew where to hit and how hard to do it depending on the item that he was working on. With time the shaft started taking shape. Next came the griff along with the handlebars that were on the top and bottom side of the mace, between the griff part. This was all done with skillful hammer hits, all while the metal was nice and heated up. He had already worked on something like this before, so the motion was practiced and natural. With time he was done and could move on to the molding phase. He needed the spiked ball of the mace to fit into the shaft, and that's why he made it first. For some reason, there were various wooden objects here as well. One of them was already similar in shape to a spiked mace head. Maybe the trial was making things slightly easier for him. There were also various carving knives that were enough for him to get a proper spike shape for his next weapon. The time continued to pass. There was a lack of scribing materials here though. Roland would have to forego his spell scrolls for this test. Instead, he could make some magical wands that worked in a similar way. The problem was his mana reserves. There was a certain lack of mana stones here, so he would have to forget about lessening the strain on his MP. With time the wooden version of the spiked mace head was ready. He fitted it on the thicker weapon handle from the bottom to see if everything was in order before putting it into the mold. The smelter was heated up by him beforehand. He did it to save some time. The red-hot metal dribbled down into the prepared mold that was shut tightly. It was a similar mold case to the one he used to make his first bronze sword. While it was cooling down, he went around to pick up a thick enough plate of steel. He would make a quick shield with the leftover time. This shield wouldn't need that much forming, as he could just stick to a tower shield design and would just need to rivet the handle part from the back. At the end, he would be preparing the runic structures. Without them, these weapons that he made wouldn't really be cut out for much. Time was of the essence. The large hourglass above his head was a constant reminder of that. Soon he would have to face against whatever was behind those gates, and the weapons that he had time to produce wouldn't really be anything special. He could only hope that the added runic enchantments would let him squeeze out more from them. Sparks flew with every strike of his hammer. The echoes of those hits spread through the large shield of arena space. With one last bash of his smithing tool, Roland was finished. The runic structure was complete, and he examined it before putting it to the side. What he was working on looked to be a simple piece of steel. It wasn't much to look at. Its shape was uneven, and more thought was put into the handle than the rest of it. This was the last one that Roland was able to produce. When he looked up, he could see the last grains of sand finally falling. Soon the time would be up and the next stage of this test would start. He whipped the sweat of his brow while sitting down. He began gathering mana from the surroundings. There wasn't much time left, but he would use it to recover at least a bit of his mana. The whole runecrafting process made him take a hit to his mana reserves that were at about 50%. This will have to do, Roland thought while meditating in a lotus position. He could feel the abundant mana in this strange virtual space entering his body. The concentration was much higher than what he was used to in the real world. With it being this plentiful, he could hope to regain his mana pool past the 70% mark in a few minutes. He was limited in what he could make in this short amount of time. The mace was to his side. It looked crude, but it would have to do. He wedged the casted spiky head part on the shaft for a tight fit. There was even a spare for the head part in one of the molds that he didn't open yet. The runic structure he went with was the strengthening rune. He feared that this weapon would break easily if he just left it like this. The next item was for defense, a tower shield with a handle made from leather on the other side. He used some strength to bend it slightly for it not to be just a flat sheet of metal. It could barely pass off for a shield. The part where his hand went into wasn't reinforced too well. He riveted in another piece of steel to add to the thickness on the inside, but that was it. There was a mana shield rune inscribed on it as well. The rest of his time was spent on creating disposable ones. Those didn't take much time to make, as he only needed to make them large enough to hold the runic structure. He placed common grade attack spells on them while he used the lesser versions on his shield and mace. The wands were disposable, but he needed the mace and shield to last a bit more. He had also created a simple knife. It was also made by hammering a piece of steel into the correct shape, then sharpened to get a workable edge. He couldn't really call it a weapon much, but it would have to do as a last line of defense. He went with the sharpness rune. If he needed to cut a throat, it would do. Soon the sand ran out and Roland could feel the arena rumbling once more. He was sitting in the middle of the workshop part, so he felt it moving violently. The whole thing was moving down into the hole that it came from. He quickly grabbed all the gear and started tossing it down from the platform. Luckily for him, the whole hole that the platform was going down suffered from the invisible wall syndrome. Even if he wanted to go down, he wasn't able to, as it started pushing him out along with the items that he made. He was left in the arena with no workshop to speak of. He grabbed his mace and shield and placed the wands on his belt. He had made it with some leather and just tied it around his waist. There wasn't really enough time to make a belt buckle. While he was working, the scratching on one of those wooden gates got increasingly louder. Now that the timer had run out, the noise was at an all-time high. He looked to the door that the noise was coming from and first just prepared a regular spell. Source of all magic, heed my call. He used his voice to say the incantation. A bolt of energy appeared at the tip of his finger that he pointed towards the wooden gate that was now opening. He could see a couple of clawed hands coming out of there. The monsters in there were quite eager to show themselves. Mana bolt! Soon one of them couldn't wait and shoved its head through the narrow opening while the gate was still going up. This part of its body promptly exploded into chunks of meat and black blood. This wasn't quite over as Roland used the slow opening gate to his advantage. He was already at the other side of the arena, so before any of these enemies got to him he would be able to snipe some of them down. Mana bolt! Guhh! A high-pitched scream was heard after another monster fell, but this would be the last easy target that he got to slay. Soon the monsters revealed their ugly faces and lanky bodies. They were small fiends with leathery bat wings, a barbed tail, and sharp, twisted horns right above their eyes. Their size was about the same as a goblin's, and the wings were small, not really meant for flight. This variant had rather pale skin, almost making them look white. Pale Imp, L30. It was the creature called Imp. This was one of the monsters that was linked to the evil demon monsters. They all would start out as those small evil-looking creatures, but with time they could transform into giant muscular beings that liked nothing more than to cause pain and suffering. There were quite some of them in that room. All of them quickly spotted the spell-swinging man. Without any rhyme or reason, they charged forward, with them now being aware of his presence, landing a hit on them with his mana bolt spell, and slow casting time was hard. Soon they were upon him. He clutched his mace hard and delivered a swift blow to one of the monster's heads. His weapon produced a dim blue glow as he activated the runic structure. One hit and another of the monsters was down on the ground. They were comparatively low-level monsters to him, so he was managing. His footwork had improved after spending a year down in the dungeons. There were actually warrior skills that could be learned, but regretfully he didn't have a class that could get any of them. With some perseverance he improved still. It might not have had the backing of any special skills, but his combat sense did improve tremendously. Roland was sure to move. The arena was large enough for him to use his long legs. Even with his low agility, he could run faster than these monsters. The trick was to not fight them all at once. It was easier to fight one-on-one 20 times than one large battle against 20 opponents at once. The monsters ran after him, but they found it troublesome to get near. When they got in range, they suffered a bash from the mace or a spell to the face. These small critters weren't a match for Roland even when outnumbering him by a large number. As time passed, there weren't many of them left. It was clear that these monsters weren't very intelligent. There were no tactics, just rage-filled charges, mostly with their heads out while trying to aim for a bite. No experience points were getting gained from the kills, but soon he had managed to slay the last one. He activated some of the wands with the lesser mana arrow and mana bolt spells while running away. Due to how easy it was to tell where the monsters would go next, each spell was a sure hit kill. With time the last monster's head exploded and its pale leathery corpse was down on the ground in a pool of black blood. Roland leaned up against the wall while wiping some sweat from his brow. All of this running had tired him out, but thanks to his high endurance stat he gained after switching to the runic blacksmith class he was fine. There were about 30 dead bodies on the ground, and the moment the last one fell the arena started to rumble. The large gate door started closing back up and the workshop in the middle had risen as well. The hourglass above him had been reset and the sounds of scratching were now coming from two of those doors. I guess sleeping and resting isn't getting accounted for in this test. He looked at his mace that was still in working condition. The things that suffered more were the magical wands that he used up the charges off. They were far easier to fix, but he was slowly running dry on mana. Replenishing it would be the first thing he would do. Roland sat down while huffing. He looked at the dead monster cadavers. He expected them to vanish from this area after he killed the enemies. This whole thing felt like an illusion or a virtual game. He thought that they would just go away without a trace and reinforce his claim. But there they remained in place, just dead. What if I? Suddenly he thought of something. Before finishing up with his mana replenishing exercise, he moved over to one of the imp corpses. He pulled out his previously created knife and turned the monster over. He used the knife on the back. Soon a square-shaped piece of leathery skin was removed. Blood was dripping everywhere. The blood wasn't going to be wasted either, as he was sure to bottle some of that black liquid. If my assumptions are correct, this should work with an evolved imp monster. He could feel a faint trace of mana coming from the dead monster's blood. It was similar to a certain resource that he used for all these years. It was the magic ink he used to make his spell scrolls. Roland didn't have time to process this monster skin. He would need to use the freshly cut out lump. A pointed piece of wood was used instead of a quill. He wasn't working at optimal conditions, but he had done this many times before. In less than 10 minutes, he had a working runic structure with a spell. He checked it over a couple of times before moving his hand to the skin flap. After the mana injection, he could see the runic structures light up in orange light. The process wasn't as fast as with the regular scrolls and magic ink that he was used to, but it worked. A bolt of energy flew out from this hastily produced runic scroll. Roland looked at the magic energy colliding with the wall and quickly sizzling out. This skin and imp blood wasn't optimal for this, and there was a certain decrease in power. Still, now he had another option to go with. He wasn't sure if this was done on purpose by this trial, but he would be sure to use his scribing skills to their maximum. The mace and shield that he created only needed minor repairs. He also was planning to create a backup with the previously molded spiky head. His hands started getting drenched in the pale imp's blood. This was a lesser magical being, so their blood had magical properties. Luckily these ones didn't quite have any long-range skills that could contend with his own runic magic. There was even more work for him to do. The timer was the same as last time, so Roland knew what he could or couldn't do. The fleshy runic scrolls wouldn't be made as a means of attacking, more as a means of distraction. He had to spread his mana quite thin, but with his large pool, he was managing. With time the hourglass emptied itself out. Even though Roland had spent so much time here without sleeping, he didn't feel tired. He attributed this to being some kind of world frozen in time and with different sets of rules. The strain on his body might have not been there, but this didn't mean that he wasn't getting psychologically tired from overthinking everything. With a resounding screech, another set of white-looking imps flung themselves out of the gate. Their level had increased by 5 and there was a similar number. This group found themselves stepping into something oily. There was a large pool of grease right outside the gate and Roland was just waiting for it to open up. The monsters weren't very smart, so they charged towards him, but they soon found themselves inside of a grease fire. There was a common spell to create a puddle of grease on the ground. With an addition of some flames it would create a combination called the grease fire. This one burned a lot hotter and could not be doused by water either. Those pale imps were more susceptible to fire more than regular imps, so he used that knowledge to his advantage. While they were burning up, Roland used this chance to snipe them from afar. The burning imps weren't the only problem now, as the second gate had opened as well. Lesser Spiked Devil, L40. These new monsters were green in coloration and slightly taller than the imps. There were many spikes coming out of their bodies. If you looked closely you could spot some strange green liquid escaping from those spikes. These guys looked like trouble, but there were far fewer of them than of the other group. They looked to also be more resistant to the grease flames that were activated in front of the gate they were coming from. Another game of cat and mouse ensued. Roland was trying to keep the enemies at a distance, as that was where he had the advantage. At least that was true before some of those new spiky monsters started somehow ejecting those thorns from their body. He quickly defended himself with his shield while returning fire with one of his wands. He was sure to activate his mana shield this time around. Those spikes looked poisonous. Even when getting a flesh wound he could be done for if he got hit once. Regretfully for the monsters, the grease fire that was made proved their downfall. More than half of them suffered a fiery demise through it. The rest was blasted with ranged spells. The ones that got close enough were bashed in the head with a mace. Other ones suffered explosion wounds from planted mine runes that he had prepared. All in all, he managed to survive the next wave and both of the gates were closed up again. Roland fell on his butt while looking at the many dead monsters on the ground. There were still 2 gates left. The monsters were just adding to their forces with each consecutive wave and it looked like there would be more of them coming. The middle platform appeared once more and he got his butt into gear. There were more monsters that needed skinning and more repairs to be made. The grease fire approach looked to be working, but less on the stronger monsters that were appearing. They were also mostly fiend-type monsters that gained fire immunity with their evolutions, which made his strategy look bad with the future in mind. He didn't have any holy attacks up his sleeve though. They were the bane of evil-aligned creatures like these. He would need to figure out a way to get to them with conventional magic. More scrolls were made as well as repairs for his gear. He had to replace the first mace as it shattered into pieces after colliding with a spiked devil's skull. With more time on his hands and a plan in mind, Roland was able to expand his protective capabilities. He hammered a larger sheet of metal to create a half-baked breastplate. Some wrist guards and greaves with more runic enchantments to boost his defenses. There wasn't enough time to make anything difficult, so he needed to give up on getting any gauntlets to protect his hands. Soon it was time for the 3rd wave, then the 4th. If he would make it to the last one would remain to be seen. Will this be enough? A beat-up-looking Roland was standing close to the edge of the workshop. It was still there, but soon it would slide down below the arena ground once more. The whole area was filled with monster remains that came from 3 of the 4 large gates. He looked at the newest type, that was a hellhound. These creatures were quite nimble and hard to fight off. The resistance to fire was increased even more, which made the grease fire trap that he made mostly ineffective. His body was all scratched up due to the fight with the monster hounds. He had no cloth armor to put under his armored gear. Only ordinary cloth that wouldn't protect him from the tough claws and fangs of these monsters. Roland had still managed to survive the 3rd wave of the monsters, but he was now feeling the fatigue. He couldn't use the previous plan of setting everything ablaze or making a minefield. The hellhounds were fast runners and could smell out the buried flesh scrolls. This last gate looked to have an even stronger creature behind it. The number of them decreased with each door, but their strength also increased accordingly. Roland would rather fight more of those imps that were easy to kill with his current degree of traps. With a new unknown variant of the creature, he would need to come up with a new battle plan. Lucky for him, this world that he was in wasn't entirely real. The workshop he was working with had a strange feature in it. If enough materials were removed, they would replenish themselves. He tested it out by removing some sheets of metal that were placed in one of the provided boxes. After removing all of them, another set materialized itself in the box out of nowhere. This same phenomenon happened with all the other resources, be it the metal rods or ingots. With this slight bug in place, Roland decided on his new plan. The unprocessed sheets of metal that were meant for making thinner armor pieces were distributed around the arena. When enough of them were out there, he utilized the stock rods that were also there. The ones that were used were the thinner ones that could be used as wires. Soon a spider web-like pattern composed of metallic rods appeared through the whole arena. For some reason, the hourglass was giving him more time for this last big door. Roland could try getting through this task in a less troublesome way. Creating a good set of armor and some weapons weren't out of the question in this time frame he was given. He had chosen a different approach this time around, mostly due to the fact of not being a pure fighter. With the help of a special rune wand that could discharge heat and flames, he began connecting the metallic parts together. He didn't need them to stick together that well, just enough for the runic traces to go through them. Quite a grueling process of welding and hammering took place as the work continued. The main runes of this trap were placed on the larger pieces of sheet metal, while the rods used as a means of transferring mana. Roland had never tried connecting this many runes together in one runic structure. He knew that there were risks involved and that he would be instantly drained of most of his mana after one activation. The decision was already made though. He would take care of the last part of the test with one big bang. The biggest problem would arise if the monsters coming out were resistant to the magic he would be producing. Time continued to pass him by as he worked. The more he hammered, the more he started to doubt if this would even work. Roland was afraid that the thing that he was making would just blow up instead of working. That, or he would either lose all of his mana instantly and pass out, or it just wouldn't turn on. After a lot of painstaking work, he was somehow done. There were no breaks in this trial whatsoever, and he had been here for several days with no sleep. For some reason, he wasn't feeling that fatigued, but the constant thinking was slowly getting to him. He placed himself in the center of this spiderweb-like trap that he made. It would have to do, as the hourglass was seconds away from being emptied. The whole thing he made was covered in sand. This was done by him to not make it too obvious for the monsters. He also hoped that the monster dogs would ignore the metal parts, as there was no flesh involved. I guess this is it. Roland glanced over his creations that could very well blow up in his face. The area was still filled with his mines, and the grease fire tactic would be used as well. He heard a clicking sound and the workshop part slowly descended below the arena. The clawing of the monsters against the gate walls intensified with their movement. These demonic monsters were greeted by the usual fire treatment. These fiends didn't learn from their previous blunders, as they just charged towards his general direction the moment they were out of their locked room. Some of them fell to the flames while he stood away from the danger. He had his tower shield with him to block any incoming projectile attacks like the spikes from the demons from the second gate. The doors were opening at about the same time, which was fine for him as he needed the monster to enter the area of the trap together. Hounds that looked like they came out of hell started howling as they were finally free from their confines. Roland, on the other hand, looked at the sturdiest fourth gate, which had the surprise last monster type. Chain Devil, L65. There it was, about 2 meters of height and quite muscular. Its skin was crimson and disfigured. It looked like the being had been burned badly. The face had small beady black eyes with which he felt like the creature was looking at him. The most characteristic thing about this monster was its chains. It had many of those wrapped around its whole body. To its arms, a set of chains with hooks and other pointy objects was attached. They were thick, and the creature was dragging it on the ground while slowly making a trail in the arena's sand. Roland blocked a few incoming spikes while trying not to get distracted by the new enemy. There was only one of those chained demons, but it was a Tier 2 creature above the 50th level. This was a Tier 2 class change trial. Normally monsters above level 50 wouldn't appear as enemies. When they did, they would be that exact same level. This trial was a bit different, and Roland already knew that. The sheer number of these monsters already was out of the ordinary. From what he knew, even the warrior class trials weren't this enemy intensive. Apparently most of the time they would only fight one enemy at the Tier 2 level to prove themselves. Depending on the rarity of the class, the difficulty increased. He didn't think that a level 50 warrior would survive past the spiked fiends, but he had to go beyond that and face off against something well past the beginning levels of Tier 2. Whoa! He snapped back into reality and tried to focus on the battle. The monsters exploded here and there while walking through some of the mine runes. He spent the most time preparing this metallic construction, so this time around some of the imps and spiked devils would actually get through. Not yet. It was a waiting game. The more of the monsters went into this trap, the better it would be for him. The biggest problem with that was the varying degrees of speed that all of these creatures possessed. The two first types of monsters were about the same when it came to that, but the hellhounds were much faster. The new demon that was dragging the chains was the slowest yet. It was just slowly lumbering towards him without a care in the world. This didn't bode well for Roland, as he just wanted to activate his Frankenstein of a trap before any of the monsters could reach him. In a few moments, he could hear the loud howls and gritting of teeth. One of the hellhounds was upon him and he needed to defend himself. Thus a war of attrition began. While the Tier 2 chain-slinging monster took its sweet time, Roland was continually attacked by the infernal dogs. He was someone that actually liked dogs, but here he was forced to cave their heads in with his mace. When he delivered a smashing blow to one of the creature's faces, its teeth flew in all directions. This didn't keep from another one from biting his leg, its teeth infused with magical fire. The greaves that he fashioned beforehand managed to somehow protect his leg. With a quick smack of a mace to the monster dog's side, it was flung away into the distance. While being busy with defending himself from the more agile monsters, a spike coming from another one made its way through a gap in his armor. He winced in pain while putting up his shield and defending himself from any other incoming projectiles. The only thing he could do now was to move back, circling around the trap area he made while biding his time. But there was a small problem: the more he circled around, the more he found himself getting surrounded. Soon the spike devils and even the imps were moving in for the kill. He was now mostly just pushing them back with his shield while not being able to use his mace. If he did a large swing, he worried that one of the many monsters would deliver a killing blow. Now or never. Finally, the largest of the monsters had gotten in range. This prompted Roland to bolt back to the spot where the control rune was. He found himself tossing his shield away while inserting the shaft of his mace into a hellhound's mouth before finally placing his hand on it. The control rune was engraved on a thick piece of metal. From it, many various rods of steel were sticking out while hidden under a thin layer of dirt. After placing his palm on this rune, he injected his mana into it. The moment he did, he felt like his head would explode. It was as if someone was pushing a giant nail through his ear, right towards his brain. Ah! A flash of electricity ran through the entire runic trap that he created as everything lit up like a Christmas tree. After working for a year with generators and electricity, he had learned a thing or two about those runes. This trap produced a massive electrical shock that was discharged into the monsters. All of them got hit while Roland curled up in a small area where the lesser lightning runes that he made wouldn't jolt him into the afterlife. He didn't come out unscathed, as the drain on his mana was immense. This was clearly shown by a bloody nose along with more blood coming out of his ears. The whole place went silent. All of the monsters lay dead on the ground after receiving the massive shock. Roland wasn't in a much better state though. He started wincing while trying to push himself off the ground. He felt terrible, but he was alive. My head, did I get them all? After a moment of silence, he got his answer in the form of rattling chains. He moved his head up and his eyes started to focus on the menacing sound. There it was, the Tier 2 monster. It was still alive, inching towards him while the chains shook about. Its skin looked even more charged than before, and it was even smoking. Fuck. Roland felt sick. Due to using this jerry-rigged trap, his mana had dropped below 5%. It was a miracle that he was even conscious. This demon or devil wouldn't give him much time to get back to his feet though. It just slowly tricked towards him with slow large strides. It took him a moment to find the mace that he inserted into a monster's mouth along with his shield. With weak shaky steps, he moved towards it and managed to get to them before this monster got to him. Roland pumped himself up. The monster couldn't be at full health either. It received the hit from the trap, but it was at the outer part of it. Because of this, it probably received less of a shock than the rest of the monsters that were now dead. This came to light in the coming exchange that these two remaining warriors had. The monster gave out a deep groaning roar before swinging its hand toward Roland. He defended himself with his shield that buckled under the pressure. Those chains rattled around as the chain devil attempted another strike. The monster was quite sluggish and its hits were quite easy to read. The hits were quite real though, as each time those massive chained fists descended onto Roland's shield he felt his bones rattling. His hand that was holding onto the shield had gone numb a long time ago. But this was the last enemy, and if he failed now, he would need to do the whole thing again. He gathered all of his strength that he had left and took another blow to the shield. It received another dent but somehow remained intact. This time around he didn't let the monster take its time to wind up again, no, instead he swung his mace towards its knee. He injected the remaining mana that he had into this mace and delivered a crushing blow with all of his strength. This part of the leg didn't have any chains wrapped around it. He heard a nice cracking sound of the creature's bone. Soon it lost its footing and tumbled forward, allowing Roland the chance that he was aiming for. The shield was tossed to the side as he grasped the mace with both his hands. With a long overhead strike, he brought down the spiked ball on the back of the creature's head. He started hitting it, over and over again. His maddened shouts filled the silent arena and echoed throughout it. Die, die, die. The creature's head that had a somewhat humanoid shape soon turned into a caved-in mess of flesh and bone. The spiked ball that was on the mace shattered into many chunks of metal while Roland continued. Even after that, he continued to hit it with what was left of the mace's shaft. Only after some time he managed to snap out of his rage-filled stupor. He groaned while falling to the side into some monster remains. The only thing he was capable of doing now was panting and wheezing. The only thing that kept him awake were the sounds of the large arena gates closing themselves back again. He dreaded the thought that this might not have been the end to this trial. If another monster showed up now, then he would need to give up. But instead of that, something else happened. The walls started to shift again and the closed gates through which the monsters were coming out from started moving below ground. Though it weren't the gates that were moving, it was the ceiling. Roland rolled over onto his back and could see the top of the arena opening. From it a flight of stairs descended along with the ceiling. Soon the rumble ceased, and he was left with a way up. It seemed that this might have not been the end of this trial quite yet. What now? Before he could ask himself if he would need to fight another monster when he climbed those stairs, he felt a strange feeling wash over his whole body. The injuries that he had sustained were being healed and the cloudiness over his mind was being washed away. In a matter of seconds, he was fine, a full recovery was achieved. He hopped up to his feet and also noticed that the monster bodies had long vanished along with any signs of combat. What remained were the stairs up. He was even back to wearing the generic clothes that he had before fashioning himself better armor. Roland narrowed his eyes at the flight of stairs. There was nothing here anymore even after moving around those stairs and what remained of this arena. The only thing he could do was to move up. If there was some kind of bonus boss, there was something that he feared. So he climbed, and to his surprise the area that he found himself wasn't fit for battle. No, it was a library. There he saw one large desk with some books on it and a magic candle lighting the way. After making sure that there weren't any hidden enemies around, he moved forward. His hand went to the first book he could find. Secrets of Runesmithing. After flipping through the pages of this book and picking out another one, he figured out what this was. I guess this is the part that I receive my runesmith lord skills. Roland looked at the pile of books here. There were quite a lot of them and it looked like they would offer him more than just skills. There were designs for certain runes, theories that couldn't be bought at auction houses. With this he might be able to clear up the deficiencies in his knowledge. It was time to read. Is this going to be a written exam?